Oh, is this thing on? Ladies and gentlemen,
Ho. Yar.
there's just other people in here. Who's here with me? But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for tuning in. This is our first ever annual Foamsgiving, brought to you by the World Foam Alliance. This is a charity stream we put together. We put it together in the last month, and we're super thankful for everyone that's actually going to be joining us and helping out today. We have some of your favorite YouTube personalities, other people involved in Nerf and everything else, and they're all donating their time because what we're trying to do is we're going to try to raise some money through basically this stream. It is a 24-hour stream. We are lucky enough to have streamers from around the world. We have people from Australia, we have from Germany, Holland, Canada, and of course the United States. So again, we just like to thank everyone that made this happen and put it together. We've had some wonderful sponsors, which we'll be talking about as well. We have, I think, over 55 items that we will be putting in our auction, as well as raffles for it. But before we start into all of that, let me just first explain the platform we're using. And the platform we're using is called CosPilot. So if you look at the links, and I think we do have the links pinned, when you click on that link, it'll take you to a platform called CosPilot. You will have to register. You will put a credit card number in there, and that's how we're accepting all our donations. Now, just so you know, everything that we raised today, there's no percentages we're keeping. No one's getting paid. Everyone is doing this free. There is one simple cause and goal that we're doing. We're trying to raise money here, and everything we raise goes to Toys for Tots. Toys for Tots is a great organization. We will be talking about that as well here in the introduction. But again, through CosPilot, when you register, it will ask you for a phone number and it will ask you for a credit card number. Now, also, if you don't have a credit card number, you can enter a debit card number, and that will allow you to participate in the auction, buy raffle tickets, or if said, you know what, I don't need any of that stuff, I just want to donate, you can do it that way as well. The best thing is, at the end of our stream, so tomorrow, near the end of it, we will actually be then announcing the winners, and since it's an automated system, when we actually say select the winners and let people know who won things, you will actually get a text message letting you know if you're the winner on an auction or on a raffle prize as well. So don't worry about not being able to track you down or find you, or if we're trying to call the wrong person. As long as you enter that correct number in, the system will actually notify you for your generous donation and for everything you've won. So again, just a reminder, we are lucky enough that we've had a lot of people donate a lot of prizes. Now, if you're lucky enough and you only buy a $5 raffle ticket and you win, that's awesome. I just want to remind people, this isn't like a flea market or something where you're looking for a deal. We're doing this to help those, especially this time of year, that may not have enough or anything at all. Everything we're raising is going to charity. So when you're buying or giving, understand it's not going to me. It's not going to the next person, the other person, or whoever organized this things, or all of us. No, it's all going straight to charity. So I ask you that you give generously. And if you win, that's awesome. I think I've taken up enough time where it's just me. How about we introduce who else is with me? So we also have Anthony, Maritime Foam. We also have Andrew, aka Dart Sweep, and we also have Captain Xavier, who is actually participating in another dinner that's happening, and they'll be jumping on this stream as well, where you'll probably see a couple of familiar faces. Andrew, what's shaking?
Hello, my fellow foam flinging enthusiasts. Happy holidays. Appreciate everyone joining us. How is everyone?
I'm good. I don't know about Anthony. Is Anthony alive over there?
I'm alive. I'm alive and well. I won't be here too long because I just found out we aren't getting paid. So it's been a real fun stream. I mean, I wish you guys all the best. Yeah, no, my agent did not tell me any of these things. I feel very uninformed. You know what? Maybe I'll hang out a little bit anyway. No, I'm doing good. I'm excited to be here. Excited to be at the start of this crazy adventure that has been pulled together. I've done almost nothing to help, but I've been part of a group chat where I see all the hardworking people, and I've been real busy feeling guilty about how little I've done. So you should definitely applaud yourselves. You know, Al, Dart Sweep, We have we have lots of people in the back who I'm sure will be doing the round of thank yous to that as well. A lot of people working hard to make this come together, so it should be pretty silly. I'm looking forward to kind of poking into the stream during the middle of the night because of my bad sleep habits and seeing what is going on and hopefully see how far off the rails it goes in a good way, in a fun way, fun rails. That's all.
We got to raise your per diem. So yeah, so we're super excited everyone can join us. This is all going towards a good cause, as Al mentioned. We got some really exciting foam flingers that were gracious enough to volunteer their time and efforts, and also some really awesome raffle and auction donations. So we'll be shouting out the donators and sponsors, but really this is also another great opportunity of trying to accomplish what the World Foam Alliance is all about, and kind of bringing everyone all together in a cohesive matter. So yeah, really appreciate everyone tuning in. And
what is the World Foam Alliance? Tell us.
What is the World Foam Alliance, Al? What's our mission statement?
World Foam Alliance basically is if any of you have ever owned a dart blaster of some sort or tried foam flinging, you've experienced the same challenges many of us have had. You don't know where to go. You might do it at your house. You call your buddies to come over if they want to play. Maybe if you have siblings and cousins. But then after that, you don't know where to go. We tell you to scour social media or do some Google searches and things like that. But ultimately, what we realize, we need a centralized place where foam flingers, those in the hobby, whether they want to play, whether they want to build stuff, sell stuff, we need a centralized location. And that's exactly what we've created. We have the worldfoamalliance.org. It is a soft launch now. Please feel free to go register if you haven't registered. The website, which will be launched in the new year, probably in January. We'll have more details on that later. But basically, through that website, you'll be able to find out about local events, local groups, how to form your own group, to also just contact information to find other people. It is a great place. And, well, here's the caveat. Are you ready for this? Are you ready? When you sign up, you're probably wondering, what's the catch? What's it going to cost me? We ready? $0. It's free. We don't need the credit card information. Just register worldfoamalliance.org. Yeah, just go register. It's kind of what we do. And it is a nonprofit organization that has been set up. We are happy to promote it and work with it. And it's just basically bringing that centralized thing that we need. We feel that the hobby in general needs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
so
I think on this point, maybe we should ask Chelo about it, see what he says. Where's Captain Xavier? What's he doing?
Yarr!
What do you want? I'm eating cheese and drinking root beer.
Why are you at the big table? What are you doing?
Here in the Pacific Northwest, this stream happened to be the same day as our Nerfsgiving. So all of the notable folks from the Pacific Northwest are here. We will eventually be at the table. We're currently not. But Out of Darts is here, SilverFox, DrFlux, Walcom. Everybody's here. It's fabulous.
Very cool. Yeah, so friendly reminder to everyone that is watching. As we mentioned, this is a 24-hour charity live stream, and we have set a goal that we would like to reach with your help, which is by having you guys donate or participating in the raffle or auctions. Al, what's our goal that we are trying to reach? What's our math on this?
So basically, when we actually established this, because this is our first time we're doing this, we kind of weren't unsure of what are realistic expectations? Are we going to get $5, $500, 5,000, 500,000? We have no idea, and we're just hoping, knowing just how wonderful the community is, how great people are, and just how giving they can be. We decided, we should have a limit. So our current goal is actually $5,000. It would be fantastic for our inaugural Foamsgiving if we could raise $5,000. Now, the way to contribute to that, there are a couple different ways. You can actually make a straight donation. You can also participate in a raffle. raffle, we have tickets, and we actually have a 2-tiered system. So of the 55 items I think that we have, 2 are in raffle. There's 2 raffles. There's also an auction, but let's talk about the raffles first. There is a $5 raffle and there is a $10 raffle. As you can suspect, if you're buying tickets for the $10 raffle, they are some bigger prizes that we have, and there is a quite a large variety of them. For the $5 raffle, they are a little lesser, but we still have thrown in a couple of gems there as well, just so you think, man, for $5, that's all I get. But we wanted to make sure that there's an opportunity for everyone when you donate that you can win. And again, we get it. Not everyone has money. Sometimes this time of year, it's very tight for a lot of people. Some people can't give $1. They can't even give like 2. If you can give 5, 10, other people may have more money. Give what you can. And always remember, what you're giving, it's not going in my pocket. It's not going in Maritime's Foam pocket. It's not going in Dart Sweet's pocket. And Captain Xavier, well, he's busy at dinner, so he's not taking any money. Trust me. It is all going to Toys for Tots. So when you buy raffle tickets, yes, it's an opportunity to win. But technically, when you hit that donate button, you have already won. Why? Because you've given to someone else. You've given to someone that needs it. And that alone sometimes is a better feeling than winning some of the things that we're giving away. And I think that primarily should be. At least that's how I approach things. I'm not here to judge, but just a different way of thinking about when people give to you. Does that make sense?
Now I'm here for
Yes. So yeah, we're trying to reach this goal of $5,000, which would be fantastic. I think we broke down the math and we said if we got X amount of people donating X amount of money, we should be able to reach that. We'll try to get that numbers for you, and hopefully throughout the stream, you guys will be able to help us out. So I think we should go over how CosPilot works. I know we kind of mentioned it at the beginning, but there is some information that is needed for a specific reason. So we just want to explain that.
What?
Do it. Tell us.
So the I thought you were going to. I'm sorry. So
I gave my rant at the beginning. You'll probably pick up the things I missed.
No worries. So CosPilot is the platform that is going to be integrated into the World Foam Alliance website, which everyone will have access to. We want to very much thank and shout out CosPilot for partnering with us on this. It is, like I said, going to be integrated into the actual World Foam Alliance website, which everyone will have access to. This is a very expensive platform that they generously offered us for a phenomenal rate, which we are passing along to everyone that is registered in the World Foam Alliance that has a club and is going to need that kind of resource. So I think I forgot what the numbers were, but it's a very pricey platform to be a part of, and we were able to get a deal, and we are going to pass that deal basically for free to everyone that has a club or that needs that. So if they want to do a charity raffle or auction, or I believe it even goes to ticket sales and fundraisers, that you guys will have access to that too. So thank you so much to CosPilot for sponsoring us on this. So when you guys hit the link on the CosPilot Foamsgiving link down in the description link, it's going to take you to the website that has listed all the raffle prizes and auction prizes with descriptions. We'll go over the prizes in a few, just to let you know what is available. Some really exciting stuff, as Al mentioned, some customized stuff, some one-of-a-kind stuff. So definitely take a look at the website, see if there's anything that you're interested in. And as we mentioned, it is already live. People have already started donating and put it in bids. So if you see something that you're interested in, please, by all means, go ahead and make an offer or get a ticket. You can't win if you don't play. There's absolutely no limit to the amount of tickets or bids that you can make or purchase. So you can potentially win everything if you're lucky enough. So yeah, So, and again, all the proceeds are going to the Toys for Tots. So one of the things is that we'll have to provide some payment information, and that's just to verify and guarantee that we receive that payment and we don't get any trolls or posers or fakers that are going to put in fake bids, and we won't be able to collect that money for Toys for Tots. So don't worry, that information isn't for anything except just to verify that the payment is going to be made if should you win or should you purchase something. So and again, none of us are getting paid except for Maritime Foam and its per diem now, apparently. So,
Is that where my money's going?
It's the only way we could get them on here.
So, since we've mentioned sponsors, maybe we should talk about the other companies that have also sponsored to us. So, Cost Pilot is one. The other one is that Foamdemic, and Foamdemic you can find on Etsy, etsy.com/Foamdemic. Foamdemic has donated actually a bunch of things. I think you can find them in the raffle prizes, but we have Master Key kits, we have Typhoon kits, and at the same time also I do believe we have some Mark III kits. It's all listed in there. Now the best part about the kits that Foamdemic has donated, you're thinking, great, I have the kit, but what if I don't have the blaster? Well, you see, this is where we have you covered because that's the same thing we answered. And this will actually flow right into our next sponsor, which is Dart Zone. And so all the kits that were provided by Foamdemic are actual go-to blasters that come from Dart Zone. So thank you, Dart Zone, but they will be providing the actual blasters for the Mark III kit. So if you win like the Mark III Master Key kit, you get the kit and the Mark III. If you get the Typhoon kit, you get the Typhoon kit. Also, you get the Spectrum as well. So unlike other places where you got to put in big letters, blaster not included, in this case, for the Foamdemic ones, blaster is included. So we'd like to thank you, Dart Zone, for actually providing that. And then also, I guess, on the same token, if we're talking Dart Zone, the biggest and best thing that Dart Zone has provided us, if some of you are following along, you know what I'm talking about. For others that do not, Dart Zone's new premium blaster is the Mark IV. It is a large pump action short dart blaster that has some wicked performances, and it's huge. It normally comes in red. However, Dart Zone at one point also decided to make a few specialty colors. They made 30 of the gold ones. Of those 30 gold ones, you can't get them anymore. I think 2 or 3 have been used for something else, and the other ones were actually sold in a quick sale on Black Friday. But we are lucky enough that Dart Zone gave us a gold Mark IV. So when you have a gold Mark IV, what do you do with it? Well, we actually got some signatures on here. So this is an actual autographed Mark IV of some of the popular foam flinging hobbyists you know. So for example, right here, you'll probably see X. If you don't know who X is, I'll tell it to you. That's Captain Xavier. This guy down here must be some guy that looks like me. We have Wallcom. We have SilverFoxIndustries. We have Boomstick Mods. We have Rraijjar. We have Dark Sweep.
My name is not there, as there was no fee, no per diem.
The only reason we didn't get Maritime Foam to sign it is because I was worried if I sent it up there, it'd be stuck in customs for 2 months.
That's very fair.
But if you win this, and if you find Maritime Foam at an event like Maryland Mayhem, like End War, or somewhere else, and he is there, he will probably sign it for you. But this blaster will be in the live auction. You can make bids on it, and as you can tell, it's a one-time thing. And trust me, they're not making any more gold. This is it. That's it. And there are only 30 of them. And right now, I can guarantee you, there's only one that has this many signatures on it. Who else do we got on that list?
Well, we're really excited because this was kind of a last-second addition. But this sponsor is going to be donating 2 exclusive, very special, limited edition orange seagulls. And so we would like to thank Luke and everyone over at Out of Darts for their donations to this. So
That's a cool prize.
How awesome is that? The funny thing is, don't worry, we have explained to Captain Xavier that he cannot win it. I don't care what he bids, and this is not rigged. He will not be getting those 2. He has done it reluctantly, but he figures fine. Other people get to own orange blasters too.
I'm looking to bid right now. Drive that price up.
So I also, if you're interested in kind of seeing where our goal line is and where we are throughout our through our goal reaching, I guess, we will be posting throughout the stream. You can see on screen at some point the link, which we'll add also in the description if it's not there already. You can click on that and kind of see where we are on our goal.
That's awesome. And before we get into because we still got a lot of prizes to go through, which we want to do next. But before we do that, part of it's actually with the World Foam Alliance. We've been lucky enough to have a lot of people participate. Example, obviously, Andrew Dart Sweet, Maritime Foam, and Captain Xavier to help us out with this, which has just been wonderful, and they've been integral in this. And then also we have people behind the scenes. We have several men behind the curtain, and one we're going to give a shout out to. His name is Willie T Productions, as we call him, Daffy. Daffy from behind the scenes actually makes it looks like we know what we're doing because we have no idea, but thankfully he makes us look good. He puts this, lines us up, and he makes this easy. So again, Willie T Productions, just a shout out to Daffy that actually makes this a lot more presentable because Lord knows if I was doing this, you'd all have to come to my house and we'd be sitting around a table or something and it'd be a mess.
Yeah, shout out to Daphne. Really appreciate Willie T Productions. If you guys ever need some live streaming services, definitely hit up Daphne, who does all our World Foam Alliance live streaming, along with the man behind the curtain. You know him as Derek Sykes from Dart Zone, also AKA Just a Guy, but he's more than just a guy. He's a man, baby.
Nice. You know what? I think we should let Anthony talk about a few things now. Why don't you? While we're going to prizes, let's see what Maritime Foam has given us.
Well,
what do you got there, Anthony?
Prizes, I wanted to go down the schedule, but yeah, let's have Maritime. No, let's get Maritime in here, and let's get Xavier in here as well, just to say something before we go down the schedule, because it is a pretty lengthy schedule to go over.
Perfect. Well, I mean, I am excited for schedules. I'm excited to see who I'm going to be setting my alarm for different parts of the night. I mean, I want to watch it all, but I don't want to destroy myself doing it. So I'm going to check in for some little highlights here and there. I had originally volunteered. I was like, if there's a weird middle of the night slot, I would help with that too, because it'd be cool. That I know there's a bunch of people that I chat with all the time, like my friend Marcus, Foam.Blasted, who anytime he watches a stream of mine, it's always the next day because of that time zone difference. So at least with this stream, it doesn't matter what time zone you're in. You have no excuse for not catching some of it because it is everywhere. Before I hand it over to the captain to go over to say hello, and then before we go into scheduling, there are a couple things in the raffle area that you can win. Some of you have probably seen these cool kits by Domochevsky. This is the get myself in frame. This is I don't do a lot of video. Oh, there we go. Oh, we'll do the photo. There we go. Hammer primed kit for the Xshot Micro. There's one of those in the raffle, a little pre-assembled kit, or if someone wanted, it could be unassembled because the fun is doing it yourself. But that one's really fun. And there's also a little Maritime Foam blind bag. I noticed on the raffle site when I went through, there was like a default value of 150 to everything. I will say I don't know that there's 150 in there, but there's some fun little bits. So you enjoy that if you get it.
Does it have a piece of your hair in there so people can actually have a piece of Maritime Foam?
It does have a lock of my hair and just a tiny little doll that looks like me with like a little push pin. So I'm really putting a lot of trust in people's hands with this one.
Do you with the voodoo?
Oh, no.
All right, Captain Xavier, what's he got over there?
Location change.
What?
Oh.
Moving around. I'm at SilverFoxIndustries in their new location, which is massive and awesome. We'll be in the conference room a little bit later. They're all a little inebriated to be on a stream at this time. We'll see how that goes.
What time is it there? It's early.
It's just after noon:30, and they are sloshed. It's fabulous. So my contribution, what I'm giving away is during the last segment of the stream tomorrow, live on the stream, I'm going to modify a Strife, and that will be my contribution to the raffle auction. I don't know whether they're going to raffle it or auction it, but you'll get a Strife. I haven't decided what color, whether I want to do orange or blue or one of the various other colors. I've already printed all of the parts, I hope. And yeah, it takes me about a half an hour to modify a Strife, so probably take a little longer while we're talking and chatting on stream, but I'll be doing that live, and that's what I'll be giving away. So you'll get a 2S Strife.
Nice. I do
you're
feel
gonna
like
sign
it
it
should
too,
be
right?
orange, though, right?
What?
Yes.
What?
Orange and sign it.
Sure.
It's got to be orange.
I'll do an orange one, and I'll sign it. I think the
There you
bluer
go.
ones are the rarer ones now, or I don't even know. I've got so many. I've got multiple bins of Stripes. I'm hoarding them like a dragon.
So, well, why don't we go over the schedule? I'm sure at this point everyone is well familiar that we kind of have become kind of the regulars on the World Foam Alliance. So we're super excited to have all these guests that again have donated their time and efforts and prizes to this good cause. So,
By the way, Andrew, if I may interrupt, I just want to
Sure.
say thank you to everyone that has volunteered to stream with us. Because when we first came up with this idea, the four of us were looking at each other going, who's going to be up at 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. and will people actually watch us like half asleep on a table drooling? So just a shout out to all of our participants that are going to stream today. Love you all and thank you so much. And to give you an idea, it did not take long to fill those slots. Everyone came willingly, and we cannot be more thankful for everyone that came and is going to be streaming with us tonight. So if you get a chance, tune in whenever, show some love. And they've all set out plans in terms of what they want to talk about, what they're going to do. I don't think anyone's planning on sleeping at the table. Maybe at this point, if someone does fall asleep at the table, maybe we'll give them a prize. Who knows? But anyways, go ahead, Andrew. Sorry, brother.
no worries. Yeah, so this truly is a World Foam Alliance live stream. As we mentioned before, we have people from guests from all around the world, from Germany and Singapore, Australia, the UK. So this literally is a World Foam Alliance YouTube stream. So, so we are going to have the schedule showing right now, so you guys can kind of see who we have. Right now, we are at the first time slot with myself, Captain Xavier, Al the Geek, and Maritime Foam, and we are just kind of doing our welcome introductions before we bring on the other guests who will be coming on at 5 p.m. is their time slot for our first guest.
Yep.
Eastern Standard Time. We will have our good friend Talonaxe Armory, Domochevsky. Some of you guys might go by Domo, and everyone knows Sillybutts. So that should be a really exciting segment. They're going to be talking about wacky and weird stuff, discussion on keeping the hobby fun. And then Talonaxe Armory will be continuing with our good friend here, Boomstick Mods, and Domo again, and Sillybutts. And they are going to be talking about, of course, shell ejecting blasters and why you should love them. And then triple threat, Talonaxe Armory going for the all-star win here. Boomstick and American Foam and Griever, aka Lionheart Customs, will be talking about content creation and avoiding the burnout that sometimes is involved with that. After that, we will have Ryan with RyFi Channel, DrFlux, Beret, Man in Hat, and Spud Spudoni, talking about making shorts, TikToks, and Reels for social. So that should be a very fun and informative segment. And then
Watch
after,
that segment.
and then after that, once again, Sillybutts, Boomstick Mods, and Blaster Phase, who I'm sure some of you will recognize and be familiar with, but they're going to be talking about blaster design and behind the curtains of blaster designing. So that's going to be a lot of fun to hear what they have to say. And then I think this is going to be our first international segment. Following that, we're going to have Gavin and GavinFuzzy and Piggy along from Singapore, along with Kale, who is also known by King of Games, and Spud Spudoni, talking again about blaster designs, but more excitingly, international foam flinging, Singapore, foam flinging in Singapore, and the competitive scene. Everyone there has competed nationally and internationally in foam flinging competition. So it's going to be very exciting to hear what they have to say. After that, we're going to have BotsNBlasters, our good friend, also Danny Pack, aka Thirsty for Foam, and Kale, aka King of Games again, talking about foam flinging club dynamics and planning, recruiting, maintaining, and keeping things running by passing the torch when that needs to be done. Segment after that is going to be our good Captain Xavier, Danny Pack, Thirsty for Foam again, and AndyWerk, who is coming in from Australia.
Yeah.
Is that right? So
Yep.
another
Australia.
international. Where is
When
Australia?
did I sign up for it? Dear Lord, I'm doomed.
And you guys are going to be talking about modding stripes, which will be available for the raffle and auction. And then again, another international segment with Sirscorp and BotsNBlasters talking about blaster modding for LARP. So if you're into LARPing,
wait for just for the record, this is international right now. Let's not forget we do have, well, 2 Canadians, but one that still resides in Canadian. So this is international right now, just for the record, just saying.
We'll allow it. We'll count it. And then following that, we'll have Sirscorp again, along with, you're going to have to help me out with this. I saw this name in the Discord, and I just bastardized it every time I try to say it. Rraijjar?
It's intentionally non-pronounceable.
Okay, I thought it was just me, so makes me feel better.
You're not supposed to be able to pronounce it.
Okay. They're going to be talking about how to paint wood and live painting. Their session there, I think they may be doing a demo during that segment. So, and then we have an OG, Clownie. Clownie and Griever will be on Burning the Midnight Oil on the later segment. Well, I guess it's not quite midnight, but it's getting there. Clownie and Griever, aka Custom Lionhearts, will be talking about being old farts, talking about foam flinging. So that should be fun, and I think everyone is familiar with Clownie and should have a good time with that. And
Let
then
me do a quick. I'll keep interrupting
Sure.
you, but I'm gonna do a quick shout out to Clownie. So never mind all the mods and stuff that he does, but the man, he is a talented one, and I'm gonna show you this. He does miniatures, and this one I had no idea was coming to me, but he made me this. And as you can tell, it is a mini of technically me if I was a little skeletal warrior done up with my shoulder pads, shin guards, and my master key. Like, I am floored, and he does it with bits and bobs. So yeah, go check out Clownie. Don't think it's even at that crazy hour, you're gonna have some fun, and you're gonna learn a few things. So yeah, anyway, sorry, keep going.
No worries. And then we have our friends from the UK, the N7 Customs with Spectre, Joker, Reaper, and Angel. So we'll have some crew auxiliary members in there discussing Spectre building a blaster and talking about foam flinging internationally. And after that, we'll have an additional segment with those same 4, talking about HPA in the foam flinging community, benefits, drawbacks, and where you can use those. And Triple Threat, again, they'll be on again talking about HVZ and how foam flinging in America versus in the UK, and there'll be a question and answer section with that. And then we were back in the morning with Boomstick Mods, Rraijjar, myself, and our friend Buffdaddy Nerf talking about East Coast, Beast Coast networking and how kind of the East Coast has been connecting with each other. After that, we'll have Big Al and AndyWerk and talking about custom painted blasters. After that, we'll have Big Al, AndyWerk, and maybe a couple other guests talking about all things UK, foam flinging, and Foam Fest, which is back in action. And then last but not least, just to wrap everything up and announce the winners. Winners will be notified as well, but we'll be back again just to close things out with myself, Captain Xavier, Al, and hopefully Maritime if he's available. But
not us again. Oh my!
I know.
They got to deal with us twice.
I know. That's why. Yeah. So we're just kind of the bookends. But
you know, we should pause here. What I think we should do is I think we should make Anthony tell people why they got to donate and how. Anthony, are we here to raise money? After all, we got to pay him. Anthony, tell him what to do, man.
Earn
yes,
that money.
My fees are exorbitant. No one makes any money in this hobby. We all know that. We just spend it. And maybe sometimes we sell something, but then we just buy more stuff. So, but yes, you should. So for this one, you know what? I guess there'll be lots of talking about all the different awesome prizes and big prizes, but I'll kind of encourage anyone who's here who's like, oh, I don't really, if you don't have a lot of money or whatever, really, don't stress about that. If you can go on, I think there's donations that can be made. You can donate $1. If you can't do any of that during this stream, you know what? I would encourage you a little bit down the road, or maybe in a couple weeks or whatever, or after Christmas, make a little donation then too. You know what? Make it something that you can do when you have a chance. Obviously, if you can do it during the stream, we're trying to do a thing and have a goal and push that. But if you really can't right now, and you can't, stop feeling bad, watch the stream, enjoy the stream, and at some point in the future when you can, make sure you do something nice. Because it's this time of year where it's a great time of year and a lovely time of year for many of us, and it can be a hard one for others. And you know what? I'm sure there's people watching this stream that it can be a hard one for them too. So just donate if you can, and if you can't, hang out with us, have some laughs, enjoy it. Check out as much of the stream as you can. We love that. Share the word of the stream. Friends, parents, cousins, weird uncles. I don't know, as long as they're cool. Get the word out. Get the word out to them. So that's kind of my spiel.
So then let me piggyback off of that. Anthony makes a good point. Not everyone has things to give. So he covered that. Let's get back to the ones that can give. Let's go back to the ones that are sitting there wondering, you know what, maybe I should go somewhere. No, we just saved you some money. Instead of going out to dinner or going out somewhere else, hanging out with your friends, going to pay for shopping, or maybe going Christmas shopping, you decided to hang out with us here. This is how you're going to save some money. Instead of spending for parking, dinner, paying for a buddy, going to buy something you didn't want to buy, instead you're going to make a donation. You're going to send us some money. And the way you're going to do it is, I'm not going to tell you how much. It's up to you. But remember, anytime you donate to a charity, I get that at first. There's so many logical reasons why not to give money. Well, I got to pay for this. I got to pay for that. I got to pay for this. But we all do the same thing. We spend it anyways, and then there's regret after and say, man, I should not have bought that orange seagull. But anyways,
never.
When you make a donation to charity, there is some guilt. But here's the best part about it. Tomorrow, when you look back and realize, why am I $20 short? Why am I $50 short? Why am I $100 short? You can laugh and giggle at yourself, because it's the reminder that what you actually donated to was a charity. But not just a charity, especially if you donated during this segment. You just donated to 4 dummies, old dudes, on a YouTube channel streaming just to try to get you to raise money for a whole foam flinging community that so many people frown upon. But you did, because you know what we're about. And if anything, I would love to hit that goal of $5,000. First and foremost, for the people that need it, but more so. You know why? Many of us are in this hobby face the same thing. You play with DrFlux. You have Nerf guns. Shouldn't you do airsoft? Yeah, you know what? How about instead I show you this? This is what our community does. We are here for one another. We're all about a good time, and we're all about helping each other. And when I throw back at them and say, did your guys throw a live stream and raise over $5,000? No, why don't you go do your own thing, and we're going to do our thing. Part of today is also a statement about how awesome our community is, how we take care of one another, how giving we can be, and how friendly we can be, and how we try to incorporate and include one another. That alone should be awesome enough to make a donation. But we aren't greedy. We're not mean. This is why we're also throwing a lot of free things at you, not just to encourage you, because I have enough faith in all of you. We didn't have to give away nothing. We just could have went on here and say, you know what, man, let's go help people. Let's raise money for those that need it and make the pitch that way. But like I said, we're good people. We try to be nice people. So we're actually giving stuff away, not because you need the encouragement, just as a thank you from us for helping out and for contributing what you can. Does that make sense? Maybe I should step off the soapbox.
Well said. Well said.
I agree.
Golf
Well
clap.
See if we can get $500. Come on, go.
Yeah, so I think we should set a goal for our segment right here, if possible. I think we're at 240, 45, and it's going up a little bit. Yeah, excellent. So let's see if we can reach 300 by the hour, by 4 o'clock, if that's possible, and then we'll move the goalpost a little bit to see if we've surpassed that.
Hey, can we segue? Can you check out a comment in the YouTube chat that happened, and this one goes straight to Xavier, and then argue with me after that. So Xavier, check it out, read it, comment on it, but then I dare someone to argue that we're not here for good reasons.
What? Who's arguing?
No one. That's why. Do it. Did you see the comment?
Which one? From who? There's a lot of comments.
In the YouTube.
Damien.
There's a comment from someone named Damien.
Oh. I quite literally saved their life. How? How'd I do that? Extrapolate. You're welcome. Thank you. How? What'd I do? I'm curious.
I think he's blushing now.
Yeah, so we will at some point, we'll open up the call lines where people will be able to call in. We'll flash the number when that is available, and you guys will be able to call in and have an opportunity to chat with us. We won't necessarily have that throughout the entire 24-hour live stream, but there will be opportunities for you all who are watching to call in and chat to some of your favorite foam flingers and possibly thank them in person for saving your life. So
people are asking why Captain Xavier is in prison right now, being interrogated.
In an interrogation room. So SilverFoxIndustries, the area that they're renting used to be an art school, and this was their sound room. It was really, really echoey out in the hall, and everyone's out there having a party, so it was noisy. So I moved into the semi-soundproofed room. But you're right, it does look like a seedy interrogation room from a bad 80s cop drama.
Another thing that we're going to be doing is we're doing something host challenges. I think we're going to create some challenges, and you'll be able to donate towards Captain Xavier, Al, and Maritime Foam, and hopefully not myself because I don't want to be a part of this. But we'll create challenges. So if you donate X amount of dollars, we'll get Al in a Speedo, or we'll go full auto on a momentum on Captain Xavier, or
it'll be something. The one I recommended is for every dollar donated in my name, I will put that many rounds into tier and dump it on the range and film me picking it all up one at a time.
There we go. And
so
we cleared 300 already.
So this is
nice.
Good timing. This is good timing for that, because I had a note from my friend Matt, Nerf Dog, on my streams. He just said, "What are these punishments, and what do I get for my $5 for punishing Maritime Foam?"
Let's see. We got so maybe we can collectively, the viewers and ourselves, we can come up with those challenges or punishments, if you want to call them. So
great.
We'll call it the naughty challenge for the.
I like the
holidays.
one recommendation for right now, we're lying to you. Captain Xavier is actually in prison. If you want to see Captain Xavier again, you got to hit $1,000 by 4:30. If we do not hit by $1,000, we will send you a finger.
Bail money.
Yeah. Yeah. Hashtag free Captain Xavier for $1,000.
You're gonna sell Dark Sweep's dressed as Nick Fury. What's going on?
What is going on? Avengers assemble.
Yar!
That's the challenge.
Yar.
That's what we'll set for Dart Sweep. If Dart Sweep wins, when we set a threshold, let's say 500 or 1,000 or 200 for Dart Sweep, we're gonna make Dart Sweeps dress up full on Nick Fury at our next event.
Oh boy. Well, I'll take that over wearing a Speedo because no one wants to see that. So
Nobody wants to see that.
we'll lose money that way. In fact, I promise you.
Don't put me in a Speedo. We're gonna lose money. So remember, free Captain Xavier. Donate now. Free Captain Xavier. Or maybe instead we'll take a whole comfort angle. Donate now. Hashtag make Captain Xavier comfortable, and we'll get on the padded walls.
So just a friendly reminder again.
You ain't got nothing on me. I want my phone call with a lawyer.
So friendly reminder, the website is open to take donations and get raffle tickets, and tune in tomorrow for the last segment starting at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time for the announcements for the winners. So definitely want to tune in at the end for that. Yeah. So anyone else have anything they want to say? I think it's kind of like basically the introduction until we were gonna just kind of start blaster chatting, I guess.
I think
So then-
I think I'm
Go
just
ahead,
gonna say
Anthony.
I'm gonna take a second and I'm gonna find, because I like that Matt jumped into the punishment spirit of it early, and if that isn't what charity and Christmas is all about, is punishing your friends, I don't know what is. So I'm gonna take a second here, and I'm gonna find something suitable and unleash a bunch of rounds into myself at close range for people's amusement. So if you don't hear from me for like a minute or two, I'm loading up some megs or something. All right.
Can we vote where? Can we vote where you have to shoot yourself?
No.
Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We're trying to keep this family friendly too.
Yes.
I am done having children though, so we'll see.
Awesome. What I'm doing right now is because I realize at the end of this, it will no longer reside at my place of residence. So I'm trying to get as much me time as I can with the Gold Mark IV that was donated by Dart Zone and signed by everybody else. So if you're wondering what I'm holding, and if you're late to it, this is an auction item. It was donated by Dart Zone. It is a Gold Mark IV. Don't think you're going to buy one, because you can't buy one anymore unless someone offers it up on eBay for a ridiculous amount of money. But anyways, they're not making any more of these. I think only 30 were made, and this one's actually been signed by a number of people. Actually, I think what's funny is there are like 4 or 5 signatures on this that are with Captain Xavier at the event he's at right now. So, yeah. Because, yeah, we got Wallcom, we have SilverFoxIndustries, we have the X, and DrFlux. I know where he's.
DrFlux is here. Out of Darts is there. Rocket is here. Coney is here. Luchasaur is here. There's like 8 of them here right now.
I did like when Luchasaur signed it right there. That's pretty creative, and I don't know how you get a marker in there. But yeah, Gold Mark IV in the live auction. You can't own this, but you got to spend some money.
So I see that we are at 325. Let's see if we can get a 400 by the end of the hour. Does that sound achievable? I think it's
going to be easy. You know why? Because people want to buy raffle tickets. Why do they want to buy raffle tickets? They probably want to win stuff. Maybe we should tell them what they can win.
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity to go over the prize list. Let's bring up the link to the website. You guys can follow along with us. Link should be in the description. And let's look at some of these prizes. My magic
that way,
power
just in
will
case.
bring up.
That's right. The magic will happen. Just in case you do have a soul and you don't want to punish us, you're like, although that'd be fun, I actually want to put money towards something else, like your own collection and buying raffle tickets. So we do have a lot of prizes that were donated by many people, and we can't thank everyone enough. And it's great. We have quite the wide range of like simple to fun stuff. But here we go. Let's look at some of the stuff that we will be giving away.
All right. What do we got first up? We got a custom paint job by AndyWerk. And my screen's a little bit far away, and I only have one eye currently at the moment. So can you guys see
I'll
what
tell you about
blaster
it.
that is?
Yeah. No, so basically,
Uh-oh.
nice. Basically, what Andy's going to be donating is that he'll let you pick the blaster and the paint job. This is just a sample of what he does. And you can see the man can paint. He can make some cool stuff, and he's really good at it. So as long as, well, whatever blaster you want, as long as he can get it in Australia, but he will do a custom paint job. And yeah, it's pretty awesome. So he's left it wide open. But if you do win, don't think I'm going to make him earn it. Not like, be reasonable, please. But anyways, I don't think there's much the man can't do anyways.
Oop, did we lose the prize screen?
I think so. Did we lose Captain Xavier? Is Xavier dead? Did they cut off the oxygen to that room? Is this a horrible mistake?
They got him. Finally, someone got him.
This is not the way I wanted to end up on the evening news. Yeah,
Yes,
let's run through
please.
pictures while someone checks on Xavier.
Nothing to say.
Oh. He's
Just turn the oxygen back on.
alive!
He lives.
There was a villainous attempt on my life, but I have survived.
Hashtag save Captain Xavier.
Yes.
Send money.
See if we can get that list back up if possible.
Oh!
So people can.
Who's sending this garbled mess? So this is coming from me. So if you follow the hobby somewhat, you know that I like making master keys, because why not? So basically what you're going to win is we're going to start off with a Strife. So this one is a full auto 3S modified Nerf Strife. It is full dark. But then also you get a stock, because you know what? Everyone needs a stock. And of course, since I do make master keys, let's make it a master key. So on the front of it, because I thought, why not? I wanted to see if I got out a Nerf Forerunner. But I didn't think this was enough, so I added to it. So as you can tell, very interchangeable, very modular. The next thing I added to it was a takedown. Why? They're short. It looks great. Great for close quarters. And again, everything fires, everything shoots. But you know what? I felt like if I'm only giving away two, it's kind of like, why are you only giving away two, Al? Why are you being cheap, man? I said, all right, fine. So I'm going to give away one more. This one, it is awkward. It is a modified Raider, but it is big and it looks cool. So, of course, I did it. So, again, you get a 3-part master key. Or actually, depending how you want to do it, either just the modified Strife and then 3 master key options.
Al, I think for people to appreciate kind of the value of this, can you tell us what these go for when we go to conventions?
So when I go to conventions, my standard master key goes between $280 to $320. And trust me, they always go. Anime conventions are funny. They don't even care it shoots. They just think it looks cool and they buy it. And then when I tell them it shoots, they're like, oh, really? Yeah. But then also, they are modified. Now, just because of I do sell to a wide variety. I sell, obviously, parents buying for kids and then cosplayers. So not all of them understand LiPo safety. So most of my blasters actually still run on batteries, even though they're upgraded on the internals. This one, however, is a 3S LiPo, and it is a full auto. But so just one of these master keys. So for example, one like this would probably be, I don't know, about $300 in my shop. And now I'm giving you 3 or 4 options. So I think if I sold this as a kit, it'd probably be about $500.
Yeah.
But
so
I
this
think,
is
we got it in the live auction. That's, I think, starting at like $350.
yeah. So great opportunity to score something maybe that you wouldn't normally have the opportunity to get for sure. Let's go back to the prize list. Actually, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to be dipping out of here pretty soon due to work engagement. But we have this looks like a Danny Pack, aka Thirsty for Foam, Band Blaster Strife integration. What's the description say for that? That looks like a bad boy. I want it.
Boulder.
Yeah. That's
What's
amazing.
the big deal about a bolter, Captain Xavier? Tell us.
It's a bolter from Warhammer 40K, or vaguely looks like a bolter. I've got a couple of different bolter kits. That's the easiest one you can design. There's then some much more complicated ones, but that is just a gorgeous build, and Band Blaster kit and all that. Can't go wrong.
Very cool.
Hammer shot.
Let's see. Got a hammer shot. Actually, before we get to the hammer shot, I see Maritime
That's
Foam
a super
homing up.
advantage.
I see Maritime Foam holding up something. What do you got there,
What?
Anthony?
Oh, I thought it might amuse a Matt to just awkwardly fire a bunch of this from a modded Percy's at myself. So this is, I don't think that every punishment needs to be the equivalent of a Nerf dunk tank, but I thought at least for one. So I'm going to awkwardly hold this. I'm going to fire it at myself and not at my face because this is modded and we'll see how this goes. We'll see if I wimp out before 50 because people do like to say, why not play airsoft, bro? But like 120 or so right next to your body, it's not a good time.
Hold on one second, Maritime. We are at 331. Let's get to 340 before you fire that off. How about that?
Sure, we can wait on that. This was Matt's kickoff. So we'll see if we can spice it up a little bit more.
All right, let's see what we can do.
Someone have
if you would like
911
to
on speed dial.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's go take a look at the hammer shot prize. Who was that from?
I can't remember. We do have a Nerf Rebel, though. That's actually been offered off, I think, in the $5 raffle. So sometimes they're hard to come by, but we do have one that will. Actually, I think we have a couple of them that will be given away.
Yeah. All right, guys. We just need $9 for Maritime to unload full auto.
Oh, it's a nice kit.
Modded Percy's. And this is from Griever, aka Lionheart Customs. I can't really see what it is. I just know it from the photo.
This thing is awesome. So this thing is a modified Nerf Fate. I have one, but not like his. His got a better paint job, but then just for demonstration purposes. So what you have is a modified Nerf Fate. He has an upgraded spring in it. He dropped in the Worker Short Dart kit. It comes with a Worker magazine and darts. And I think it was like 150 to 170 FPS. This thing is wonderful and very cool. Never mind that he's got the wicked metallic blue paint job on it.
Gotta learn to do metallic paint jobs. What are we at money-wise?
We're at 331. We need $9.
$9
Time to unload.
Don't go to Starbucks. Give us $9.
At the end of this segment, I will have everybody here execute me by firing squad right here in the interrogation.
I like it.
Tag. Free Captain Xavier. Oh, yes. So I will be donating, not quite as fun as a blaster, but just some merch apparel, a Dart Sweep hoodie, which has the logo across the front. And even if people don't know who Dart Sweep is, it still looks cool.
It does look cool.
Just an administrative note, when you go to register or donate or buy tickets, you do have to include a phone number. The phone number is the way they contact you if you have one, and they send you a text notification. It's not because they want you for robocalls or to call you and annoy you. It's how they notify you that you have one, especially when at the end of the whole stream, tuning in will let people know. But the big thing is the way the system is set up is that, again, it is all done by the system. It's not like us picking things out of a hat or deciding, you know what, maybe this guy should win. No, it's all automated. So when we hit that winner button, they need that phone number and they need your credit card. That way they know, all right, it's you. We have your money. You won. You get the notification. That way also, no one can argue, no, I won. No. Look, this is me. I got it. And we send it to you. So just letting you know.
All right. Ding, ding, ding. We have reached our goal of 350. Maritime, I'm sorry. You know what time it is.
Builder BB did suggest I take off my lav mic, which seems like a really good idea. So, and it'll be loud anyway. Hopefully you can still hear me.
So then also, wait. Let me check my sources. What's going on with the texting? So for the texting line, to get out of it, there is an international opt-out. So if you're international, you can opt out of adding your phone number. I've just been told by the men behind the curtain somewhere.
All right, here. Let's see how this is. I'm gonna try to look cool, stoic. Oh my God!
So
Let's see.
the
Before
man
I
behind
became
the
a big wiener, I got through probably. How? I probably got through 35 rounds.
Cool.
So yeah, I think that's enough. Matt, you got your $5 worth there. I'm gonna have some little bruises here. What sort of weird channel have we created here with these sadistic games?
I think
So
now
the
it's
man
changed
behind
over.
the curtain has to interject here. The man behind the curtain. So international customers or people signing up, you have to opt out of texting with your phone number, and you will be able to sign up. There's a way the system works is that it doesn't accept foreign phone numbers outside of the U.S. I don't know about Canada, but if you're having trouble, just opt out of texting.
Thank you. Jimmy Pro around here.
Thank you, man behind the curtain. But just to switch it up, we've now hit the goal of shooting Anthony. So now let's switch it up. Let's donate money to pay for Anthony's medical bills. So let's
I
hit
do
360
I live in
to pay
Canada,
for the ice
guys.
pack. Shh, quiet, don't tell him that. Just send money to Save Anthony. Hashtag Save Anthony, save money. Show him that you care. Actually, you know what? Let's show him how much we appreciate Anthony, that he just took how many rounds to the chest for this. And tell me, tell me he's not committed. 400. Let's show the love. Show him that. Tell us you love Maritime Foam. Hit 400. Otherwise, we know you don't. Don't lie. 400. Show him love.
Feeling kind of
All right.
soft. I wish I'd lied and said I made it through 50. I don't know. There goes my macho image.
We'll do the extended hopper if we reach 1,000. How about that?
Oh boy.
So, guys, I am going to have to depart, but I just wanted to come in and once again thank everyone for participating and viewing the live stream, and to all our donators and sponsors and all our guests that are involved. I will be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with Boomstick Mods, Archer the Nerfer, and Buffdaddy Nerf. So I will see you all in the AM. Happy holidays and good luck, and let's all work together to reach this goal.
Awesome. Thanks, Andrew. Woo.
Awesome.
That
All
was,
right, dart sweep. All right.
Dart sweep. That's fantastic. All right, Anthony, I talk too much. Maybe you should start calling out what the prizes are, and I'll help you.
Oh yeah, I love that. Oh, I probably don't need these on. Oh, look at that. We have a Dart Zone Max Outlaw. Let's see what it says here. Plus an Xbox Games cosmetic kit and your choice of colors. That's really, really cool. I know
From experience, the Xbox kit for the Outlaw is an awesome kit. I have it on both of mine.
Excellent. Yeah, I have I've been meaning to do some upgrades to my Outlaws, so I'm gonna have to do that at some point myself. But now you can do it. And the Outlaw is a great, what a great blaster to mod and play around with. It's quite good, quite good. Oh, what's the scoop on this map? I love a clear anything. I do like to see variants. What is this? Just a regular clear Maverick?
This is a clear Maverick, but as you can tell, they're not that well. Unless you're going to Captain Xavier's a compound, they're kind of hard to find. Actually, how many do you got, Cap?
Clear Maverick? I haven't the foggiest idea. I've got like 2 bins of Mavericks.
But do you think you have any clears?
Yeah, I've got clear. I've got a clear orange.
Oh.
Which was custom made. Oh, nice.
So, this is a fun combination. The 2 little Fortnite pistols. Again, this is for our $5 raffle. These are great to have single shots, man. I'm actually currently painting up 2 of them to have some fun stuff with. So yeah, this is also a fun little pair to have.
I ran the pirate pistol one at RAG as part of my pirate loadout.
Nice.
Is it just darts? Just a bunch of darts? How many? Is it like 10,000? How many darts are we talking here?
1,800 twice.
1,800 chili darts. Okay.
That's pretty good.
There are 2 1,800 chili dart prizes.
You know why we're doing that? So you can't say I'm out of darts. Ha!
Yeah.
Ha!
He's around the corner getting
Woo! That was an easy plug.
Oh, see, now I have 2 of that kit also. From the designer in the Netherlands. I slept in his backyard in a tent. Best night's sleep I've had in 10 years. That stock folds over the top, and it makes it so you can actually stand the blaster straight up. The stock becomes little feet that you can set it on. It also has mounts for holster. If you have a holster set up, there's a bar for that. Fabulous kit. Oh, very nice. I think I have 5 of those now.
This one's from Dart Zone, straight Mark III.
Ah, fresh from the box. Yeah, no, mine are all have led rough lives. How dare you?
Not so fresh.
They've been skipped.
So then this one's actually a Foamdemic kit. Yep. These are all Foamdemic kits actually. And again, when I started the show, in case you tuned in late, when you win these, you're probably thinking, what am I going to do with the kit if I don't have the blaster? Because usually it's like blaster not provided. In this case, the blaster is provided. The kit comes from Foamdemic, and then the blasters are provided by Dart Zone. So you will actually get the Mark III with the kit. This one, some guy named Al made it. And again, what we're starting off with is a Nerf Forerunner. And in my theory, I guess in my little crazy world, you got to have a post-apocalyptic shotgun type blaster. So again, Nerf Forerunner. Oh, this one's loaded. Hey, yeah, it's a lot of fun, and I'm giving away one of these. So maybe
that have skinny blades.
Maybe a shotgun is not your vibe, and maybe you don't get to end up at Captain Xavier's workshop and play with Tier or the Smart Gun like 2 other people did on this stream. So never mind. I side note, I've been posting about it and about our fun there, and everyone asks the same question: how much? We have no idea. It's priceless. And even if we gave you a price, your mouth would probably hit the floor and go, never mind. If one day we figure out how to mass produce them, we'll tell you. Yeah, exactly. So this one, it is a Xshot Crusher. I did figure out how to put fins on it because I thought that'd be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I love the rotating bayonets. I need
So,
to
yeah.
Smart Gun. I've been needing to make bayonets for the Smart Gun.
Exactly.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I picked up a pair of those. I think.
Tell us about it.
It's another sweet revenge reshell, but it's specifically Ninja Turtle. And it demonstrates a truth we have all known, and that is that Hasbro is, in fact, capable of painting both sides of a blaster. because that one is painted on both sides.
They just needed Xshot to show them the way.
Yeah, exactly. They needed Xshot to show them up with the skins line, and they're like, fine, we can do that too.
They're doing a bunch of skins now with those Transformers ones and a few other things.
All the different stuff. So yeah, it's Sweet Revenge. It's the better hammer shot, honestly. Better form factor, generally a little bit better performance. They're really nice. And now we've got it in Ninja Turtle colors.
Awesome.
Taco Hell throwing tacos. They're foam tacos that you can use as throwables if events allow you to bring your own throwables.
I have one taco left. I bought 3 of these from Boomstick Mods and gave one to a child because I felt like I had to. And I did it to be nice, sure. I lost one throwing it at a zombie, and then I still have one left. So this is something I'd like to get more of. You should get these while supplies last. They're really squishy.
Somebody made foam waffles at one point. I think I've got one of those. I don't have one of the tacos. I need to get one at some point. And a what?
And it's a Mountain Pew. It's a patch. Mountain Pew.
Oh,
Blaster.
patch.
Well, if it's a value meal, you need a drink, right? So we're not gonna give you a drink, but at least you get the patch. But yeah, these are great throwables, especially HVZ, where especially most of them need a throwable, and especially running from Taco Hell, you get tacos. Tacos.
Dig it. Stickers. Neat.
Everybody needs stickers.
I never understood stickers.
I think it's actually. Oh, that's right. This was actually a signed mag from Sillybutts. I think it's Sillybutts. So not only can he design you a blaster, he can sign a mag and send it to you as well.
Amazing. How does he do it? Oh, another Foamdemic kit?
Yes, it is. And what comes with the kit?
You get the blaster.
Bingo.
Very important detail. Oh, Spectrum with extra mags and lots of extra ammo. Spectrum was a great blaster. I'm glad.
Yeah, that's probably one of the best value packs out there, that Spectrum.
Spectrum Master Key. I don't know that I have that kit yet. I've got the Strife one and I've got the Mark III, but I don't have the Spectrum Master Key. That's Campbell Nerfworks. I love his design work. It integrates so well. It fills in all the gaps. It's really solid. It's real simple to assemble. Just good all around. So,
this is a cool little blaster.
Yeah, is that one of the Roblox ones?
Yes, and it was donated by. Oh, come on! I think it was it Bots? I think it was BotsNBlasters that he painted up and did, and he's donating it.
Cool. You get the stickers in the background too, or is that just decoration?
I think that's just decoration. Otherwise, you have to pay extra.
Workspace.
Nice.
This one came from Clownie. The best thing about this one, so again, before we did our stream, let's do a quick shout out to Clownie. Clownie would every year do a stream where, again, it was a charitable one where he'd have people send pictures of themselves donating to Toys For Tots, like physically donating a toy. And as long as you submitted that, then you entered the raffle. His raffle was, again, he got people to give him a bunch of blasters that he would then raffle off and give to all those that actually donated Toys For Tots. It can get pretty big and overwhelming. And so sometimes he has items that were left over that either he wasn't able to give away. And this was one of them. So this is from a few years back. We're not sure who donated it. If you're in the stream and you recognize it, yeah, shout out, let us know. But this is donated by Clownie, and it is a marshmallow blaster, which I don't know much about. How about either of you?
The marshmallow blasters are surprisingly powerful because marshmallows are a really inefficient ammo. And so they had to have power to actually get the marshmallow to move because they're kind of dense. And so when you mod them to take darts, they can be way more powerful than you would expect because they're compressed air. You know, they pump up. That one's a fairly neat one. Yeah, there's the bow one. The one I wish was still available is the Mazooka, which was a self-pumping motorized one. I have one, and I need to rewire it for LiPo at some point. Because you'd fire it and it would immediately refill itself, and you could fire it again and it would immediately refill itself. It had a compressor built into it. So, yeah, those marshmallow blasters are surprisingly powerful. If you see them at a Goodwill and you're looking to build a compressed air blaster, the marshmallow poppers are the tanks to get, unless you can get your hands on an XPZ or a Titan, which are getting harder to find anymore because certain schmucks are hoarding them in their compounds.
Oh, sir, I probably have 10 of them too.
You can interrogate me as much as you want.
I was surprised just on the marshmallow. I was surprised. I picked this up because it has quite a bit of power to it. So this will probably fire Mega XL at some point. It's cool.
Is that actually
awesome.
The bow arms, or is it a bungee?
It's actually using the bow arms.
Dang.
That is pretty cool.
Release, or it does have a catch. Okay.
Yep.
And it's just, I mean, look at the side. That's nothing but plunger tube. It's just huge.
Yeah. Plus, it looks very real crossbow. So I don't know. That'll get a treatment someday, or it'll sit in a corner until I die. One of the two.
About that sort of thing.
It is. So at this point, a couple of things. One, just a reminder, everyone out there, these are a lot of the prizes that we have listed. Never mind the auctions. You know how to do it. Go buy some tickets. Go make some donations. You can own these things. Please get them out of my basement. That way I can make more stuff. When I have more room, I can make more things. So be sure to register. Be sure to make a donation. I want to see if we can hit 500 before 5. There we go. Hashtag 500 before 5. Buy tickets. Make a donation. Do whatever you want. Also punishment. But also the World Foam Alliance, just to show how kind we are and how nice we are. We even pick up people off the street. We found this guy who would jump in the stream right now. I think he was wandering outside, so decided, hey, this is not your time slot. Let's see who we found lingering somewhere outside. Who is this? What are you doing?
Well, I'm desperately concerned because it is clear that the captain has been imprisoned against his will, and they're never going to let him out of this strange little room.
They've told me that if you can raise $500 by the end of the hour, I will not be horribly executed.
I don't know if all of you have noticed, but there on the left side of the screen, there appears to be some water damage. I'm concerned he's not actually in Silver Fox's building. I'm concerned he has been kidnapped by the Kremlin.
Is that why? I knew he was speaking Russian. Comrade.
Quick, let people know who you are. Who are you?
I'm James. I'm with the Talonaxe Armory, and I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, for another 40 days. And I'm in the next time slot. I'm doing the next 3 hours of this thing. So they asked me if I could jump on here because Andrew was leaving and be a part of this and give the transition into what we're doing in the next big block of these things.
So let's do that. What can people expect coming up in the next block? And then we'll go back to figuring out how to break the captain out.
Yeah, we gotta get our spoons and dig an elaborate tunnel like it's the Shawshank Redemption. But no, we're talking about. I've got a really great cast of characters for the next 3 hours of this thing, because in the first 2 hours of it, it's me and Boomstick for all 3 hours. Archer was going to be with me for the first hour, but had to step out, so Boom stepped up and said, I'll do it. But we're talking to Domo and Sillybutts about weird and wacky blasters and keeping the hobby fun. And then shells and why you should love them. And we all know I love shells. And I'm really happy to put Sillybutts and Domo kind of in the hot seat to talk to me about why they started designing things with shells. And if you didn't know, here's a teaser. Silly's going to talk about designing a shell thing today.
Oh.
Get me out! I see you there.
And then the final block, we're going to talk about content burnout and how to avoid it. Again, with Boomstick, and then we're going to bring in Griever and the guy who experienced content burnout firsthand, Brad from American Foam.
Oh, how awesome is that?
Should be a good show. I'm pretty excited about it.
Awesome.
I've got my iced coffee so I can make it through it.
There you go. So a question I wanted to ask you. So can you let people know how we got you into this, whether it was through threatening your life, whether it was blackmailing you, whether it was promising you the world and clearly we're not going to deliver, or what were the means that we had enticed you to actually participate in this thing that we're doing?
Well, at 10 o'clock at night on, I think, a Thursday, I got a random Discord invite that no one explained for the next 4 hours. I started asking questions, trying to figure out what was going on, and you guys were just like, "Oh, we're doing a thing. We're gonna do a live stream. When? About what? What are you guys talking about? For charity. What charity?" And you guys were just like, "Oh, we'll figure it out. Maybe Toys for Tots."
We were making it up as we were going along, my dude.
It was very, it was very clear. It was very clear, Xavier. And but when you guys said Toys for Tots, I was 100% on board. It's near and dear to my heart. We always did it when I was a little kid, and my father, God rest his soul, was famous for, looked a lot like me, but everything went gray early. Me and my brother were a lot to deal with. So starting in, like, right after Thanksgiving, my father would wear nothing but red for the entire month of December. And so you'd have little kids in grocery stores just like staring at him, and you'd be, "I might be, ho, ho, ho," just screwing with these little kids. So we always bought stuff for Toys for Tots. It was always a thing in my household that you'd pull a list and, you'd go buy these kids things and make yourself feel good about it. And so to this day, it's near and dear to my heart. So when I heard Toys for Tots, I was all in.
That's awesome, brother. We're so glad that you rode along with us on this ride, and that it means something to you. It's again, it's shout out to everyone that actually helped put this together. And quite literally, he is not kidding. We put this together in a month, and everyone that's been involved, everyone's worked hard. Everyone's been very friendly and accepting. Everyone's been just tell me what to do. And everyone's also very respectful of each other's times and talents. Because a lot of us, again, have full-time gigs. It's not like, well, I can do this all day. This is all I do. Or it's just been wonderful. And you're a great example, James, of thanks for jumping in whenever and doing what you're doing. And what we told all our streamers is, let's be like the hobby. Let's be what the World Foam Alliance is trying to do, man. Have fun. Have fun. Just be like you're going to be everywhere else. It's just kind of like, sometimes you go to events or you see pictures of what we do at events and just that camaraderie or the fun that we're having. The other advantage of doing this live stream is kind of trying to bring that bond, that fun, that understanding of one another to you in your living room, at home, on wherever you're watching. Maybe you're secretly watching us and not working, wherever it is. We're trying to bring that experience that we've all had in the hobby to you. And again, through the charity live stream, it's a great opportunity to get everyone on board. Because, let's face it, like Captain and Xavier have our own channel and our own show, but the only way we get this many live streamers on is not, want to come on our show? No, how about we do this for everybody else? Let's do a charity. And we are just so blessed that so many of you have wanted to participate for a great cause, but at the same time, letting people know this is a great thing to do. We all get along fantastically well. And there's so many creative outlets. There's so many ways you can express yourself. Welcome to the foam flinging world, man. We have a lot of fun. And as you can tell, you can't be too old. Hell, I think in about 6 years, if I let this out, I can be Santa Claus on this. So look for Foamsgiving in about 7 years. I might be Santa Claus.
I can go put on a hat and a coat right now if you want.
Tell you what, if we get at $500, James is going to put on a hat and a coat. And by the way, we just cleared 400. So thank you everyone for your donations. Much love to you all. But again, hashtag make James Santa, $500 or $490 free Captain Xavier, and he'll put the jacket on James. $500. Make it happen.
When we breach 1,000, I will send an elite squad of Cajun commandos to exfiltrate the captain riding alligators.
You better hurry. If we don't reach 500 in the next 33 minutes, they're going to have me executed, I hear.
Or at least take a tow. I also have a Santa suit in my closet. If we get real desperate, I'll see what I can do.
One or the other two, come in, I'll be done.
Love it. You guys are awesome. Also, just so you know, we do try to pay attention to the chat as much as we can. Someone had said they wanted a Spectrum, and I think we just added 2 more Spectrums to the giveaway. Thank you, Dart Zone.
I'm getting people who aren't even in the hobby in our live stream right now.
Well, I would hope so.
Yeah, we're doing well.
That was the beauty of it. When I started reaching out to people, I did not have a single person say, no, I don't want to be involved. And most of them brought other people that I hadn't even thought to ask.
Yeah, I actually, when
I was looking at the schedule, I don't know who half these people are.
when you guys brought this up, I started reaching out in kind of like all of the various nerd communities I interact with, be it like miniatures wargaming or like online gaming guilds or whatever, and started throwing it all over the place. And everybody was like, oh yeah, Toys for Tots. So, yeah, it's been real good, real productive.
It really is. And so I think like it's going to be fun tonight. The best thing is too, it's not like we had to sit down and lay it out for everyone. It's like, all right, you do this, you do that. People asked us, what do you want? What do you want us to do? Well, what do you want to do? I want to talk about this. Yes. And as soon as the first person asked it, and then it was almost like a domino effect where everyone's like, I want to do this. I want to do this. Who wants to come with me? I'll go with you. Can I go with you on this? So the only challenge has been to make sure that everyone feels heard and it kind of slotted themselves where they wanted to be.
Yeah, it didn't take long for the schedule to fill in. I went back and looked at it and went, good Lord. And we've got, we were worried, like, are we going to be able to have enough? And we've got like 4 people for every time slot for the entire time. It's nuts.
Except for the time slots where like people were specifically told, you cannot be in here. I need to focus on what I'm doing. And even then, he ended up with one more person that he wanted.
Oh, actually, you know what? We forgot to do that. So we've also let all our people that are on tonight. Obviously, World Foam Alliance, if you haven't registered, worldfoamalliance.org, please go and register. Again, the goal of the World Foam Alliance is try to reach everybody so that when you go to the website, you can actually find local people that are interested in foam flinging, in modding, or everything else that's great about our hobby. Or if you have enough people and you need to start an actual group or community, the World Foam Alliance's goal is to provide you those tools so you can actually create it yourself. Also, as we try to get the word out there, please subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the like button, share it, tell your friends, tell everyone. We need to get that viewership up. The better the viewership, the more people can actually hear us, know we exist, and therefore come back and register. Now, obviously, with a YouTube channel, you actually make some money. Where's that money going to go? So I know allegedly some of you thinking it's going to pay Anthony to make sure he sticks around. We haven't figured that out yet. We're still in negotiations.
Those
but actually,
residuals.
those funds, the residuals, that's right. They will actually go back into the World Foam Alliance to help pay for the things, meaning that we can actually provide more tools to you. So with that said, we actually told people, feel free to plug yourself. Tell people who you are. Tell your socials. Tell it is what you do. Tell them whatever you want. We have no problem. It's not like, no, you are now a member of the World Foam Alliance. You must renounce your identity. Whatever. No, man. Talonaxe, give us the rundown. Who you are, where people can find you, what you like to do. Do the plug, man. Tell us.
So you can find me on YouTube just like all these other jamokes. The YouTube is Talonaxe Armory. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. It's on my forehead. It's actually on my back too. But I make the same kind of content that these guys do. The difference being I tend to prioritize the wacky and the weird, the things that other people aren't willing to spend that much money on because it's kind of a questionable purchase, right? I'm the one who's spending $500 to have a German madman ship me a shell-ejecting shotgun that uses solenoids and flywheels. I think this is the second one he ever built. The Hollander like submachine gun that uses the wacky water wheel pusher mech.
Yeah.
It is the loudest blaster I've ever used. That's what I tell people. I have blasters that are faster, maybe more powerful, blasters of all different things, but I have none that are louder.
So I have a special relationship with Domochevsky in that his design language, his strange dystopian cyberpunk reality that he purports his blasters exist in kind of speaks to me on a deep level. So I own everything at this point. And all of them are loud. All of them are an unholy cacophony. But you have never lived until you have revved up the rail cleaner in an enclosed space and watched the reaction of the guy down the hallway. Like,
So you can make Captain Xavier deaf in that little room.
it is so loud. And I heard it described once as a European police siren. Because it every time it fires. And it is the most disconcerting noise I have ever experienced.
That is piercing.
It was so bad.
It's fun though. It makes people look. I like letting people. I've let a lot of people try that one now, and their first reaction is always to heavily flinch just at starting to squeeze the trigger.
The one that I have people flinch either when I use it or when they fire it for the first time is motor tier.
Yeah,
when they pull the trigger and that rainbow of shells comes out and clatters to the floor, because we play with it inside at our gym game, and there's this moment of like realization of what they've done as they fired the first half a dozen shots, and then they hold the trigger down and just empty that 30-round mag.
I let my godmother, who's in her 80s, try the motor tier, and that was because she had said one time, she's like, you should bring out some Nerf for me to try. She's not on this stream. She wouldn't like my impression of her. She wouldn't like that old lady sound I just made. But seeing, I would actually encourage anyone who's into this hobby, take some cool 3D printed blasters or modded blasters or whatever. Find a grandparent, or like, if you haven't already like got your parents, find someone who it's like way out of their wheelhouse and get them to try it, because it is really something to see. Like she thought it was the coolest thing, and the look on her face when like shells start ejecting and the lights are on. It's really, really neat. It's fun. Domochevsky stuff is some of the most fun stuff to show people. I don't use it a ton in my arena because it's a small space, but I use it a ton to show people and just get people excited about like, wow, that's 3D printed. Like, it's so neat.
Our indoor game takes place in the auxiliary building of the local Church of Latter-day Saints. They allow us to use their auxiliary building one Saturday a month, and we have had the wackiest interactions because of it. We used to play the whole building, and that has changed because they have some other people using the building at the same time. But we had these little kids walking through the one day while we're playing, and so we stopped play, kind of like when you were playing street hockey as a kid, right? And these little kids, look at that one! Armor! That guy's in armor! And just the reactions. And those are always great, but the funniest one is when the missionaries are in the building, and you end up with like two random dudes in shirts and ties and shirt shoes playing with loners, having the time of their lives. And it's like, do not fall and wipe out. I don't want you to tear those pants.
That's awesome. All right, let me interject for just a second. As it turns out, we are just about at 500. We are at 476. So you know what? We're still working on freeing Captain Xavier. Various squads are being assembled to actually free him from his prison. We will keep you posted as soon as we have more information. In the meantime, apparently Captain Xavier is not the only one that's been imprisoned in this compound. There are other people with him. However, we will not show you who he's with until we hit $500. So what does that mean? $24. $24, and your captain will actually go around and show us who else is there. Hopefully, if they'll say yes to it. But anyways, $24. Let's set 500. Let's see who else Captain Xavier is there with. Allegedly, there are some other people there you may recognize. Captain, do you have any knowledge of who might be there that people may recognize? They may have even donated, in fact.
They brought me here with a bag over my head. I don't know what's going on. Get me out of here.
Allegedly, there may be such the like of one Luke from Out of Darks. By the way, quick plug to Out of Darts. Even if you buy anyway, never mind. Luke from Out of Darts. I was going to make a bad joke about having enough darts, but it was bad. Anyways, Luke from Out of Darts. Gotta love this. He has donated 2 custom orange seagulls. You're not going to find them anywhere else. 2 orange seagulls. Go ahead and buy raffle tickets. I think one's in a live auction again. So much thanks to Luke and to Out of Darts and the whole staff there, just for everything they do for the hobby. it's amazing how generous they are to so many people. So, and this time of year, they give to everybody. So we are super appreciative that they were able to give us some as well. But that means we get to give it to you. As much as the cap wants it, it's not going to him. It'll go, 2 of them will go to somebody from this stream. 1 in the live auction, 1 in the raffle. But then also, we are at SilverFoxIndustries. If you've ever gone to his website, they just have some amazing 3D printed blasters, SilverFoxIndustries. We also have DrFlux. We have Luchathor. Who else is allegedly there?
Rocket from the crew is here. Coney is here. Walcom had to leave, so he's not here, but he was here. And I think there's actually more people here than the last time I looked, because there are people walking back the door that I don't recognize. But yeah, so this is the new Silver Fox compound. They have pretty much the best print quality in the hobby. If you're looking to get something custom made, you can reach out to them. They also do a lot of the various 3D printed blasters that have been designed by the hobby. You can go to their website and order them in, I think they've got like 50 different colors of filament or something ridiculous. Gorgeous, gorgeous work. So they've donated some stuff, I think. If not, they should.
So then also, if we go to Sirscorp, what Sirscorp has done for this is he actually designed us a t-shirt. And you can actually buy a, it's up on the screen now, you can actually buy a Foamsgiving t-shirt. He offers in that many colors. Here's the best part about it. All the proceeds he makes on that is actually going straight to Toys For Tots. So he has designed a shirt, he is selling a shirt, and all the profits go straight to Toys For Tots. So maybe you don't want to give us money. Maybe you said, no, I want to buy something and then give it to you. There, have a t-shirt, buy a t-shirt. You can get it. He offers a lot of different colors and sizes. If you want to donate that way, again, he has stated he designed the shirt himself without asking. This is how great the community is. He came up with this and thought, this is a great idea. Design the shirt. You buy the shirt. All the proceeds he's donating to us. Go buy a shirt. Go buy a shirt. I got to get my brainwashing skills better. You must buy a shirt.
I've got some fabulous shirts that he made me when I went and visited last year. I stayed with him. And then this year, when I went back to Europe, I stayed with him again. He made me a whole bunch of really cool shirts. I've got one that says, you shoot it, you pick it up. My favorite shirt that I got from him.
That's awesome. Links are in the description for that. So you know what? How about we entice people otherwise, just so we don't run out too much money? I hear Captain Xavier has a temporary pass from the room. Do you want to go for a quick walk and see who you can get and put him on camera?
No, I'm trapped. It would be an effort to get out before. I will do I'll wheel it out when we hit 500. When we get to 500, I will give you a quick tour of the compound and show you all the people. What are we at? How much more do we need?
$481, $19.
We need $19.
$19 to free the captain.
Xavier.
You know, I can show off Silver Fox even though I'm not there because I have this lovely Caliburn that you printed.
Show it, James. Let's see it.
That's right. Look at that print quality. Look at those layer lines. It's unreal. It's unreal.
It is.
I gotta go digging while you're showing.
Their work is stunning. Other people talk about like, oh well, our print quality is. It's like, are you Silver Fox? No, get to the back of the bus.
It's made it really hard for some folks that they're not quite on their level and they just always get compared to it. You're like, we can't print as good as Silver Fox. Quit asking for it. It's an unreasonable expectation. It's magnificent. What do you got there?
I got a links. This thing is amazing. This thing is awesome. Picked this one up as well. And I thought, you know what? I just wanted to support him and buy it. Then I realized after, I'm like, why have I not bought more of these? So, oh, wait. Also, incoming news. I think we are over 500 and considerably so. We are over 500.
Give me a second.
We're at 536. You all are amazing. This is fantastic. You know what that means? I think that means the captain has been freed temporarily.
I'm waiting on word from the guards. As soon as I am let out.
He's got his walking pass. His half hour of yard time.
He's ready to see daylight.
I will see the
In the
sun
mean-
again.
We should check in on Anthony and make sure he still survived his self-impaling, his self-shooting as a result of Nerf Dog.
I am still alive. I might have some bruises. You know what? You don't really think of Rival as hitting hard enough to really make you that uncomfortable, but yeah, with a nice little mod and some 3S lipo and putting it 2 inches
some of
from your
them.
chest, it's just fine.
So
Oh.
Anthony's with us, and there's Canadian healthcare, so we don't have to send him money. You know what that means?
What?
That is very
I think I
handy.
hear the
So
guards
I'll
coming.
go
going
into
to
the
be
trauma
freed.
suite later.
Wait, are you freed?
I may be getting freed.
All right, let's see where he's going. Let's see who we can find.
I think I just.
I've been assassinated. Okay. I'll wheel you out. You can meet these reprobates.
In the meantime, donate money for Captain Xavier's funeral.
Come back here, you reprobates.
Call it out. Who we seeing? Who we meeting?
I'm going after him.
I like to think his entire studio is on a bucket or something.
Riding a mop bucket around.
Are you still alive?
Yes. Ah, look at. They're after me. There went. Come. You. Flux is headed to the bathroom. I'm about to get shot in the back.
You don't need to follow him there.
Who you got? Who's here? Ah, how dare you? Here's Rocket from the crew. Who's over here? Who's in here? There's Silver Fox. There's this guy.
This guy.
Another one. Who are you with?
I'm Silver Fox.
He's a Silver Fox flunky.
Woo!
Out of darts. There's Luke from Out of Darts. There's
Yes, Luke. Luchathor. What's up?
He's
Quick
back.
dab.
Say hello, Ryan.
Hello, Ryan.
What's going up, brother?
Not a lot.
Is there food yet?
I mean, yeah, food is.
Where's the food? I
It's
have
ready.
not. I haven't even had breakfast yet.
I
I've
know.
been kidnapped, black bagged, assassinated, and no one has fed me.
There's been donuts.
There's been donuts.
Wait. I heard food. Does this mean if in the next 10 minutes, if we hit $1,000, Silver Fox will provide meals to anyone within a 50-mile radius? Once again, if you had $1,000 in the next 5 minutes, Silver Fox will DoorDash meals to you, but you got to be within a 50-mile radius.
Apparently, if they make $1,000 in the next hour, you can DoorDash food to everyone. Ryan has vetoed this plan.
Fine. Get $1,000. Get Ryan out of door dashing
It's
food.
over
Let's
here.
hit $1,000 so Ryan does not have to
I
door
think
dash
I-
that much food.
My fault.
You might.
What I'm getting is that the food room is a dead zone for the
Yeah.
Wi-Fi in this building.
That's right.
It's clever. It's a clever strategy to force individuals to speak to each other on their meal breaks.
That's right. Don't tell your friends what we got to eat. Just talk to each other. Oh, that's
Apparently,
awesome.
what we're thankful for is Nerf Rival.
That's fair.
Ah, that's fantastic.
Pardon me, I'm gonna go get some food.
So again, that's a playoff on this. This is the
There's
wonderful
a
thing.
around here somewhere.
There you go. This is a great example of actually what this hobby is about. It's because of this hobby. It's because of foam flipping in general. It's not like they were all a bunch of friends that suddenly ended up together. It brought them together. Why does a Canadian that lives in Virginia a guy from New Brunswick fly out to Pacific Northwest to see another guy and hang out at his place. This is what the great things about this hobby is that it is very like almost kind of like pseudo or extended family like, man, where we try to look out for each other and take care of one another. That's why we love it. That's why we do it. This is why when you say, hey, we're doing a charity, everyone wants to jump in and say, yes, this is my opportunity to be helpful and let's have some fun. So this is also your opportunity. Maybe you can't stream. Maybe you're not good live on a camera. Maybe you don't want to do that, but you want to contribute another way. This is why we are doing this today. You can make donations. You can give us straight money. They're giving you reasons to give money, whether it be punish people, whether it be to raffle tickets, whether it be a live auction, or whether it be, would you just shut up and take my money? We will also accept that. Maybe we should include a note. I have donated just to shut Al the Geek up. I will accept hashtag get Al the shut up. Here is my money.
On the note of friendship, travel, events, nonsense, Al, do you remember the first thing you said to me when I came on here for Not Get Off My Lawn Dart Sweep show before the show when we were talking?
Tell me.
So Al, every time I see Al's response to me is, James, we got to get you up here for Maryland Mayhem, man. We got to get you up here for Maryland Mayhem. And I keep telling him I can't make 2 big trips a year, man. Like I can make Survival Fest or I can make Maryland Mayhem. I'm coming out of South Louisiana. I'm not going to be in South Louisiana all that much longer. I got a promotion at work, and that's going to mean me. Yeah, it's good news. It's going to get better.
Congratulations.
And that's going to mean I'm moving, and specifically, I'm moving to the great state of Tennessee.
No way.
Yeah,
dude.
So that puts me in striking distance of every event. So
You know what
there is
that
every
means?
chance. Oh yeah, you're going to get me up there for Maryland Mayhem.
You should come to Maryland Mayhem.
Also, if you're watching this stream and you're somewhere in the state of Tennessee and you're like, hey, we don't really have events and we'd like to get something started. I know, let's work on it.
Dude, that's awesome. Congratulations, man. And that'd be fantastic. And again, yes, if you've not met James in person, he is phenomenal. He is a lot of fun. And when you see him in his loadout, he is big and impressive and scary looking. But then you talk to him and you realize, wait, I have that same problem. People think I'm scary. I'm not. We're just here to have fun. If you get a chance, say hi to him. And it's awesome. Or if you win the Gold Mark IV, I'm pretty sure James will sign it for you too. So
I will absolutely sign it. And I may cry a little as I'm doing so because it's so gorgeous.
I went over to say hi to James at PA Survival Fest because I was like, hey, look at that guy, and this is good segues for guests coming up soon. But I was like, look at that motor tier, look at that, not motor tier, it was the Hammerwald, and I was like, oh my goodness, I like this guy's taste. This guy has good taste in blaster. So I went over and we chatted a little bit, and we stomped through a field and shot at some zombies. And it was a good time. It was great to meet.
Yeah, speaking of segues, this is, in my opinion, the absolute pinnacle of Domochevsky's work. The maddest creation that could possibly exist. It is a pump action, flywheel powered, solenoid actuated shotgun. And it is absolute madness. It's a wonderful time to fire. It's got a couple little quirks. You certainly don't want to go all the way in to shoulder it. You will pinch your cheek. But it fires either Mega XL or Quad Elite. And it's horrendously fantastic. I love it. I love it like a fat kid loves cake. Oh, and also,
that is love.
That is super love. Loud.
That is the Domo Blaster. That's awesome. Anthony, tell them what people need to do.
There's a lot of things that
here?
people.
Why are we here? What do they need to do?
Why are any of us here, Al? Why are we here on this earth? What is our purpose? I mean, we could go all the way to the top, or we could bring it in a little bit more relevant in that there's a bunch of things you should do. You should go check out that link in the description so you can either make a donation, enter the raffle, enter the auction, do all those things. And I think we're showing you lots of good reasons why you should like this stream if you can. You should share this stream. You should subscribe to the World Foam Alliance. It's always tough. It's always tough to start a new channel. When people come together, have their own channels. You're starting a new channel. You're kind of starting over with that growth again. So help us speed that growth along. We want to get that channel to 1,000 and beyond, obviously. And it's growing at a great rate, but we want to grow it even faster. So if make sure that anyone on this stream who hasn't subscribed should. The last thing I'll say before I get into deep existential reasons why we're here is, you should go to World Foam Alliance and sign up. There's a lot of good reasons to do that, and we've talked about a bunch of them. The thing that I'm really excited about is eventually, once we get there, having that club finder or having that way that if you're registered to get in touch and find people. It's amazing how, so in my area, I would say there's no one here in my area. I kind of am the Nerf scene as far as like if I host something or have an event. But I have through YouTube and Instagram, I've found a couple of people not very far from me at all who've built Meowsers and who've built blasters. And I've met some people in one province over in Halifax, like 01 Tech and Foam Mando, who just started a channel. I'm like, okay, there are more people than I realized. I was talking to a group in Maine, and they're like, oh, we'd love to get you down there sometime. I'm like, oh, I would love to do that. Maine is a heck of a lot closer for me than, getting to Maryland. I'll still go to Maryland, Al. But
You should come to Maryland.
You might be closer to people than you even realize. So it's just, honestly, even if at bare minimum, because you always have to start realistically, just something to light up the board with what area people are in, so you can find, you can help build your own club. So go sign up for all those things. And as far as why we're here and the meaning of life, I don't know. I do wonder what I'm doing with my life sometimes when I look around at the back half of my living room. And my storage locker full of
I don't know what you're talking about over. That'll be a separate stream, and we'll talk about it another day.
Yeah,
but
I'm planning on having a full existential crisis stream at some point. I'll keep you guys posted on that, or we can do it through the Foam Alliance too if other people want to join in.
Perfect.
But for now, those are the things that you should do. I hope I did a good job, Al.
Oh, you did an amazing job. This is why I have no problem passing it over to you. You know what you're talking about. So again, our time is running out soon. So in about 9 minutes, we'll be off, and you'll be spared from us, and we'll have other wonderful people that you can talk to. In the meantime, again, I talked about how Nerf foam flinging and everything about the hobby is so inclusive and how friendly it is. It's also a little competitive. So you know what? Why don't we make this competitive? We are now at about 540. Can we hit 550 before we leave? 550 before we leave. That's another $14. If you really want to lay down the gauntlet, 600. You know why? Because I know it's going to happen after. And if anything, we're going to lay out the challenge. We hit 600 or 550, whatever we end up in the final hour. We hit $600. What did the rest of y'all do? And then it becomes a fun competition to see who actually raised more money. Now, I know some will say, well, dude, I was on at 2 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, I get it. That just means work harder. Whatever.
Only 2 a.m. in the morning in one place.
Correct. World Foam Alliance. So they can't use that excuse. So why don't you bring us up to 550? And then I would love to have everyone else after trash me and say, you suck. We got more than that. You know what? Awesome. I don't care. I just want to raise money for Toys for Tots. We're not keeping anything. This is why we're here. This is what this community is about. This is what we're trying to make the World Foam Alliance about. The community. We all come together. We all enjoy this, and everyone actually reaps its benefits. Make the donation. You can buy raffle tickets, straight donation. You can put money to punish us if you want. We still got to figure that out. And by the way, by tomorrow, you're going to find the same four of us on back again. Hell, we might even have James back on too, in case someone can't make it. So James might be back tomorrow, since we have him on now anyways. We'll check schedule. If that's not important,
I'm stuck
if
at
just
home
burned down
anyway.
if I enough. There you go. But make sure to make donations. Make sure to make to participate in the auction. I think I just lost my train of thought. Anyways, give us money. because what we're doing here again is for toy. Did I mention that? Is this a charity stream?
That's your train of thought.
It is.
I like it.
Well, to give you an idea, you guys are being spared. So in my at my local church, we do a charity auction every year, and I usually end up
Interruption.
We
Winner chicken dinner. We just got a huge donation. We're at 641.
Holy cow! We just hit 641. Woo! You guys are all. You know what that means? Boom! Prove us wrong. Shut me up. Make me sit there and go, damn, I suck, because the rest of everybody else did much better than I did. And even if they didn't, whatever. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's so much appreciation. We love you all. 641. Woo! This is fantastic. Again, our goal is 5,000. If we hit that, great. If we get past that, oh my God, that's awesome. But anything you all can contribute, don't forget the raffle. Don't forget the live auction. Don't forget to subscribe to the World Foam Alliance YouTube channel. Don't forget also to register worldfoamalliance.org. But in the meantime, James, again, give us just a quick synopsis of what people can expect when you you know what? This is also your opportunity to kick us off your lawn, because now it becomes your lawn. Local YouTube channel plug for World Foam Alliance. Go ahead, brother.
Get off my lawn. But in hours 3, 4, and 5, we're going to be talking about weird and wacky blasters and why you should enjoy them, shells and why they should be the new thing that you use in all your blasters, and finally, for content creators, burnout and how to avoid it. But coming up in the first hour, like I said, it's weird and wacky blasters, and I'm going to be joined by Boomstick Mods, Sillybutts, and my favorite designer, the Mad German himself, Domochevsky of Genco Megaworks.
Dude, that's an awesome plug. So as you can tell, just because we're gone, there'll be better people here. If anything, you might be going, oh, thank God they're gone. Better people are here. Either way, we probably have your flavor on this live stream today. It is 24 hours. We have been lucky enough to get so many people to join in and participate. Tune in whenever you want. Myself, Anthony, Captain Xavier will be on later, and Andrew will be back on again tomorrow. But then again, you never know. I may find at 2:30 in the morning I can't sleep, Eastern Standard Time, by the way, and then realize there's a spot and I might jump on. Feel free to tune in whenever. You can watch this. If at this point, I think if someone could prove to me they've stayed up and watched 24 hours, I will send you a free blaster. Also, as long as you've donated something too, or made a contribution. Maybe we'll do that, the caveat. If you can prove to me you watched 24 hours and you bought a raffle ticket or contributed something, I will make you something.
If you set up a camera at the start of this on yourself with a clock behind you holding today's paper, you are going to have quite a prize coming your way.
I will take it from now.
There
and
we go.
I will double up with Al. I will do
There it
something
is.
too. If someone can prove to me they watched the next 22 hours of this and donate.
There we
Give me
go.
$1. I'll do it for $1.
Let's
Nah, $5. Don't be cheap. That would be
let's
impressive.
make this into a charity stream / weird social experiment. Let's do it.
It's the American way. I'm glad you caught up, Canadian.
Oh boy. I mean, we like weird things. We just like healthcare and stuff.
Oh, that's awesome. Just a quick
Beavers.
check-in on the chat. Make sure everyone's good. What do we got here? Geek, can we get that on a t-shirt to promote Maryland Mayhem? You should come to Maryland. I will do that. Thank you, Sticker Mule, for cheap t-shirts. And I'll just say, you should come to Maryland. If anything, I'll just say, I will see you at Maryland Mayhem.
Literally every time I talk to Al. James, we got to get you up here for Maryland Mayhem.
It's like we have a lot of fun here or something.
Al's a good ambassador. Al definitely he definitely was a big part of the draw for Maryland Mayhem. Very welcoming guy. Gives you somewhere when you're walking into a big event. If you don't know a lot of people, I would say pretty much anyone could walk over to Al's booth or flags and make their way over there and find someone to talk to. Just don't talk to him so much he can't sell anything if he's selling stuff at a booth. Try to be, and as a Nerf community, we're not always the most socially aware. Try to make way for people who are buying things. But
Ooh, that's a segment we should have made time for in this event, is like, Nerf people, we know we're all socially awkward nerds. We need to learn to talk to each other.
that is
Yes.
definitely, that's its own segment. Set your own timer for your. I was at a pub earlier today. getting a beer, and I was up at the counter, and the guy at the counter was like, how's the Nerf stuff going? I'm like, oh, you know about the Nerf? He's like, yeah, you come up on my feed all the time. I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I was talking to him, but then I could sense that there were customers, and I'm like, okay, I gotta get out of here. But sometimes we don't always do a good job at that. So
I was
be
sitting
aware.
on the floor of a Starbucks fixing their drop safe, and my work phone has an out of dart sticker on the back of it, right? And the the guy
All right.
standing here working at the cash register goes, "Are you the Nerf guy?"
Hold on, pause
I'm
that.
like,
We got to
uh-huh.
get more people in. We're at 5. I'm going to bail, then you
All
two
right.
fill this in. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you later. Now, you two can finish this, Anthony. Then you bail after that. I got to bail to let other people in. Much love to everyone. Thank you so much. Keep donating, keep watching, keep commenting. We'll see you all soon. Woo! Go to Maryland Mayhem.
Yeah,
But yeah, I got recognized in a Starbucks.
love it. That's always funny. It's a good way to. It's another good way to meet people. I think we have some more people coming in. I think I'm in your turf. I got to scoot out of here soon too. So I think some people are going to get added to the chat, and then I will gracefully fade away. But I'll also be watching throughout the night, and hope to check in and see how things are going. And I will be watching your segment with interest as well. You got some good people in here.
I'm super excited about this. So let's just go ahead and segue. Hey, as always, Anthony, it's been great fun to have you. You're one of my favorite people in the community. And I'm going to go ahead and move to people who I have never actually been on a stream with.
That's also always cool too. All right.
So
You take care.
So
Really?
I'm joined.
Is that so?
Yeah, you're live, bro. So I'm joined by Sillybutts and Domochevsky, who are kind of unique in the community for a number of reasons. One, they're both designers, right? They produce the blasters we all know and love, but they're unique amongst designers in that Domo doesn't ever actually play the game the way we do here in the US. And Silly, you've been to what, like 2 events?
Yeah, 2 over 13 years.
And Domo, you have never been to an event, right?
No, there are no events on this side of the planet.
So what that leads to is we have 2 designers present who don't interface with the content the same way all of us do. We're all so hung up on how fast things fire or, how hard things hit. And sometimes we kind of lose the forest for the trees because of it. And if it wasn't for that distance that they both have, we wouldn't get things like motor tier. We wouldn't get things like the slab or the thumper or the hammervald, where it's about how it works, not about how well it works. And when I was talking about doing this and putting together a team to do it and who did I want to have talk about it, well, there's only one other human being in the United States who has the same reckless appreciation for gimmicky ass blasters as I do, and that is Boomstick Mods.
Hey, I made it.
That
So-
was smooth.
I've done this before. This isn't my first wacky 24-hour live stream adventure. And the next thing I'm going to throw to is a very specific thing that I'm talking about with this, which is, if I'm not mistaken, Boom, you're sitting at a desk and you've been putting together a micro reshell.
I have. I like to give designers panic attacks by not reading instructions and just attempting to build blasters.
Yes, he does.
It's true.
Domo's
Can
very
confirm.
familiar with this method of mine. So you may see me put together and take apart this micro shot several times as I still refuse to read instructions. I like to call this the how intuitively is this designed? Can somebody put it together without instructions? It's a terrible way to do this, and I don't recommend it to anyone, but this seems to be the way I tend to do things.
6 pictures. That's all it is. 6 pictures.
To our
Please.
extreme frustration
So,
and pain.
for those of you who don't know specifically what we're talking about, this is really the best example for me of Domo's approach to design basically being, screw it, I'll do it live, which is this is the Xshot Micro. It is one of the most efficient little plunger tubes. This is pretty much the best Joltoid, right? But as you can see with my giant cookie crusher bear paws, this is not a comfortable blaster for me to hold. So Domo redesigned a shell which just uses the plunger tube, the spring, and the 5 screws in the shell to put a much larger shell together. So if you cut to Domo, who's got the original micro reshell, the micro reshell 1, Boomstick is putting together what I think is micro reshell 3, which is the double barrel. And I will be a wacky person and get what is currently the final micro reshell 4, which Domo, this is still one of the greatest things you've ever done. Hammer primed. This is a straight pull plunger that he figured out the pivot to put a hammer prime in.
Which is quite genius. It really is.
That's very neat.
Oh, you're gonna be impressed by what I'm gonna show you in about 5 minutes.
Ooh. Foreshadowing.
I know what he's going to show you in 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to throw the love at just one guy here. Because, Silly, you burst onto the scene like the Kool-Aid Man. You
Yep.
came out of nowhere and were just like, here's a design, here's a design, here's a design, here's a design. And the entire community overnight was like, I love all of these. I want
Yeah, pretty
every
much.
one of these. How did that feel? How did you cope with going from, hey, I kind of like doing this, to why am I the most desired person in the hobby?
It was a lot. Slab was the first one that really kind of went big in the design arsenal. But it was a lot to take in all at once, because it went from, hey, I'm working on this and I show this to friends, to, hey, I have like 50 people DMing me asking me to beta test it. So I had to kind of scale up really quick. And it was,
I
Kind of-
never had that.
kind of thrown onto the scene, into the deep end.
Well, there's a certain affordability to other people's designs, Domo, that make them approachable. Whereas you build these glorious monstrosities
was
that I
very-
love. Yeah, I mean, there's a rail cleaner. Like, you've made many things since, but that is the original monster.
Yeah.
It's so much fun, though.
We were talking earlier, the noise it makes in a room.
It's so loud.
Like, it fills a space, and the people that you are with, the people that you are interacting with, just borderline poop themselves.
This is the alpha.
I like that it's the same colors as the one in my closet.
It kind of is like I do like this color scheme.
Mhm.
You like this color scheme. It is good.
The very good color scheme.
Yes.
Very clean.
Although I gotta say,
Only because my camera is kind of crap, but
I cannot tell you how upset I am with myself for being so late to the party on the hammer wall. I've got mine printing literally right now, but like, it's so cool, and like I'm so jealous of the fact that you have one with you, because it's such a cool blaster, and I'm very excited to finally build mine. Because
So
it's like
we
you
are-
said earlier, it's like the designs that Domo's putting out are so unique and so fun, and it's the whole conversation that we're having right now is the fun blasters in the hobby and that whole process. It really does help keep the fun side of the hobby alive with both like Silly and Domo's approaches to blaster design.
So we are sitting at 656 on the charity drive. And I don't know if you guys are aware, the goal is to get to 5,000 by the end of this charity stream. And we're going to be at this, Boom, because you're here now instead of Archer. You and me, we're in the hot seat for 3 hours. We're in for the long haul.
Yes.
And I'd like to see us reach 800 in the next 2 hours. You guys think we can make that happen? Reach out, get your friends in here, sell them on this crazy raffle drive that's going on. There is glorious stuff up on the raffle, and there is fabulous stuff up for auction. And there is no reason to not get in on it right now.
I will say, anytime that I am on stream, I plan on, I got to figure out the exact number, but I have my Jacuzzi band blaster set up here, and I've got a mag, and I've also got a battery, and I'm going to get shot with this thing for charity.
Are we gonna load a round per dollar? What are we gonna do here, Boom?
We're gonna make this a little bit more interesting. I get to be shot. I get to be hit when this mag is full, and we're gonna load a dart for every. Let's see, where are we at right now?
656.
656. So yeah, but we'll see how many times I can get lit up with this thing, and I will absolutely load in one dart for every dollar. So this is gonna be a painful night for me.
You're gonna be sore.
It's gonna be a mistake, but we're here for it.
So I'm gonna need your help. Keep letting me know every time I get donations so I can load up darts.
So I just heard there are 0 bids on a bunch of these items.
Really?
And yeah, so I just pulled it up. Thirsty for Foam's Band Blaster Strife is up for $50, right? You can't buy the cage for $50. You guys know that, right?
I've seen that blaster in person, I believe, and I've seen his work in person. It's fantastic work, and obviously with the band blaster setup, I'm a big fan of that. It's one of the best brush blaster performances you can get, and I've honestly been thinking about bidding on it myself because I'm like, that looks so amazing.
No one's bid on the Captain Xavier modded Strife either. The Orange Seagull is going for $50. I can't let that stand.
Fair.
That's not acceptable.
Unacceptable. Yep.
Unacceptable.
It's a Seagull. What is that, like 150 retail normally? Guys, that is insulting to Luke and his time.
Yeah.
I'm making an account right now. I'm going to go bid on this thing just because you're frustrating me.
Yeah, make sure you let us all know your credit card information.
Yes.
1, 2,
definitely.
3, 4, 5, 6. You know that's fake because credit cards aren't allowed to start with sequential numbers.
And don't be like me and dox yourself in the middle of a build stream.
What?
You put a package on the table, didn't you?
I did. I had a package with my address on it, and I just set it on the table. I'm like, oh, time to end the stream.
Sis.
Good job. Always look at what's in frame.
That was one of the things I was doing earlier today. Was I was wandering around this room and like reorganizing things because I realized what I had in frame that I didn't want people to see.
Yeah.
So, you know, I work in this room. I work from home. So like there were dirty coffee cups and random napkins. I'm like, I gotta clean.
Yeah. Or you can be like me and put a thing behind you so people can't see the mess.
Smart.
Then
That's
they
smart.
couldn't see the wall.
Well, like here you go. Oh, is that on camera? I can't
don't
tell
show
if that's on
anyone.
camera.
Don't show anyone.
Oh, my ranting has been
Cover that,
successful,
cover that.
everyone. The Seagull is now going for $75, which is still not enough money.
What color is the seagull?
It's the orange one that you can't get till January.
Oh boy, you need a worker seagull. I mean, look, this one's white, but you need.
Is that
this.
white
It's
with
so
your
good.
white quality? It almost looks to be that like purple lilac one.
Yes.
And I wasn't into the lilac one until I thought that was the lilac one, and then I was like, oh, that looks nice.
Oh, it also comes with the weird banana mags, I think.
Also, these AndyWerk, he's gonna paint whatever you want for $100. How are you people not jumping all over this stuff?
Blaster included.
Blaster included.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not jumping all over this stuff because I have too many things and I'm moving, right? So it's hard for me to jump all over this stuff right now. But like, come on, people. Let me go look at the raffle stuff. Let me go be upset about that now. I'm going to be upset about another thing, people.
Don't make this man angry. You won't like him when he's angry.
It's true. I do turn green. It's a known fact.
Mm.
Like, there's Blue Nexus Pros open. You can't get Blue Nexus Pros. We're not fancy influencer folk. You got to get in on this stuff, guys.
Fancy influencer folk.
Lots of goodies.
Custom painted Blitzfires.
Currently, half of the stream is fancy influencer folks, relatively speaking.
True.
I will take the title fancy influencer folk when I'm recognized in more places than one Starbucks once.
Yeah.
Look, I still haven't been recognized outside of events, so I mean, I'd take a Starbucks at this point.
It was the most awkward interaction of my life. Like, I'm sitting there in a puddle working on their safe, and this guy's like, "Are you the guy from YouTube?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm the guy from YouTube."
Yes.
Thanks. This
YouTube
is how I like to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, I am eyeing Boomstick over there and how he's wrangling that blaster. I am suffering.
How long
from
until we
over
hear
here.
a nice snap?
That's
Yeah.
what the hammer is for.
Yeah, ball peen hammer. Yes, that's the
Why?
choice.
That's not what he meant by hammer
excuse
action.
me to break in here. Boom, you now owe 50 darts to the chest.
Oh God. Oh.
Better get
Deservedly so. Make it more. The man deserves it.
All right, one.
Mm-hmm.
More.
Make it more. Make it hurt. He
Yeah.
deserves it.
Boom, you might wanna check the thermometer.
15 thermometer. Oh, it's not enough screens. And
Because it's no longer 50, Boom, it's 100 now.
Yes.
I have a
Rightfully
feeling
so.
that we set our goal a little bit low.
I will be honest, 50 of that was me buying raffle tickets hoping that I win a Blue Nexus.
Oh, okay. So you're personally funding Boom's paint.
Yes.
I want to see Boom shoot himself.
Yes. He should.
What can I
He should put
say?
money in as well.
Boomstick's gonna go grab more mags. Apparently, I was expecting to be able to do this one at a time.
Yeah, no.
No, we're gonna make Boom miserable. That's our new goal. That's right. Hashtag make Boom miserable. The faster we get to a higher number, the larger the bruise will be.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. We want
No.
some like large area bruising, like small bits all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. Just this whole region, you know?
Yes, like
But-
at the end, I want to see a silhouette of him on the wall behind him.
So we're talking about wacky and weird blasters and keeping the hobby fun. And we have two designers here who that's your whole stock and trade, right? Domo approaches everything based on a gritty cyberpunk dystopia where the trains
with
always
more
run
mags.
on time.
Hurts my loading.
No matter
One
what.
of- One of my buddies who is not involved in the hobby at all, he doesn't come to our local events. He's just one of my friends. When I order your blasters, all he wants is the story that came with the blaster. That's the only
Nice.
thing he wants to see. He's like, I'm glad you got a new toy. What's the new story say?
Nice. That is an all-around success.
Yeah, it's glorious. And I do have to fawn for a minute on something. And we all know that we are coming back to this. Which again, to me, in many ways, this is the magnum opus of Genco Mega Works. This is where it has all been going. because turning on, your main bus, you've got all kinds of lights on it, racking the action and loading these monstrosities. And then it's good every time.
Yeah.
But the thing that's so necessary to talk about with this specific blaster is the engineering challenge that no one would ever think of, which is it fires Quad Elite or Mega XL. And Mega XL is one length, and Elites are a very different length. So when Domo made this shell, it has a captive pusher in the back of the shell that is actuated by that solenoid. The same solenoid that pushes the Mega XL pushes the captive pusher forward to allow the unit to fire. And this in and of itself would be impressive, but it all prints in place.
Yes. What I'm holding right now
That's
is
genius.
the very first prototype, which still is consisting of 2 parts, which I was basically just hot gluing together and then we got it. But that kind of sucks. Like, that shell drops onto the floor and just smacks and breaks in half.
Yeah.
That's annoying. So we don't do that anymore. Instead, this is the new shell, which I'm gonna hold that in the camera. Has the, like, if I rattle this around, you can hear the pusher inside. And it's printed with little 4 little bridges that are like a millimeter thick or half a millimeter or so. So every time you print one of these, it is like one piece. It is just this is how it is. Then you take a long stick and a hammer, pop, and now you have a captive pusher in there. Like, that is never coming out. It is not going anywhere, but it works.
And you get a free Maraca.
Yes.
I've got 85 darts loaded to start
More.
going through the list.
I said more.
Well, I promised every time a mag got full. This is not. Speaking of not fun, hopefully this isn't too loud.
Don't hit yourself in the face.
Yes, no. Viewer, imagine yourself holding the blaster yourself. Transfer the pain he deserves.
That's the face of happiness right there.
Yes, right there.
That's the face
Feel
of
it.
good decisions. That's what that face is.
Yes. Next time, put on safety glasses, go for the face.
I don't think his missus is
I
gonna like
need
it
to
if we
move
let him.
around more, so it's not the same spot every time.
Yes.
This has been a horrible mistake. All right.
Good.
Oh, we're gonna do it this way. Ow, ow,
Yes.
ow, ow, ow,
Aim lower. Actually, maybe not.
ow. Oh, got it. Thank you so much. I was gonna say a lot of these are worker Gen 3s, and this is a freshly charged battery, so it's gonna get much more painful than this. Okay, that's 2.
We
3
should have
more.
sent Boom. We should have sent him like an assortment of dart types,
Yes,
so he
like
could
actually,
test them while he
like-
did this.
if we make it to 900 in this segment, he's gonna load them with FEJs.
So much pain.
Now, is this durability testing at the same time? Is this productive?
Yes, he is testing the durability of his skin.
Yeah.
I will cut a deal. If we make it to 1,000, I will load the hammer vault and have my roommate
This is
shoot
gonna leave a
me
mark on my arm,
from
so-
that door.
See how this goes.
We'll take up on that.
If we make it to 1,000, I will load hammer vault.
Good. Yes, all encompassing, full body massage.
Oh,
Like,
all right.
clamp it to your table with a vise, put like a long string on it, and then hose yourself down from the other
I
end.
was really hoping. My wife and child are currently out of the house. I was hoping that I could get one of them to shoot me from way over there, but because we've already done
That's
what
weird.
we've done, I've had to resort to this.
Yes, just
I think what I like best is it's peeking his mic out and cutting it so we don't even have to listen to the pain until he's experiencing like the after effects.
Yes.
kind of feel like we're missing out on that one.
I'll also pitch into the 1,000. If we get to 1,000, I'll shoot myself point blank with a pistol that's way too big.
That was
That, you know what? That's a nice segue. Why don't you tell us about that
Yes.
pistol that's way too big?
Very
It's
nice.
just a project
Why don't you
that's
tell us
getting
about
worked
it?
on.
Mr. I make fancy things?
See, I like making fancy things, but I suck at explaining them. So this is just a pistol that's way too big. No,
but
so this is a mag and grip
oh
angled talon pistol. Goes in there, held in with a ball detent, and then this is just, a giant oversized pistol. And this has the same plunger volume and barrel length as a slab in a pistol
So it,
format.
what's that? The silly slide prime pistol?
So this is Foxbat.
Okay.
Right, yes, I've heard of that. one.
Awful camera quality. Oh, there we go, Foxbat.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I have been looking at the Foxbat, and I do thoroughly really enjoy the design on that one. That's so cool.
Well, I was really, really pleased when I put this forward, because for those of you who don't know, which is everyone not here, I picked these topics and then kind of just hoped and prayed that people would jump in with me. And as people jumped in, I got Archer, who had to back out, as we stated, and then I got Boom, which is great, right? Because we like most of the same things. We just
Right.
we're separated by tremendous distance, and we do the same projects. And then we got Domo and Silly, and I'm like, oh, these are my two favorite design languages. And you guys are so very different about your design languages.
Yep.
We have Domo's that's this blocky, industrial, very cyberpunk design language. And then Silly, it's all smooth lines and it's clearly rooted in real world aesthetics. But like the slab Silly, this is one of the most comfortable blasters to shoulder and fire. And I own more than one lever action blaster, obviously. I own too many blasters.
Mhm.
But this action with this moving magwell, this is incredibly smooth, and it works so well for your needs. The only thing I don't use of your design is your scar. I'm a Detroit Dartworks guy. I like his scar.
But you need silly scars so you can shoot Mega XL off the end. You need more. You need you need more. You need
That is a
more.
compelling argument.
One of my favorite
Need a lot of them.
times in the game was literally running the Cynthia, which is one of Silly's designs, with a Silly Scar on it. And since the FPS cap was 150, I just ran it as a Mega XL blast with a Silly Scar on the end of it. And that's one of my favorite times that I've ever had in a game, was just running the Silly Scar on a Cynthia.
It's very fun. To clarify for the people that don't know, this is a Silly Scar. That is a printed scar for blasters, but this outside diameter is so that it fits a Mega XL dart. And then on the inside, I don't have it on this one, but there's an O-ring that sits in there to make a good air seal, so you can still get big FPS with Mega XL just off the end of your blaster. For example, something like Kingfisher, you can take out your barrel. There we go. Put on a Silly Scar. Jam this back down there. And now this fires Mega XL off the end.
That is way too sleek for me. Like, the level of efficiency on that couldn't happen to me. Like, where are the moving parts, the gears, the mechanisms, the lights? Where is it?
The gears, the mechanisms, the gears, and the mechanisms, and the motors that are way too big and heavy.
Yeah, that is a discussion in and of itself. That is not the primary place you reside, right? So you are primarily a springs and barrels guy, whereas Domo is primarily a electrical guy.
Mm-hmm.
But you've both been working on things that are kind of outside of your normal wheelhouse. Domo, you've been doing all these micro reshells, including the conductor revolver.
That is true.
Oh, yes.
And Silly, you've been kind of attacking untouched space in the last, let's call it, decade. Really, nobody's tried to build a fully 3D printed one. You've been working on an AEB on and off for like 8 months.
It's close to a year now, actually. We're coming up on a year of the first prototype being built.
Oh,
And they're always very heavy and take a lot of printing.
Yeah.
yeah.
This, if I can get it in frame, this is
You're
the
not
most
going to.
recent attempt at an AEB, complete with broken prototype parts, because, prototype.
S-Robber.
So this one is called Warlock, to go with Battle Mage, which is the one that came before this. And this is basically an electronically primed and fired Springer blaster. So you got your spring in there, and your plunger tube and all that normal stuff. And then you got a motor down here, which you can't see in the awful lighting. You got a giant motor in the front grip, and that
Oh, you
primes
call it
and fires
giant.
it.
Okay.
Like that big.
Like medium sized.
Yeah, medium size. Sorry, yes, medium size. I don't need those giant ones to move shells.
Oh, need. This is not about need. This is about want.
So yeah, AEBs are a pain in the butt, but no one else has really tried to make one that is affordable. People have tried making 3D printed AEBs before, or auto springers, or AEGs. The whole name category is kind of undefined, but people have tried them. But they're usually either inordinately expensive, or they don't really work. So I'm trying to solve both those problems with this line of development.
Okay.
It's going well so far.
I mean,
Like,
isn't the biggest with ABs just the durability issue and how long the parts can handle that kind of pressure?
Yep. Most AEBs like to destroy themselves when they're 3D printed. And some people have solved that, such as Eli Wu with his designs. But he solved that by making everything out of aluminum and carbon fiber reinforced filament and stuff like that. So expensive, like $1,000 per blaster.
Wow.
But yeah, so trying to make something durable enough to not shatter, but also 3D printable on a home 3D printer is the difficult bit for the hobby so far. And trying to work on it and then open source it, as I've done previously, so people can, finally get over that hurdle and make some cool stuff.
And I'm sure that you've heard this before, but like Silly really did kind of fill that hole that was left behind when Slug moved out of the country and had to step away from what he was doing. And he kind of filled the design hole that was left from Slug and kind of continued. At least that's been from my perspective. You kind of taken on that empty space that he had and continuing on with blasters that people can print or fairly easily, can put together fairly easily. They're not I wouldn't say they're overly complicated to assemble, or I would say almost all of your designs are great, like first time blasters for pretty much any of the non-AEB blasters.
Yeah,
I could almost give to somebody new in the hobby, like, here's this, here's the instructions, you can go for it, which was what was great about Slug in the hobby, was he kind of did that same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and I also tried to aim for the affordability that Slug had with his designs as well, making everything accessible to a normal, let's say, layperson, someone that doesn't necessarily need to be in the hobby yet, and this is their first foray into it. You want to give them a warm welcome, and that's what I tried to do in most of my designs.
A warm welcome.
So as
a
reminder of what we're doing here for people jumping in, people who haven't been watching earlier segments, this is the World Foam Alliance Foamsgiving 24-hour live stream, and we're raising money for Toys for Tots. our objective is to get to $800 raised by whatever 2 hours would be. I have no idea what time it is in the Pacific time zone where we've been giving times, but it's 5:30 Eastern. So by 6 o'clock Eastern, or 7 o'clock Eastern, we want to hit 800. I want to hit 800 in like the next 20 minutes so I can see Boom get upset again. And you guys want us to hit 1,000 by the end of this 3-hour block so you can see my roommate fire Mega XL rounds from that door into my happy slappy butt.
Yes.
And that's the only way you get that.
And we are getting silly to hurt himself as well.
I'm only 5 darts away from emptying another mag onto myself.
That's $5. There's great raffle ticket items available. You can't get a blue Nexus. They don't exist. You only get those if you're a fancy-pantsy influencer person. And I'm not even a fancy-pantsy influencer enough person to get one of those. I don't know anyone here on this live stream who is. I'm sure one of you did, but I don't know who.
Not an influencer.
Sillybutts is going to shoot himself with that fox bat if we hit 1,000, which is that monstrosity, that hand cannon that he has designed.
In comparison, here's a gecko.
Oh, jeez.
Here's a gecko, which isn't a small pistol either.
No, and here's a zinc.
Yeah. Also very similar.
I'm gonna check Causepilot again and see if I'm upset with people still. Okay, here we go, people. The Seagull's up to $95. Somebody's still getting a deal, but we're getting closer. No one has bid on the custom paint job by AndyWerk. I don't know what you people are doing. Come on, get off the drugs. Let's get this thing out the door. The Crusher minigun by Al the Geek doesn't have a bid yet.
That thing is nice.
It is very
It's
nice.
very attractive.
Very.
Again, all of these blaster kits that are coming from Foamdemic or Thirsty for Foam, you guys realize all of these come with the blaster. The blaster alone, in many of these cases, costs more than the current bid. You could have a complete Spectrum Typhoon kit in red for $50 right now. No one else has bid. Get in there. Snake these deals. People are bidding on that blue Nexus Pro, though. Loving that. You can win multiple items. Get your name in there. How has no one bid on this modular master key by Al the Geek? I acknowledge $350 is a lot of money to spend, but you're going to get a 3S modded Strife that's built for long dart spoilers. You can throw an Easy E kit in there, get that thing going for short darts right now. No big deal. And you're going to get all of those master key components. You could be the coolest guy at the next HVZ with that in your hands.
By the way, I will say for the Taco Hell value meal, which comes with the 3 foam tacos and the Mountain Pew Baja Blaster patch, this is the last patch that we have for Mountain Pew Baja Blaster. And we will not be making any more of this design. We have an updated design that gives us in less trouble with copyright. But yeah. So this is the last patch that's Mountain Pew Baja Blaster in this design. So this is the only chance. If you don't have one of these, this is your only way that you're going to get one of these patches is through there. I believe this is in the $5 raffle bunch. And so grab some $5 raffle tickets because that's the only way that you're going to be able to get the last Mountain Pew Baja Blaster patch. And you also get some really fun foam tacos, which I love using these at HVZ. So something to keep in mind.
Foam tacos, Mountain Pew. I like that. That is dumb. I like that.
It's funny. I'll run around to zombies and go, get taco. Meh.
Yes. I presume they fly kind of well when you like fling them.
You can kind of frisbee them, yeah. It takes a bit of practice, but you can kind of frisbee them a little bit.
Aerodynamic.
Mark to them.
Boom, you owe 6 more darts.
Oh, God.
Keep loading. Keep loading. We
Pain.
want to see
Sorry,
it.
sorry.
Pain,
Five
pain.
more darts.
Yes.
5 more darts.
Yes. Pain. Pain.
Okay, Boom, I'm
pain.
going to make a request of this firing squad moment, and that is, I would like you to shoot yourself in like the upper arm or the calf or something, so we can check back on the developing bruised tissue later in the day.
That last time. That's
Good.
Yeah,
bullshit.
but we want more of that. The crowd is invested.
Mhm.
They are involved in your pain, and they want to see more of it. You are now the ultimate nerfer.
All right, so these shots are all going to go onto my forearm here, so that way they're nice and visible.
Yes.
Oh, not looking forward to this already. All right, here we go. Oh,
I think he's starting to get used to it. Ah, yes. I like that color change. That is good.
then the sixth dart is the first one in the next mag. Oh,
Good. And if we get to 1,000 for this entire segment, we will put Boomstick in the same place as Captain Xavier.
He too could go to the Soviet Gulag.
Yes. Yes. Let it teach you to read instructions.
I immediately regret my decision.
Good.
All right. Oh, man.
Boom. I have bad news and good news. We are now at $861.
I see the money is rising.
I was like, oh, let me
Good.
get my
Very
arm
You
good.
may have, you may have bit off more than you
So
can chew,
that
buddy.
is 5 plus 100.
Okay.
Hmm.
Man, make me make my way
Good.
back over here. Oh, all right. 100 more darts coming up. It's gonna take me a minute to load these up, so feel free to talk about something in the meantime.
I think him loading his own Doom, it adds to the experience. Like shoveling your own grave. It's just, you know what's going to happen at the end of that.
Look, anything for a good cause, right? What was our goal when we started this hour?
Yes, James, give us the play.
Yeah, so our goal was to reach 800, and we have passed that. But if you will recall, we're like a Kickstarter here. We're on stretch goals at this point, and our stretch goal was to reach 1,000. And in the event we reach 1,000, Silly is going to get shot by himself with that fox bat, and I'm going to have the roommate come in and fire on me with Mega XL rounds from the Hammer Vault. And fun fact, Mega XL doesn't fly as fast as the half darts do, which means, unlike the half darts, you're going to see every one of those big chungus fellas hit me.
I have, on the plus side, I have good news for me. Somebody else can shoot me now. It's still gonna hurt, but I don't have to do it to myself.
You know, I don't know about you, but I do consider that good news.
Yes.
Yes. It's,
I'm gonna have to summon them up here, but I'm sure they're gonna enjoy this regardless.
so will I. Mhm. How's your assembly coming along, by the way?
I reckon painfully.
Yeah, the actual topic was talking about things that are fun, things that are wacky, and what you guys are working on. But given that all four of us are going to be here for 2 hours together in this strange menage of man we've developed, we're just going to keep talking about designs, how we use them, etc. Which means the next logical thing to ask you guys is, Silly, what are you working on?
Too many
just
things
pick
all
one.
at once, as is usual.
Yeah, I know you develop like
Mhm.
half a dozen things at a time. I've seen your GitHub.
You should see his Discord.
Yeah, you
Yes.
should. Actually, no, you shouldn't. It's a nightmare.
private Discord, but yes, they should
Oh,
see it
I-
if they could.
I'm not in there. He doesn't like me enough.
Yeah.
So I'm always working on too many things at once.
Mhm.
One of
Yeah.
them is this thing, which
What is
man,
that?
I wish that I could get further back in the shot, but then I'll tip over my beautiful screen hiding the mess. This, I think, is in shot now, is Kingfisher, which is a side Talon Mag fed primary blaster.
Oh, I love that.
And then it is also sort of a bullpup,
Kinda,
where
yeah.
this is the plunger back here. And then it chambers a dart up here. This is a ram. That
Yeah.
chambers the dart, and then when you fire it, I'll cover the barrel and hold forwards that thing. But that goes forwards in the back, and then it uses an extension spring all the way up here, all the way in this front section up here as the spring force.
That's so strange. I adore that.
Yeah, and then the ram or the sear kind of pokes out the bottom and says hello to you.
Yeah.
Right here.
That's so
Alright.
strange.
And then
I
this is
like
based off
that
of the
so much.
ESLT, which is an old homemade from Nerf Haven. But, you
Yeah.
know, reimagined in the modern day, Talon fed instead of Hopper fed, and all that jazz.
And that's actually the really other cool thing, that you get to bring a lot of these older designs into the modern 3D printed era. Is really cool to see, because when you see that, like, oh yeah, I remember when those were made out of PVC and wood and other things. And to see it redesigned in the current era is really cool.
It's also a lot easier in some cases, because, you know, there's a lot of older designs that were made as a one-off. You know, someone made it for themselves, and then they later decided, hey, I'm going to release this online. And there's a lot of those where the general nerfing populace does not have the same, you know, PVC cutting skills or dremeling and all that stuff skills as the original designer.
Right.
So if you try to go and make one yourself, you're kind of it's not going to be there 100%. Meanwhile, with 3D printing, you can design for mass audiences from the start. Everyone can have more or less the same thing, and everyone can have more or less the same amount of fun with it.
Right.
So
Sourcing hardware is kind of the main problem across the ocean.
And you use some strange hardware in your designs. Sometimes finding exactly what you want me to look for is, yeah, boom, exactly.
This giant motor, this motor is humongous. This ginormous motor. Like when I get hardware from Domo, it's like, all right, I can do wiring, I can do a few other things. What's special about this build that I need?
This was the first thing, was M3 self-tapping wood screws.
Yes.
In this size, that size. And it's like, okay, where can I find these? Oh, well, Amazon, where else?
How many bald eagles long is that screw?
It's in freedom units, actually.
How many football fields wide? We need these proper measurements, sir.
It's 1.6 freedom units.
Anything but the metric system.
Anything but the metric system.
That's
And
it.
so I'm sitting here like building stuff out of very commonly available stuff. Well, except for the motor, that was a different mistake. But
all the materials in this build are very commonly available across the globe.
Except for this motor.
Except in USSR.
Yes, exactly.
That's one thing I'm actually super excited about for the Hammer Wallet. Is actually that's like the easiest hardware to source for that, because actually I was able to find a solenoid that was the right size on Amazon fairly easily, which was nice.
Just
So
a
are you in the
generic
middle of?
component.
Are you in the middle of building one, Boom, or are you just building your parts kit?
For the Hammer Wallet,
Yeah.
I'm printing it right now, and I'm sourcing my own hardware as well. But from what I understand from looking at the Hammer Wallet, is the hardware is fairly easy to get. From what I understand, Domo was kind enough to send me an Amazon link for the screws, which was nice.
But actually, you don't know what's in there. You don't look at the instructions. So how could you possibly?
Got me there.
I guess it's going to use metric screws M3. That's probably what it usually does.
I think they built that with no instructions as well. What you just had your hand on.
Oof, yeah, that's going to be
You're well known by all designers that you've
Yes.
reviewed that you don't read instructions, and that's a lost cause.
I will note that the man behind the curtain has requested that I share with all of you that they do have a selfish goal. Everyone has a selfish goal. Obviously, all of us are here to promote ourselves a little bit, right? I want you to watch my YouTube channel. Boom wants you to watch his. These guys want you to continue buying things that they make so that they can buy, I don't know, more schnitzel. Is that what you use your money for, Domo?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I pay my rent in schnitzels.
Give me money so I can buy more 95 crossbows.
I figure
Yes.
that's the laundering scheme in Germany,
Need
right?
more.
Everything is in sausage
Well, no.
units, but
Actually, Germany right now is converting to micros. So
I need more micro shots. I don't have
Yes.
enough.
so the selfish goal for the World Foam Alliance is they would like to break 1,000 subscribers.
yes.
And I think they want to break 1,000 subscribers like overall during this live stream. And I think that's nonsense. I'd really like them to break 1,000 subscribers while I'm on here. So the next time I talk to Al and Al goes, James, we got to get you up here for Maryland Mayhem, I can go, I don't care. I got 1,000 subscribers for the World Foam Alliance. So,
Yes.
so
Your argument is
let's try to
invalid.
hit 1,000,
We're only a short 250 subscribers away.
which isn't that many unless
that
you've
many.
unless you've promoted your own YouTube channel and then you're like, no, 250 to log, guys. We got something to do here.
I'm gonna
I would not.
I
like
not
it.
many at all.
My family, see if I can have them come up here and shoot me real quick before I have to
Yes.
load more mags.
Yeah.
Because
There you go.
that.
Good. Get him
Yeah,
in here.
Domo, you know what? There's a valid point I just got from outside. Why don't you tell people about your Patreon? Because let me tell you, I'm a patron. I give Domo money every month just to see what he's doing, and you see crazy things. Domo's working on something right now that I can't share with you, but I will tell you that every day I ask Domo, hey man, how's it going?
He does. And I'm like, how did you get in my house? And then he just disappears again. Just
Every
through
day
the
I
window.
fly to
I don't know how
Germany.
he does it. I'm pretty sure he's secretly Santa Claus.
Secretly Santa Claus. Oh, this
You
is
know,
dope.
just he has the skill set, is what I'm saying. Yeah, there it is. You know, the man has it ready. So, just putting it out there. Also, yes, I do have a Patreon. If you want to get in on what I'm doing or just support what I'm doing because you think, yes, that is cool. But also, I cannot afford $300 for the coolness. But I can afford $7 or $2. So,
And the coolness is real though. I mean, like let's be honest, the designs that Domo does, like it's. I'm like, look, you don't even need to spend a lot of money. Like, highly recommend your Patreon, but like,
yes.
you could have this level coolness or this level coolness. There's multiple levels of coolness.
Yes. Just you can have small
It's-
coolness or big coolness or
One of
coolness.
the most common conversations I get into with people about the blasters I buy, the things I build, and the things I do is, but James, that's so expensive.
Yes.
And it is. A lot of the things I buy are really, really expensive. And last month at the indoor event for my local club, for Louisiana Blaster League, I brought this, right? I brought the conductor revolver, Domo's most affordable offering. That's what I kept telling people at the time. And no sooner did I bring that and start telling people it's Domo's most affordable offering. It's great. It's wonderful. I love it. Then he started turning out these things like they're candy.
Yep.
He's made 4 different versions of that. One that looks like a pirate pistol, one that's a double barrel pirate pistol, this one that's hammer primed. And Domo, do you want to talk about what you're doing next with your micro reshells?
I might just ever so slightly talk about what I'm doing next with my micro reshells. Just bringing it up in the you know the escalation, you know how this works. You know, I make it small, then I make it slightly bigger, and then I change it, and now we're here. Double hammer.
The very first thing that was asked to me when I posted the hammer primed version, and I think the Detroit Dart Talk Discord was, is there a double barrel version of that one? And I messaged Domo and he's like, no, I already thought of that. I'm working on it right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so here we are, like 2 weeks later, a week later, something like that. Here it is. First reveal on stream. That's right. We're getting exclusives in this block.
Yes, we
hammer
are.
primed double barrel micro reshell. And the things he talks about doing with the micro reshells are utter madness. We were chatting one day and he brought up the concept of, what if I made a shotgun that ejects spent micro assemblies? And I said, that sounds ridiculous. Please do it.
Yes, and it will happen. But first I need to first you need to join my Patreon so I can afford more micros. Like, they cost €5 over here, a piece.
I have a literal bucket of them. I bought them in bulk on eBay, used ones. So I have a bucket of them, and every time he creates something new, I just pull one out of this bucket and build one. But I'm looking forward to the day when he's designed so many that I have to find more micros. But I do have this, like, if you've seen Zombieland, I sometimes feel like,
them all.
like Woody Harrelson. One day, the world's micro tank is going to hit 0.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yes.
like,
National
I love
shortage.
them so much.
Yes.
And even more, one of the other things about this was figuring out how I'm going to carry this thing in my loadout. And I'm going to promote something I don't normally promote, which is just a normal thing you can buy on Amazon. There's a thing on Amazon called a spider holster, and it's for drills and other tools.
Oh, okay.
But it's a little clip. You can put it on a belt or something, right? And that's all the little nub for a spider holster is. And it means that this thing can just hang on the back of my gear. Just throw it on there and it's done. A really great option. It's also good on a budget.
Yes, yes. So James over here is getting sneak peeks of my stuff. Like, he is on my Discord. He is getting the files early. He is getting files for stuff I haven't even finished yet.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, but Patreon.
Tease it again. Tease it again.
Yes. Tease it again, just running it past the camera. Just
Woo!
oh,
Jump
Later.
scare.
To grab the family and so
yes.
fence.
Let,
While I'm downstairs, I'll grab the silly pistol.
yes.
Oh.
Give him a final hug. Let him know. You know. But yes,
Yeah,
Genco
let him know what's
Megaworks on Patreon. You know where to find it. We're gonna put a link into the chat if we are allowed to do so.
Give
And
Domo
hey,
money.
Yes, give me money. I needed to live. I needed to eat micros. Well, at some point I'm hoping that Xshot and Zur is like, this dude, we're gonna send him a crate.
This, like, he actually consumes the wasted shells of the micros. He consumes the corpses in order to fuel the design of more reshells. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to just refresh Cause Pilot here. I'm going to get angry with you all again, so prepare yourselves. How are we still sitting at $95 on this Orange Seagull, people? It's not even available until January. You could have the first one on the block. All of these things should have better bids by now. This is unacceptable. Let's go. Let's see how we're doing on raffle tickets and stuff. Let's check the big meter. We're sitting at $861. Look, guys, that's pretty good. That's like $200 since we came on. But you're not going to see me and Silly injure ourselves for less than $1,000.
Oh, definitely.
We're not Boom, where we make these crazy deals where we're going to let you shoot us for every dollar. And let's be real, don't we all want to see Boom get shot like 200 times in a row? Imagine what could happen if one of you bought enough raffle tickets right now to jump to $1,000. If we jump to $1,000 right now, Boom is going to be cowering in the corner.
Talk to me, bud.
Deservedly so.
Oh, we're going to let a child do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And the
I
best
am
part is
so on
the
board.
best part is the child doesn't know how to aim, so it could go anywhere.
Anyway,
He cannot anticipate it. He cannot defend against it.
children are also generally lower.
Yes, they
Ooh, that's a
do.
good point.
So they start low and then it travels up. So we get all of it.
Hmm
All right.
Smart. Smart.
Pulling that fire, okay? I just pulled the trigger.
Let her rip.
Yep, I can't see, and I'm afraid to take the mask off.
Give Dad the business.
Pull it hard,
Yes.
bud.
Rev trigger first, then
Pull
fucking
it
trigger.
hard.
So
Oh no! Oh, the pain!
Yes. Right into the
Oh,
neck
the
piece.
humanity!
Yes.
there's the cowering we wanted. There it is.
Good. Yes. The twitching. We want to see it.
My concern right now is he's going to fall out of the chair.
I guess you're done.
Eh.
All right, don't fire for a second. I'm going to lift the mask up so I can see.
No, no, no. Get him.
Oh, geez.
We should probably throw some springers in there too. You know, variety is the spice of life.
And Todd, I've got 3 more mags for you to shoot at me. No?
This man has made a delicious mistake.
No kidding. All right, Todd, can you go tell Mommy that I need her to shoot me?
Oh,
You know, Silly, weren't you designing something like this not so long ago?
you
Yes,
know,
yes, you
I
were.
actually just happened to go off camera to get something quite similar to
So this
to
is a
that.
this is an Amazon
Right there.
special.
You guys
Oh,
ready?
Al has agreed to drop the starting bid of his master key. I just got word. That's
Oh,
important.
Yes.
What
Boomstick
is that
Mods.
new starting bid on that master key?
You guys ready for
That's
the
what I
next
need
3
to know.
mags?
Oh yeah, let's get those mags going.
All right.
All right.
We got 3 more
Let him
mags
have
to get
it.
through. He's fine. He's on the
You know what I like about it being shot from a distance is we actually see the darts hitting him now.
I
This is
can't
more
see
fun
the
for
dart
me.
coming at me.
Yes. We can see him bounce on his fleshy body. Yes.
Oh, God. This is worse.
You know, I think
Additionally,
my favorite part.
Yes. Also, additionally, because the ref is further away from the microphone, we can actually hear his pain.
mm-hmm.
I think
Next
I think
one.
my favorite part is Domo's like German delight at the firing. Oh yes, this is exactly
Yes. The good stuff. Yes.
it. Ninja him.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. We got 1 more mag.
Good.
All right.
Boomstick, we need some variety. We need some springers in there too.
All right. I'll get there. Let me just get through this last one.
more bang for your buck with the darts.
Yes. Get him from behind. Yes. Next one is going to be facing the wall, hands on the wall, and then just do what you must.
Okay, I have an update regarding starting bids on Causpilot on Al's releases. So Al has agreed, in order to raise that money, get those Toys For Those Tots, he is dropping the starting bid on the massive Master Key assortment to only $250, and the Crusher to $75. That's a Dart Zone Crusher, all that custom work, those prongs out front for just $75. And again, that Master Key package for just $250, it's going to cost me $110 to mod a 3S Strife, right? That was one of the conversations we had at the time that Strife X was coming out. Yeah, look at that thing. It's beautifully painted. You get all those Master Key options, and now the Crusher, it looks like something out of Stargate. You got to get out there. You got to get these bids going, guys. We got to see it happen. Don't just bid on fancy things that go fast. This is not the section of the show for that. This is weird and wacky. This is keeping it fun. And it's 5 o'clock. That means it's time for shells.
Woo!
Yo.
Time for shells.
Shells.
So I mean, there's a lot of shell-powered things in the hobby these days.
Woo!
And we need to talk about we need to talk about some things that I like about shells and some things I don't like. And the first thing I'm going to say is, Silly, aren't you developing a new shell for your shell feeding thing?
I am.
I hate
These
that.
guys.
I hate it. I want everything to use the same shells. It drives me crazy.
But these are better.
Why are they better, Silly? Lay it on me.
It's kind of the nice part about so many standards, right? There's so many to choose from.
Yeah. So these are my new shells, which aren't fully developed yet, but I'm working on them. These are silly shells. These are essentially 3D printed shells, similar to a Spring Thunder shell and all that stuff, but it's improved over a Spring Thunder shell in a lot of ways. And I'm using a Spring Thunder shell here because this is basically the community standard when someone says shell fed. If someone says, hey, I made a shell fed blaster, the odds are that it's using a Spring Thunder shell at the moment. But the Spring Thunder shell has some issues in some blaster designs. One of the major ones, in my opinion, is it has a rimmed end to it, which means that this bit here at the end is sticking out from the side of the shell. Silly shells do not have that. The rim is kind of flush with the side of the shell. Now, there being a rim on the shell is an issue in mag-fed blasters. If you have a rim on your shell, and you say have a second shell underneath it, like that, the rims will hit against each other, and you can't really feed them out of a magazine reliably.
Yeah.
With these new shells, they can slide against each other all that you want, and they will feed nice and fine. So you can have pump action shotguns that shoot 8 half darts at once with giant 18 round banana mags coming out.
Winner, 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 chicken dinner. We are at 9/11.
Woo!
Is that good?
Start loading again, boom. So what I actually like most about that shell design is two things. One, I like that it looks more like a fly point shell, and that does something for me, like emotionally, that they have a resemblance.
It's big fly point.
Yeah, and two, and this is going to be just for the other nerds in the channel who engage in miniature wargaming. I really like that it looks more like a bolter round.
Yes, it is. It is stout. Let's say it's quite large.
Yeah.
And I
really dig that.
Even though I agree that I would prefer most blasters use the same shell, the Spring Thunder shell has been around for a long time, so I do think that it is due for a good update. But yeah, so I'm very intrigued to see how the silly shells do. They seem I like their new update. I like how they look. Because one of the biggest issues with the Spring Thunder shell is this rim at the bottom. As you can see, this one is missing.
And also capacity. Capacity is a big problem with Spring Thunder shells.
I'm a big shell guy, right? We've all talked about it. We all know this about me. I rant about them regularly. My go-to competitive is my Kieran. I have never once taken my Spring Thunder and run it at an event because you're not wrong. The Spring Thunder shell is not a perfect shell. And I've broken more than a couple of them just playing with them because that rim hits wrong, it snaps right off.
Yep.
So, silly shells are also quite a bit larger than Spring Thunder shells, if we can do like a side by side here. Silly shells are approximately the same length, maybe a centimeter longer, but they are a good amount wider.
Yeah.
Which means that silly shells can hold some more interesting dart types. Silly shells can hold single elite, double elite, triple elite, or quadruple elite in one shell.
Wait, so they have the length of elite or just half that many?
So you can have 4 full elites fully inside of the shell. Just fully enclosed. Or 8 half darts in one shell.
Pretty good. So they have about the same diameter as these, don't they?
Yeah, it's roughly similar.
Can you get a Mega XL in that shell, Silly? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, they're about the same, Domo.
Yeah.
But also Mega XL is like this length, so
Yes.
Yeah, you
So
have to cut them
Mega
down.
XL on this shell sticks out to like here-ish.
although half-length Mega SL, we might be on
That is something that's being worked on. And then
Okay,
this
okay.
is a normal Mega shell. And Mega, just the tip of the dart sticks out the end. I actually do have a Mega dart here on my desk. There we go. Mega darts do stick out just the tip. No big deal. And then, of course, it will fit the super short Megas that are normally needed to run in Spring Thunders just fine.
What is that, Domo?
Just a regular Mega shell. Nothing unusual.
Just a mega shell for what, Domo? You haven't built anything that shoots mega.
I mean, I do have a Mega chain over here for a thing.
Ooh.
Yeah, for a thing that exists.
A thing.
Where could they find footage of that chain, Domo?
Interesting that you ask. You see, I do have a website.
Do you?
It's
Yes.
his website's a lot of fun, actually.
It is.
I
It's
enjoy
very
it greatly.
nice.
I do have some stuff there. We're gonna put that into chat as well because most people cannot actually. I choose poorly when I pick that domain name.
It is a strange domain name for a German cyberpunk Nerf location.
Yes, it is a
It's
legacy
pretty
name
odd.
from an old project that I repurposed. But yes, on that website, I do have firing demos and videos and development updates of just the stuff I make, including mega chain things, which actually keep them entertained. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh boy! I know what this is. You're all gonna.
Meanwhile,
love this.
Boomstick's making a pile of shell ejecting blasters.
Boom is making a display of how many different kinds of shells we have in the hobby, it seems, including official shells, created, 3D printed shell ejecting thing. I think he's trying to protect himself because more darts are coming, and he's trying to build a wall.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Yeah, they're on.
Oh yeah.
Let me call in my firing squad again.
So this is when Xavier should be watching. He wants to talk about miniguns. This is a minigun.
That's that. I wouldn't quite call that mini.
Well, I suppose
It's a technical term.
Which, yes, it is using these mega shells in particular for these. And yes, the barrel does rotate with every shot. And
I know it's not shell fed, but Billy has requested that I be shot with his silly pistol.
Yes.
As you deserve.
Yes, I
But-
deserve.
If we could, this one.
Yeah,
but
Yeah, we'll
Every
fly
dart
that
would-
over to him.
yes, every dart would be $2, but I think you can make that happen, shit.
Yeah, every bit of footage he has posted of that thing is
Oh, good. You're here. Oh,
Yes.
magical,
I need you to
It's-
shoot me again.
majestic even.
Yes, you can find it on that
I was
website.
still-
I'm gonna link it later. And yes, load them up, get them ready.
Oh, I think
Yeah,
that's
Boom
time
is-
for
I'm out.
Boom to get
Boom is
shot.
preparing for another firing squad
Mhm.
moment.
Good. My
Now,
first.
the audience
for
might
suffering.
notice that this one might be more painful because what he's getting shot with is one of these,
Mhm.
which
And while-
has a lot
While
of
he
power.
is besieged and we're going to the live footage of it, why don't you explain to us what a silly pistol is and how it works?
The whole
What it isn't is shell ejecting.
It is not shell
No shells
ejecting.
on this,
Shameful.
unfortunately.
Shameful.
Fire.
We should have loaded a motor tier for this segment so that Boom could clean up darts, shells, magazines.
Blood.
Really done it up. Well, I think that'll be next year's goal as we attempt to reach $1,000 and 1,000 subs before I get off this live stream at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 7 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Mountain, and that would make it 5 o'clock Pacific.
I'm just going to believe you.
Yeah, you have no idea. It's sometime in Germany.
Yeah, it is like 15 after midnight for me. I don't know when time is.
It is Germany, and thus, since you are German, it is the correct time.
Yes, it is always pineapple time. Oh, is Boomstick ready?
I think they's past ready. I think they's receiving.
I have some updates. There are, of course, $5 tickets and $10 tickets available on the Just Cause for the World Foam Alliance Foamsgiving fundraiser. As of right now, there are only 34 $10 tickets sold. That means like every other ticket is currently getting a prize from the $10 pool. That's not acceptable, people. You really need to get in on this. Those odds are crazy good. You need to get in on it. You need to see what you can win. And there may be more things coming up throughout the day. Other prizes may become available. I'm certainly considering reaching out to the organizers and putting in like a Talonaxe Armory swag bag with some patches and stickers, and maybe even one of these hyper exclusive subscriber oh, wait, no. We're going back to Boom getting shot. Everyone's favorite part of the stream.
Yes.
Oh.
Feed me more suffering. Good. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Germany.
Nah,
The
that's
Americans, we're laughing at pain. We've been conditioned by violent media. But
yes.
But Germany, they're like,
he couldn't take the pain. He couldn't take the pain. He's going back to flywheelers.
Well, in his defense, it's probably also easier.
Shot coming, that was terrible.
We're firing so many darts. Do you really want to keep priming that? We're making an argument for automatics here. That's the other fun part.
That is true. If you use a spring or half automatic, you prolong his pain, which I can see the argument for that as well. But
one more. Cool. Oh, dang it. I was hopeful for a second.
Yes, turn around, Boomstick. Let him hit you from the other side. We're gonna get you nice and sunny from all sides.
Oh no!
Oh no! We're losing Blasters. Yes. Good. Nah. No shielding yourself.
So I just got an update from the organizers. We're at 34 $10 tickets sold, $55 tickets sold, and I've been informed that we can put together a grab bag of Talonaxe Armory swag, which I'm going to go ahead and put in the $5 pool, and we're going to pool that $5 ticket before the end of this 3-hour block. That $5 ticket is going to contain every available Talonaxe Armory sticker, including it's a separate raffle, including the ultra rare mag tag sticker, which is the sticker I use to tag my mags for events. It is shiny, it is silver, and it has my logo on it. The standard Talonaxe Armory flag sticker, the standard Talonaxe Armory, ultra rare, the standard Talonaxe Armory patch, and the ultra exclusive one-of-one Talonaxe Armory subscriber 1000 patch. There is only one of these. There's a 1000 patch, there's a 2000 patch, there's a 3000, 4000, so on and so forth. But the ultra rare number 1000 patch. All of that will be drawn by the end of this segment, but you need to stick around. You need to put in money for this raffle. You need to support these Toys for Tots. Man, let me tell you, there's kids who aren't going to get nothing on Christmas unless you're the one making it happen. And that's just not right. It's a cause near and dear to my entire family's heart, and it should be near and dear to yours. So let's give a little to get a little. I saw earlier that if every person currently in the chat gave $4, we would break 1,000 by the end of this segment.
Yes.
So you might not have $4. I get that. But one of you probably has 10, and one of you probably has 5, and I hear there is a separate raffle now available for $5 a ticket for the exclusive Talonaxe Armory swag bag containing patch number 1000.
Always remember, if you don't do it for the kids, do it against Boomstick.
Yeah, which is also for the kids.
One more bag to do before I have to load up again.
Woo! One more mag.
One more
Yeah.
mag. Oh God.
Make the next one bigger.
$971. You guys had $1,000 goal. I think you guys can kill it. Maybe even 1,200.
Yes, we are about to kill it. Possibly it being Boomstick.
Yep.
Next,
We just got informed that we are creeping ever so closer to his nightmare.
Uh-huh.
Continue.
Oh, good. I get to load more. Oh, yeah,
But of course, I see now Silly getting that dreaded feeling.
Oh, I guess I should go find darts. I don't have any half darts here at my desk.
Look, if there's anything that this shows you, it just shows you how durable those band blaster wheels are.
It shows you how good a system the Flycore system is. And let's talk about the Flycore system by Old Fusion Designs. It's a truly unrivaled device in the hobby. Hey, can you take over for a minute, Boom? I got to take a phone call. It's an emergency.
Yes. Boom. Talk about the Flycore.
Talk about the Flycore. Look, I've built almost every iteration of the Flycore, and it's a fantastic system. I know this has nothing to do with shells, but I cannot sing the praises.
Yeah, I was going to say that is like its one flaw. It does not have shell ejection.
Yes, like that's what we need. We need a shell ejecting Flycore. Let's go.
You know,
OFD, get on it.
You know, actually, I'm going to put that on my list of potential thoughts. Like,
look, we've got shell ejecting flywheel blasters. I've got one in pistol form. I've got a shotgun one. I've got a mag-fed one that's at the bottom of this pile.
So,
it's buried under here somewhere.
Yes, one somewhere in there. There's a pile.
Me and Spectre were talking earlier about the Moto tier and how much fun they are.
Good.
I forget what he's got his set up for. Mine's got a band blaster cage in it at the moment, which I had to modify the shell for. But like it's so much fun.
Yeah, you had to cut into it. Yeah.
I did. I literally took a Dremel to a 3D printed file.
Wow.
There is actually a printed version now that'll work with band blasters. It just wasn't available when I was building mine, so I'm like, I can make this work.
Hey man, you got to do what you got to do to get the performance you want to get.
Getting in touch with my classic modding roots.
Yes, just take a Dremel to it.
It's so nice. Like the whole like system here is very nice. And it ejects really well. I did have to make the update that Domochevsky modified to get it to work right. So I think what was the issue with the original shells, Domo?
Shells are printed by their very nature upright. So you know you cannot print them on the sideline side because they have to be round.
Right.
And that means that the layer lines are stacked horizontally like this. So when the pusher comes along and says, "You come with me," it says, "Nah," and just the brim comes with it.
Like a lizard with its tail, there goes the brim of the shell.
Yes.
The moment that injection molded shells became available with the Kieran, I bought 200 of them, loaded my motor tier, and emptied it, laughing like a madman.
Excellent.
See, here's the thing with me. I like the 3D printed shells because then I don't have to stress about getting them back because I can always get more. Now, obviously, we do our best to like dart through there, but if it ends up in the dart bin, whatever, I can print more. With injection molded shells, I had this bigger concern about getting them back. And so it makes me more hesitant when firing it. So like I found that like I actually prefer the printed shells for that exact reason.
You can also color code printed shells more easily.
I am perfectly happy to lose like 10 shells an event for the joy that I derive from, as my club calls it, rattle claddle.
Okay, sure. Which also, every time I see a video of someone using a motor tier, the reactions are very consistent. It's like,
there was a video, and I didn't know what I was doing. There's a video on my channel where I come around cover with motor tier, and I pull the trigger, and I empty like half a mag downrange. What I didn't know was I was firing it directly behind a Desert Storm veteran, and I gave him a flashback to being under fire during the war.
Jeez.
And I'm like, oh, my bad. He's like, no, man, it was
Sorry.
cool. I didn't know a Nerf gun could do that.
We take those. It's like, okay.
And it was unreal. Like, when it goes off, and this is true of all shell ejecting blasters to some extent, right?
Yeah.
When you fire them, there is a very specific, like, emotional response that we all feel. And it's part of why we love shell ejection. But motor tier, or as I am contractually obligated, the unnamed MP5 Shellington blaster, have this very specific visceral response because they are automatic. And automatic blasters have their own, emotional response that's built into them.
Yes.
Be it fly core or be it, something that ejects shells. But when you can create that rainbow of shells, because motor tier is fast.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Which is
One
kind
of
of
the videos I think I did earlier this year included some Moto Tier gameplay, and we were playing in an indoor arena on hard floors, and just the sound of the shells clacking onto this hard floor, such joy.
Yeah, we only play with shell ejecting blasters. I'll run the Kieran outdoor, but I only play with the rest of them indoors because it's easier to police the shells, right?
Yeah.
And when the motor tier, you get that initial da 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 da, and then the tick 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 tick, and the way people respond. And in one of my videos, a little kid runs across my field of view after I fire it, screaming. And it's great. It's perfect.
I've seen that video. Yes, it was good.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to shell-fed blasters, it really is the ejection that's the amazing part. Because, you can get some really cool modularity between, firing rival or single dart or anything. But, really, the thing that makes shell ejection blasters the most fun is just this.
Yeah.
That shell is way over there now.
Yeah. Which was also kind of the design document for the Moto tier.
Yeah.
There's one sentence on there. I want to see a ribbon of shells fly out the side.
When
End of sentence.
one of the things that made motor tier the winner for me in the automatic space is how far those shells throw when you're firing it.
Yeah.
Because they fly.
And that's also
there's-
definitely a thing enjoyed by Gatling Tommies, Gatling type thing, where you're firing it and then you just get a pile of shells underneath.
Yeah, with him just wading through this instant ocean of shells.
That thing is unreal, and I'd love to fire one, but there's no way I'm paying that.
No.
Yeah, that is beyond me as well.
If I wasn't indoors, I would do it, but it's this thing's a bit aggressive indoors, and I need to fix my mag release.
When I shot the footage. When I shoot the footage for videos with motor tier, I have a shower curtain that runs right above my head right here.
Smart.
That I have to pull into place, and then it connects to a box at the bottom, so they all go into the box. And that's the only way I'll fire it inside.
Well, like every time I do a firing demo when I build one, I just unload into this plant that is just off screen. And then I'm spending 10 minutes just scrambling through and behind it. Where is the shell? The box has now 99 shells. There's one somewhere. Let's get to it.
There is firing footage from one of our games that I haven't posted yet. That I've watched it 3 or 4 times now. I take a tag. I throw my hand up and walk back. I'm pretty sure I didn't get tagged. I'm pretty sure it was a motor tier shell bouncing off the wall and hitting me.
Yeah. That too
have-
can happen.
I have unloaded a Spring Thunder shell, ejected it into my teammate's dump pouch in the middle of a fight. That's hilarious.
Hmm.
That's pretty good. I've never done that. I've done
Now
a lot of crazy
need
things. but
ejecting
I've
a
never
shell.
done that.
Into someone else's breach.
Yes,
Yeah,
like we need like trick shots with this kind of thing.
Right.
Like-
yeah.
Reloading montages of just cool stuff, just bling 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 bling.
There was a contest that GDOP did in the Shellington Blasters Facebook group
Oh yeah.
where it was the trick shot challenge. One thing I learned in that is that I am terrible at trick shot challenges for like loading the shells in. Like people like had their Spring Thunders, they would have it primed, they'd have like a shell like right here, and then they'd like throw it up and catch it in the breach. I was never able to actually do it, but it was so cool like watching people like load their blaster in a really cool way, fire it and eject it. Like there's so many cool things with shell-fed blasters, and the people who love shell-fed blasters love shell-fed blasters.
Yeah.
Well, and if
It's like you get people like me, you get somebody like Talonaxe, like people who are like, this is their favorite thing in the Nerf hobby is shell-fed blasters.
And one of
of
the
course-
things I hear about with them all the time is how expensive they are, right?
Mhm.
Because they're all up there. But if you just want like the visceral feel, there's some pretty decent like plinkers out on Amazon now that they're not good, but you can have a lot of fun with them.
True.
And also you can go thrifting, at least here in the US, for, like sledge fires or old Buzzbee shell ejecting things.
Man,
Those will fling shells.
If you find a sledge fire thrifting, you are having some good luck.
Yes, true.
Mm.
I guess I'm a little bit dated. Back in my day,
Uh-huh.
you could thrift them.
Two shell-fed
True.
blasters. This
Also,
is like one of my early days of modding. Is I took two sledge fires and
that is
boxed it
nice.
together at the grip. And what I would do is I would have one end that was dedicated for the ejection and loading of mags, and then the other side I had a single mega shell that I kept there so I could just top it off because we had a lot of guild users at our games, and so I would just have this one ready to go, and if I needed to, I just flip it around and fire the other one. Like the sledge fire was my introduction to shell-fed blasters in the Nerf modding hobby, and it hasn't stopped. It continues to be. I mean, the sledge fire is still a great blaster. Like it has
It is.
really good modability. I mean, and then Sillybutts went ahead and made the super sledge.
Tried to make the super sledge, but yeah.
I would
At
say
least
it's
one of them is
still-
in the wild.
It's still a really fun blaster. Like,
Oh, so it's perpetual prototype, or what is this?
This was from the. You ended up dropping the super sledge, right?
I released it publicly, but it's not quite to my quality standards. So I don't
Yeah.
call it a full release. I call it like a perpetual alpha or perpetual beta.
So for
Yep.
people who love shell ejection, like this is still like, I would say still worth it. It's quirky, but it's still a lot of fun. I
think
ran this Maryland Mayhem last year. It's fun.
I think that the super sledge was the second blaster that I ever designed, and it shows. It's rough in some places.
So we are approaching the last half hour where Domo and Silly are joining me and Boomstick on our weird and wacky adventure. And that means that I need to talk about who's going to relieve you. We will come back to that. Who's going to relieve you, which of course is American Foam, Brad and Griever coming in to talk about content creation and avoiding the burnout alongside me and Boom. I'm also going to go ahead and again kind of pimp myself out here. You get to watch me and Silly get lit up if we break 1,000, and we're sitting at $971. That's only $29. I will be candid. I know that there are several people watching this stream right now who are my friends who would like to see me get shot. All you have to do is pay $29. It's going to happen. Alongside that, I'm going to actually talk about the Talonaxe Armory grab bag, which is at the bottom of the raffle page, and we're going to pick a winner. We have the official Talonaxe Armory patch, just the standard patch. We have the official Talonaxe Armory sticker that I give out at events. It's shiny, so it doesn't take good pictures.
Excellent.
We have the Talonaxe Armory mag tag, which is shiny, so it doesn't take super good pictures.
Ah,
We
these
have
things.
a picture with me on it. It's a sticker.
Hey.
It's me. It's also my shirt. You get a sticker with my cohort Alan on it.
Ah,
Who, ironically, in that sticker, silly, that's a flag.
yes.
Ah.
And you get the It's Us sticker, where it's both of us together.
Very nice.
That
Very
art
nice.
is by LEZK. You can find them on Twitter. They do lovely stuff. They've done a lot of character art for me for other things. And of course, finally, you get the exclusive 1 of 1 subscriber 1000 patch. So we're going to pull a winner, but we're going to do that at the end of this segment.
In the
And,
meantime,
yeah, it's See Boom Get Shot time.
Yay.
it's time to. I've got 40 more darts coming my way,
Good.
and you in this section, like we want to get to 1,000, so that way more people can get lit up.
But first, Sean, camera. What are you gonna get shot with?
Yes.
I think it's
we're
more.
keeping it the jacuzzi. It makes it simple. It's the one that I set up for this challenge. I think next stream that I'm on, I'll try to have a variety of blasters.
Nice.
He says that, but I'm pretty sure he changed it with a weaker one off screen. You know,
Right.
that man
Maybe
that
not
man is
with
lying
the-
to us.
Yes. That I'm getting shot with from like 10 feet away.
Okay.
Okay. Time's up again.
Good.
I like that this has been going on long enough that you can see the marks on his arms.
Yeah.
Visible from far away as well.
Perfect.
Just getting this dart rush.
It's not individual marks
976,
anymore. It's more of like
that's-
a pattern.
We're up $5. Only another $24. And
Yes.
Silly's going to shoot himself, and I'm going to get lit up with the hammer vault from the doorway.
I loaded mine up.
Meanwhile,
you know what?
Oh,
I
Yes.
want to sweeten the deal. Because
Hmm.
it's not that much money. People can cough that up. In order to sweeten up the deal, I'll also shoot myself with
Yeah, it's Mega XL.
a Mega
time.
XL dart, point blank,
Good.
out of this thing.
Yes, I can see the spring of that one. It is stout.
It is stout. It's also painful. But
Good, good. We
I'm
like
willing
that.
to sacrifice a little bit if we can get to 1,000 before the end of this segment.
We're almost there. We're $4 away.
And also, audience, out of all these people on here, I am the smart one. I'm not gonna get shot with anything.
I'm gonna fly
14.
there. I'm gonna
Bring it.
solve that problem.
Mhm.
Oh man.
I am to
Now-
say, if you tried to buy a swag bag raffle ticket, double check you did it right. Only one ticket has sold. I'm happy to give it to the one person who bought a ticket. I'm just glad that anyone cares about me.
Very good
That is-
odds
that
right
is-
now.
Yes,
Excellent
that is,
odds.
that is very good odds. Yes.
That's 100% right now.
Now,
Mhm.
the question is, since we're on the topic of shells, would you rather be shot with Mega XL dart in a silly shell like that, or would you rather be shot with a Mega XL dart from a Spring Thunder shell like that?
I have some doubts about
I
one
would
of
still
those.
argue that was that
Like one might work better than the other. I'm gonna say.
Oh, no, it wallowed out the XL dart. No, you see, this is intended behavior from Spring Thunder shells, definitely. Yes.
Yes. Yes. I fully believe you.
But yeah, only a few more dollars, and then I get to get shot twice.
Yes. That is what, $21, $24.
Yeah, we're getting close now.
Yes, Chet, you can make that happen.
you can make it happen. I can get
Yes.
shot a few more times, and then we can make them get shot. It'll be great.
Yes.
Everybody can share in.
And then
Share my
we're gonna have to
pain.
come up with a new punishment for Boomstick because I'm honestly getting worried about his physical health now.
I mean,
Oh, it's
yeah.
not the physical health you have to worry about; it's the mental.
I forgot that I have the strong
Yeah.
testing spring in this one.
You fool. This can only be good.
I'm looking forward to it.
Mm-hmm.
If I was really smart, I would have loaded up my Moto tier for the challenge.
Ooh,
That would
yes.
have been more fitting.
I mean, that would have made it too fast.
Well, yeah, you get hit by the darts, and then if you stand at the correct angle, you can also get hit by the shells.
Yes, very smart. Just double tapping.
Oh man.
But yes, I never really had an inroad into spring gas in that regard. Like, I tried a couple times, but I just couldn't make it work. Couldn't make it happen. Didn't have the resources, what have you. And so I went with flywheelers. So,
It's also harder to find metric hardware for springers.
yeah, it
It's
is.
weird, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like
for
you
some
would
reason,
think it's
that's
one in the
just-
hobby.
It's, yeah, like you would think that they are available and just you can buy a kit or what have you, core, whatever. But nah, getting O-rings in the right size is impossible.
Electrical
And-
tape and lube.
Yeah, something like that. But as a result, I went with flywheelers because couldn't make it work. So now having these micros, that's an inroad. That is an opening. That is a path.
Mhm.
That is an opportunity to make springers with just, since it's just this pre-assembled plunger core, it is all you need. It is the tube, the rod, the catch, spring. Done. And I'm gonna blaspheme physics with that one.
I mean,
But-
I'm about that.
Yes, you are. Also, yes, this is also ejecting shells. Just so you know.
It's so good.
Oh, now that's on camera
Why
longer,
not?
I know what that is.
Yes, you do.
The answer is it's
Oh, nope.
It's a
Update.
double
No
blaster.
one.
Of course it's loud.
No one apparently wants the Talonaxe Armory swag bag.
Oh well.
So you could literally pay $5 for a ticket right now and be sure to get it.
This way.
That's good.
And if you bought, by my count, 6 tickets, you would still have a 100% chance, but you would also get to see me and Silly get shot for your trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But not the cat. The cat is
Not
not
the
going to
cat.
do any.
No,
it's
cat-
not going to get shot. It is not
The
doing
cat
any of
will
the
move
shooting.
before the next firing phase will be.
It is pertinent to know, however, what is the kitty's name?
This is Tandro. He's my boy. Sorry, I didn't mean to
Very
spook
good.
you.
Very good.
This is Tandro. He's my boy. Got him this year. He's here to ask you nicely if you will support our charity live stream and help us reach our goals. We're so close to 1,000.
You too can help fund tater tots for children.
That's right.
Mhm. Yes.
I think that's a different charity. Did you
Maybe.
think this was Tots for Tots when you agreed?
Oh,
Sully?
tots for tots. Yeah. No. You two can buy toys for small pieces of potatoes.
There we go.
Mhm. Oops, from charity. I gotta
Yep.
go.
Ah, darn. Guess we'll have to do it a second time.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, just so everyone else knows as well, unfortunately, I will not be able to continue my specific challenge when we get to our next stage. So if you want to see me continue to get shot, you're going to want to donate those before we hit it, because my son's bedtime is coming up and revving a loud blaster, I've been told, is no longer allowed.
Mm.
That is fair. So
So if you want to see me get hit, you're going to want to take advantage of that now.
yes.
And
this is your
in
last
honor of Happy Spouse, Happy House, we will all agree with Boom on that matter.
Mhm.
None of us
Yes.
want to upset Mrs. the Boomstick.
Yes.
Mrs. the Boomstick.
I mean, why not? You are aware
That's
that the Ohio guys jokingly refer to Buff's wife as muscular mommy, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Heard
Buffdaddy.
that the first time, lost my shit.
I see we are in those territories.
Well, it's like he's Buffdaddy Nerf, and it's like, well, what do you call his wife when she shows up? What's the humor? Oh, we all know what the humor is, and it's alliterative.
Excellent.
Oh, I love an alliterative moniker. It's one of my very favorite things.
It's pretty good, yeah.
Did you two-tone print those side panels, Boom, or did you paint that thing?
These are two-tone printed. I wish I when I was printing them, I didn't realize that I got it backwards. I should have printed these the same color as this, so it could have kept it in between. But yeah, this is something I do a lot. I love being able to like change the filament out part way, and I'll do this with a lot of my builds actually. Same thing I did here with the rail cleaner. The rail cleaner, I also changed the filament out part way on this piece. I love being able, and I find that a lot of blasters have spots like that where you can change the filament out part way through. It just gives it a bit more depth and color. And I thoroughly like. You should just try it more. Like when you have, especially I use the Prusa slicer, and you can literally program in points where you want to change filament. So I highly recommend trying that out because it allows you to make your blasters just a little bit more. That bounced all the way back over here. That was impressive.
Two-tone printing is cool. I recently tried it out. I like it.
It's a ton of fun. It was actually funny because wish I still had them, but I donated them for a raffle. But Adrian's knockout kits, I sent him a picture because I did the same thing where I two-tone printed it to where it had like black lines in between like the bright green of the shell. And I sent it to him like, oh yeah, like they turned out really well. It's like, oh, did you two-tone print those? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, oh, I didn't even think about that when I was designing it. And it's really cool. Like if I grab my jacuzzi over here, I actually did that. Oh, I'm gonna die. My light is plugged in right here next to the table, and I have very little space to work with.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Like where it says where it says lipo is also two-tone printed, and the bottom grip here is one piece, and just change the filament out at this level to get that green in there. You'd be surprised. It doesn't look like, depending on how you print the piece, it looks really good when you do it like that. And I highly recommend that people try it.
I just did a horrible job of self-promotion of our Etsy store. I apologize, everyone. I asked about two-tone printing and other things, and I didn't even think to mention the blooper shells that we designed for these various Chinese blooper things that, you know, just slot in place of the standard shells and drop out. And yeah, because we printed those two-tone, and I totally forgot they existed and failed to self-promote our Etsy store. So yeah, there's a Talonaxe Armory Etsy. It's what Alan does. He runs the Etsy store.
That is also quite attractive.
Mm-hmm.
And those are also pretty cheap. Like you can have one of those things for less than $40. You can buy the files from us, print shells that fire everything under the sun.
That's another blaster that's on my list that I need to get eventually.
You don't have one of these things?
No, I don't. It's on my list. I do have something that not many people have. There it is. Oh, I do have something. Nobody has. That's this.
Barely able to have it.
Forgot about that.
The 40 max shell grenade launcher thing. That is. No offense, Silly. This thing is awkward.
It is awkward. Yes.
It's
really
really
like you're doing there, Silly. You want to tell us about it?
So that's a project that I did almost like half a year ago now, right? No, more than half a year ago.
Yeah,
a long while ago. That is basically it's a rotary grenade launcher that uses 40 max shells, and you can eject all of them all at once. And 40 max shells are basically HPA shells. So you fill air in the back of the shell, or CO2 or green gas, fill air into the back of the shell, and then you load it in, and then at each time that you fire, it bursts out the air of the shell. So you don't need to prime it in any way. It's not a Springer or a flywheeler. It's HPA. So you just click the trigger, and it'll go pop, 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 pop. And those
Oh,
40 max
right.
shells can hold Mega XL, I think, and Elite darts and Mega and all that stuff.
It's
So
fantastic.
very
I
nice.
know Frontline Foam had a version of this at Maryland Mayhem that seemed pretty decent, but I haven't heard any updates about it since then.
Mm.
So we're coming to the end of our 2 hours together, gentlemen, and
Yeah,
we're
time
getting
flies.
ready to make the changeover. And Domo, I know it's later than hell for you. Do you want to be the first one to step out and get some sleep?
I probably should. Actually, I'm gonna lie and say that I'm gonna sleep after this. I'm not. I'm gonna be up until like 3.
Hmm.
Like, I'm gonna continue watching this for a while. But yeah, I should probably head out now.
Mm.
Anyway, point is, shells are cool, and we need more of those.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Go ahead
Shells.
and go ahead and promote yourself one more time before you leave.
Yes, I do have an Etsy shop. You can get files and stuff for me to make for you. It is Genko Megaworks on Etsy, and also under the same name on Patreon. If you want to support what I do, if you want to, like, you look at my stuff and you say, yes, I want that. And then you look at the price tag and you say, maybe not. That's what the Patreon is for. You can get there, put regular money in, you can get the files, you can get the step files if you want to tinker them with yourself. And you can get all of it for $7 a month. So it's a good price for what you're getting.
Mm.
Anyway, I should leave.
Come on. Well, now I will say this: we really want Domo to be a part of this whole thing where we get to see Silly and Talon both get shot. So, like, come on, guys, we're so close to
Yes.
that next level.
It is
So-
$4. One raffle ticket will push us
That's right.
over.
Like,
One
they do make a good
$5
point.
raffle ticket. Don't make me buy it, because I will if I have to, but I don't want to. I already bought raffle tickets. But
I've
let's
got
be
both-
real. You all want to
got
see
two
me
more
get
mags
shot with
that are
hammer
ready
balled,
to
right?
go.
you know, I kind of have to buy it myself, maybe. Like, I do want to see them suffer, so it
Mm.
is a worthy cause.
You guys know that Domo's favorite thing is to see my blasters is to see his blasters get used,
Yes.
especially on me. One $5 raffle ticket gets you the big prize. I'm gonna get shot. Silly's gonna get shot. We're gonna unload, I don't know, however many mags on Boom. Like, this is gonna be the big winter time. So get the big winter time.
Winner, 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 chicken dinner.
There it is. Let me go get my roommate.
Who's the lucky guy, the lucky person? Oh, it doesn't actually matter right now. Ah,
While we
Just-
wait to do that, I do believe I at least get hit with one. Oh, did we get it? Is that it? Hey, get it! We hit 1,000.
one
Woo!
On that right now.
Yes, we are there. We have reached the mount just in time, so I can go to bed laughing.
All right, let me call in my firing squad for one last.
Okay, you
firing.
better put me on frame for there we go. Yeah.
All right. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
just do it.
lean back.
Last one.
Yeah, pull the trigger. All the way back.
I'm excited.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
thank God. Uh-huh.
Oh
Uh,
man.
I'd say that was worth
That
it.
Mega XL hit me like right in the armpit.
Right in the
Yep.
soft.
Just sliding right in there. Yes.
How do you feel?
Okay, I'm done.
Just,
Next, more suffering.
all right, is it time for me to cough up? Oh no. Oh
Yes, it
no.
is.
All right.
I'll
No.
finish us off.
For those who don't know, this has the plunger volume and power of a slab.
It is kind of nice when the competition takes itself out.
Gosh
Yes.
darn it.
Good.
You know what?
Right.
I
right
have
in-
5 darts in here. I might as well.
Yes. Right into your designing hand.
The designing hand.
Oh, that stinks. Oh.
Feel free to hit yourself anywhere else.
Second.
Other hand.
There we go. Yes, right in the foot.
Yeah, yes.
Ow.
Shoot yourself in the foot. Good. Good.
My hand still hurts. Ow. Right, the knee.
Oh boy.
And to finish it off. Oh no, my background.
Oh no, the secrets are revealed.
And to finish it off. Man, that really hurt. That hit like right on the bone of the hand. To finish it off, Mega XL.
Yes, for the
If
children.
I can make this go forwards. This is a prototype. Oh no.
Children too like suffering.
This
Yep.
is a prototype.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. I'm not sure if I can do the Max XL. It doesn't want to go forwards. I haven't fired this in like 3 months. I think that the O-rings are stuck in the thing.
Dissolved. Come on, don't leave us hanging.
No. No. Come on. Oh,
Oh no.
I promise. I promised
I-
to the people.
Yes, I was promised suffering. Where is it?
For those that keep asking why this hasn't released yet, it's because I need to fully redesign it from scratch in order to solve this problem, because there wasn't enough space in there for the catch to actually work.
That
Theoretically, this is supposed to be going forwards. I don't know why it's not.
In theory.
Yes. I was promised an earth-shattering kaboom. Where is it?
Well, while we
I'm
wait
really
for Silly,
confused.
Yes, while we wait for that, Boomstick. Show us.
Yes,
We're gonna-
more him.
We're gonna go with some butt shots. To get
Good.
my
Hey,
arms-
butt shots.
Right here.
Oh, yes. Show him.
Oh, that's the problem. I see.
Yes.
Oh, geez.
Excellent bounce.
Oh, that's right. There's another mag. I forgot.
Hmm.
All right, come to cheek.
Yes. You thought you were done? Nah. What?
More. More.
Good.
Okay. I found out the problem.
You got it?
I got it.
You got it?
You
All
are
right, so
relieved of
show
your
us.
pain.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Uh,
Just
all right. Oh, my hand still hurts. All right. Problem was I indexed the chamber halfway throughout trying to finagle it, so it was actually jammed. But
Yeah.
oh, that's always fun.
if I just do that, tilt it that little bit, then it will just go forwards just fine.
All right.
And fully into chamber like that.
Mm-hmm.
Move the Mega XL dart.
He's building tension. You can tell.
Yeah.
He's
Now-
That's right.
Oh my gosh, there's a proper welt from the fox
Oh
bat.
yeah, no.
nice.
After you get that shot, I'll give you guys a close up of my arms.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Well,
I don't-
we'll do
I
that
don't
here
wanna
in a
hit
bit.
my
We're gonna let
computer
Domo
monitor.
get out of here, but
Yes.
All right,
Good
here we
enough.
go.
Nothing.
Go ahead,
Shameful.
screw it. I'm
okay, I
tired
think
of this
that thing. Yeah, I think you need to do some work on that thing.
Nope.
So
I have a backup. I have a silly scar.
There you go.
Mm.
All right. And I got a Cynthia. And I
Mhm.
got a lack of patience.
Good. Shows.
I feel like that's something a lot of us share. Is a lack of patience.
Yeah. I mean, some use this patience to make instructions.
All right.
Mhm.
Here we go.
Use their lack of patience to ignore that.
Yes.
Yep. All right. That one works. Okay.
All right.
Mega
Now the
XL.
critical part.
And ah. There you
Good.
go.
Finally.
Actually, I think this has
okay,
more plunger
Domo,
volume than the other thing.
it has been a pleasure having you for these last 2 hours. You go ahead and plug your stuff once more, and then you can claim to go to bed, but in reality, stay up for 4 hours.
Yeah. Let's not lie to ourselves. That's absolutely what's going to happen here.
It was great getting to hang out with you and get to talk with you and spend this time talking about shells and fun designs.
just micros and shells and all the fun stuff. And audience, remember, Genko Mega works. Etsy, Patreon, it's consistent. Go get it.
Okay.
Right. Now, how do I leave this?
Yeah, just hit the
There
big
is
red
no
button.
leaving.
Yeah,
So
no,
joining
Trump
us
here.
for the fourth hour is Griever 2112. I've never met Griever. This is part of the fun for me. He's meeting people I haven't met, talking to people I haven't talked to. So why don't you come on in and tell us your whole deal, bro? I think he's
Excellent.
solving some technical issues on his end. And Silly, we're going to ask you to stick around for a few minutes, even though content creation isn't really your first love in life here. But we're waiting on El Senor Brad of American Foam.
I mean, I can talk about
Boomstick's
YouTube.
gonna
And
get
how
wow,
much of a pain in
Boom.
the butt it is. Oh my
Boom.
God, Boomstick.
Boom, we may have written
I'll
some checks
closer to
your
the
butt
camera.
can't cash here.
I'll get close. I'll give you guys a close up of this. It's like this arm took the most beating, but just like
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
That work.
and then this arm took
there you go.
some
We can hear you, Griever.
as well. I can't show you the one, but the most painful one and the one that left the worst welts was the very first shot I took that I fired straight into the middle of my chest.
I know.
That one stings the most.
Yeah, so Griever, we've got you now, buddy. Can you go ahead and introduce yourself? Tell us, what your deal is. Yeah, I think we're
There we go.
there. We
Yay!
go. Gotta love
Technologies, wonderful. Whatever.
Yeah, not all of us use it every day for work. I get it.
No. As with work, it just doesn't like me because it decided to. My microphone apparently has speakers, which, and decided, oh, we're just gonna put it through nothing.
Okay. So, Griever, why don't you go ahead and give us your spiel? Who are you? What do you do? What's your deal, man?
Okay, so I am Griever 2112. I am the proprietor of Nerfing Lionheart Customs. I've been in the hobby for 13, maybe 14 years now. I've honestly been in so long I've lost track. I was originally just Griever 2112 on literally everything until 2018 when I rebranded the channel to Nerfing Lionheart Customs. Brought my friend Arlene in to kind of expand the repertoire, to go a little beyond just normal Nerf mods and reviews. We started doing cosplays, prop builds, and also just having fun. So been around the block a couple of times.
So, where are you located? Because, I'm in South Louisiana, Boom's in Maryland, Sillybutts is at an undisclosed location.
Maine.
I am in the wonderful armpit of a state called New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
But on the plus side, though, we have regular monthly wars thanks to the good folks over at the United Nerf Ops. They're a coalition that runs stuff in Connecticut, New York City, here in New Jersey. So we get a decent amount of stuff going on every month or so. Question of whether I can make it is another subject altogether, but I usually try and make it to at least 2. I'm trying to get to 3 things a year now.
So that's awesome. Obviously, what we're going to be talking about in this segment is content creation and avoiding the burnout. But first, we got to talk. So in those first 2 hours, Al and Captain Xavier and Maritime, they raised $600 and some. Okay. And I think I speak for everyone here when I say we'd like to beat the big boys. right?
That's right.
So
It would be nice.
I'd really like to see us hit like 1,200, maybe 1,300. 1,300 would be great. Because if we hit 1,300, I get to come in here tomorrow morning when I come back to like, hey guys, yeah, we did great. Go, yeah, and how much did you guys raise again? So if we as like a group could hit 1,300 and kind of stick it to the guys, that would be real cool. So if everybody watching right now, I'm going to give you a second to like walk in the other room and holler at your roommate, or grab a link and send it to your mom, or whatever you need to do to get more eyes on our mugs, right? And we're going to try to raise this money for Toys for Tots, right? We're going to try to do something for the kids. I'm from the Pennsylvania State University. That's where I grew up. We have a thing called Fawn, and every year we raise money for childhood cancer care, and our slogan has always been FTK, for the kids. Let's do something for the kids, but also let's do something to show everybody what we're capable of, right? The little guys in the hobby, the ones who haven't quite made it. So let's do some damage here.
I am definitely not a stranger to fundraising. Me and my D&D group, we do Extra Life every year, so which is raising money for children's hospitals. So that's why I always try and do stuff like this when I can, because it is for the kids, which thanks to Thon, Extra Life can't use anymore. But
one of those things, man. You lose a copyright if you don't enforce it, right?
Fair.
But we're here to talk about content creation, avoiding the burnout, and what we all do. And obviously, the three of us all generate content on YouTube and similar social platforms. And that's the first thing I want to say. If you want to avoid the burnout, pick one social platform and just do that one. Don't try to do all of them.
Yes.
Trying to keep up with, like, I got to make shorts. I got to get them uploaded. They got to go to YouTube. They got to go to Twitter. They got to go to this. They got to go to that. It's going to drive you crazy. I tried to do it for the first, 6 months of the year or whatever. I put out one short a day, every day for 7 months.
Whew.
And it was a nightmare. And that's where all the videos of I'm about to be shelled. All the videos of various Chinese nonsense blasters came from, right? Because I was just generating content, buying anything I could find. And so that would be my first thing, is avoiding the burnout. Do the things you like. Don't do the things you think you have to do.
I can definitely second that one, because when I made my format switch over from just strictly Nerf to adding the cosplay and props and stuff like that, we had originally discussed we're going to try and put out a video a week.
In 20.
Oh. So we tried to get a video out a week, which was incredibly tense on my nerves. I know it was tense on Arlene's nerves, because we do this for fun. It's our hobby. I don't do this 24/7. This is not my livelihood. My livelihood is sales. So trying to get that video a week out was really tough, and it was leading to burnout, because it was a matter of, what can I do to get a 10-minute video out, or how am I going to take this 30-minute thing we just recorded and figure out how to split it out into two things. It can definitely drive you nuts, which is why I'm almost down to one every 2 weeks now. And it's just gotten a lot easier, because especially in the summer, I can kind of bulk record things, like either reviews or projects, because I can get maybe 2 done in a weekend. And this way I can start spreading things out, and it made life so much easier.
Yeah, that was part of wanting Brad here. Is obviously he's the one who he's running a little late, but like he burned out, right? He decided, hey, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
Hello, it's me, Brad at American Foam.
I think that was silly joking about being Brad.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, silly. Do you need to get out of here, bud?
I'm fine sticking around. I can talk about YouTube. I'm a wee little baby YouTuber, but I can talk about it if need be.
Well, yeah, and you're using your YouTube for what you need to use it for, right? Your YouTube,
Yeah.
You're putting out videos of what you're working on, how it goes together. You're not fighting an algorithm. You're not chasing the dragon, man.
Right. Yep. It's mostly sharing work in progress stuff like Foxbat before it's actually released. Generating some hype, as the cool kids call it. Trying to get stuff known before it actually releases, and then also just showing off cool things, making tutorials for blaster design, all that cool stuff.
But so silly, you're going to be back at 9, right? Like an hour after we
I'm
get
going to
done
be back
here.
at
You're
9 Eastern Standard Time. Yep, in 2 hours.
Yeah, you're going to do some live design work
Mhm.
at 9. So we're gonna cut you loose, let you stretch your legs, maybe eat something, get a drink before you have to do that. But it's been a pleasure having you. You can buy some of Silly's stuff on the Out of Darts web store. Does SilverFox carry your stuff too?
Yep, I sell my stuff on Out of Darts' shop, SilverFoxIndustries, and then if you are not in the U.S., I also have a few licensed shops in Canada, China, Australia, the European Union, the UK, all those cool places. So if you want a slab or a Cynthia, pretty much anywhere in the world, you can get one if you want.
So let's all say goodbye to Sillybutts. You can see him here on this stream at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 8 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Mountain, 6 p.m. Pacific. And so we're going to all wave goodbye to Sillybutts as we welcome Brad, used to be American Foam, to the channel. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, because you've been living under a rock or something, Brad is part of the inspiration for this. Obviously, in the last year, we've seen a bunch of Nerf tubers, a bunch of like influencers step away from either the content creation space or the hobby altogether. And why is that? How's that happening? I think we can all agree it's got something to do with trying to chase the algorithm, right? With us trying to ride the horse that is the YouTube craze in a world where shorts and TikTok and Instagram reels and everything else have increasingly driven the content space. So, Brad, let us have it, man. What finally pushed you over the edge?
First of all, it's great to be here. Hopefully my mic's working. I had some computer issues here. But yeah, I think you mentioned that dirty A word. In this case, it was algorithm. That's kind of like, the big like boogeyman word for YouTubers, but in a lot of ways, it's obviously very true, right? Because I've never been a channel with a plan that should chase growth or anything crazy like that. But like at some point, it just sort of seems like you really, or at least for me anyway, became spread very thin and doing too much and then losing sight of the bigger picture, especially towards the end, because Nerf, for me and then for everybody, I think should be primarily about fun. And when you find yourself trying to just go, think about deadlines, how many videos did I make this week? Did I make enough shorts? It just kind of stops being fun. And I think most people on the call today would absolutely understand something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think we all fight with
Oh,
that,
yeah.
right? The drive to churn content, because obviously YouTube puts more of your stuff in front of people, puts more of your stuff out there in the world when you produce regular content, when they know that weekly, bi-weekly, daily, whatever, you're putting things out for people to watch. And that becomes a kind of unattainable boogeyman for us, right?
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
And you have some guys like I'm going to go ahead and kind of pimp Boom here. Who Boom doesn't make anything Boom doesn't want to make. Right? He talks about the things that interest him and just kind of throw the frickin' algorithm under the bus. He's going to do what he wants to do.
It is true, and here's the thing, like, despite like what you said, like I think I'm at like one video a month right now, so I have a very irregular upload schedule, and the crazy thing is I still run into burnout because for those who watch the videos, maybe you can tell, maybe you can't tell, but I put a lot of work into the videos I do, whether it's because I'll be taking blasters to the field, I'll be building them, printing them, building them. For the most part, obviously I can't print and build all of them, depending what blasters I have, and also like finding out what I enjoy and what I can do, because some of the ways that I've tried to avoid burnout is that specific thing. Is like doing what I want to do, and not necessarily trying to do everything. Like that's why I primarily focus on 3D printed blasters, is because that's where my passion in the hobby is. I have very few injection molded blasters because I have such a love for the 3D printed kits or blasters, or like, this is what I enjoy. And so by focusing in on that, it allows me to maintain that joy that I have in making videos. And of not getting sucked into the algorithm, which is hard, because like, here's the thing. I still look at like, because it's very hard as a smaller Nerf tuber, especially when you're looking at other people in the hobby, and that's a big mistake that you can make as a content creator, is looking at other people, looking at other content creators, because it's just a mistake. You'll usually get disheartened, and other things is you just got to do what you enjoy and not worry about what other people are doing. And that's very difficult to do.
Exactly. You're just trying to focus on being being yourself, and not being like Coop 2.0 or Drac 2.0 or something. And that's not even that interesting anyway. If you're not bringing something new and original to the table, then kind of what's the point? Because any copy is really just, I guess, a lesser copy, so to speak, So if you're only doing like one video a month or something, like you said, it really points to quality over quantity. And that's really kind of one of the big things too, because you're going to put more effort into it if it's something that you have passion that you're working on, if it's a mod or something like that, as opposed to like, oh, guess I got to go to Target real quick and buy that new Roblox Minecraft Fortnite crossover thing, and realize that a review video that nobody's going to watch won't even pay for that, junky blaster anyway. So I can definitely appreciate someone like you.
That's even if you can get monetized in the new YouTube
I'm not
space.
even monetized.
Yeah.
Which bums me out a little bit, because I've got the subscribers I need, but I don't have the watch hours to meet the criteria for monetization.
Yeah, I'm in that exact same boat. I used to be monetized until something happened. Thanks a lot, Logan Paul.
That's right. That whole thing where like people were losing their monetization status.
Yeah, I lost my monetization status at that point, and that's basically when I decided, to heck with it. And I mean, I was one of those people I was chasing that algorithm. I was trying to build up. I was trying to, do everything I could to, follow the plan. And then that happened. Then I was just like, how the hell with this? I'm doing this for fun anyway. I'm not getting paid for it. Might as well just do what I want to do. And
right?
Yeah. And the funny thing is like, and this isn't meant to be a discouragement, because I mean, like, I have fallen into that well far too many times of looking at this channel or that channel and just going, how are they blowing up and I'm still where I'm at? Or how is that review that got at like 2 days after I did, doing so much better than mine. And it's just one of those things of like, I just have to remember to stay true to who I am. It's like, I don't get many sponsors. I'll get a sponsor once in a blue moon, if that, to take a look at something. But I'm the type of, when I do a review, I just do this is what I think of it. I will find the goods and the bads in it. And if somebody's like, oh, well, you just got to give me all of like, the positives, don't focus on negatives. No, that's not going to happen, especially for someone like me. So, and again, it's, I'm sorry, I'm rambling a little bit just because I'm trying to get my thoughts together. But it's like, yeah, it's one of those things of like, I find trying to mitigate my burnout by kind of flip-flopping on things, because I can do a few different other things on my channel since I'm not strictly Nerf anymore. It's like, if I start getting hung up on, oh, I have so many mods to do, I have like this review, that review to do, I may just like push it to the side and be like, you know what, I'm going to focus on this prop. And then just put all my energy in that. And once that's done, I can refocus my energy back on everything else that I should have been doing to begin with. So, but
yeah, and I mean, you talk about sponsored content, you talk about like the things that make us feel like we matter, and that's all important. But today, what's important is what matters to this stream. And I know it's not a good segue, but we have to pimp the fucking, I'm sorry, apologies, bad language. We have to pimp the raffles. We have to sell these things on the auction.
Yes,
this matters today.
Right.
This is about Toys for Tots. Yes, we're talking about a serious topic to the wider community and to creators, but we need to get out there. We need to buy these tickets. We need to make this worth it for the community.
Yes.
Agreed.
We need to move these auction items. These auction items are sitting at low bids, and they haven't moved. And that Gold Mark IV that is signed by people is only at $256. You guys realize that there's only like 28 of those things in the world. Like that's incredible. It's one of 28.
Yeah, those golden Mark IVs look fantastic too, dude. That'd be absolutely.
Like I'm borderline getting a snow shovel and buying the thing when I go downstairs. My wife will kill me, but it's borderline, right? The Master Key by Al, it's a $250 opening bid, right? He sells those, but that package would be like $400, almost $500 if he was selling it to someone at a convention. And you're like that Strife that Xavier is building, he hasn't taken a commission in like 4 years. And he's like me. He doesn't sell stuff. We just hoard it like weird Nerf dragons. So get out there, people. Like, I'm only kind of kidding. I do give things away from time to time. Though mostly I kind of like keep it in the family, right? One of my other guys get it, stuff like that. But to bring us back, it can be disheartening to do what we do, right? To live our lives on this platform. And part of it is I'm a big dude, right? We all know this about me. I get comments that are not kind, especially on shorts. And you have to put yourself in this weird mental place of like, a negative comment's still a comment. It means you watched the content. Who's the loser here? Not me.
Yeah, they watched it. That's
yeah.
I'll take any publicity, I guess. You
got the views, right? Like, and you got to put yourself in this mind state where you can do that. And we're already in like a niche hobby, right? Because like shooting sports, that's one little niche, and then we're in a little smaller niche if we're doing it with Nerf blasters, and then we're in yet a smaller niche of we're adults. And you're going to get some hate, you're going to deal with some fallout, and and the dirty A word again, algorithm, it doesn't like us. right? It doesn't want to drive us to the front to begin with. So it becomes more and more of a problem.
Unless you're like kind of well established, it's really hard to definitely break that for sure. Because I mean, like for the years that I've been in here, it's like I'll see the occasional channel just like come along like bread with American Foam. I'll see it come along and I'll go from like, starting out to where it was. And, and then there are the ones that just like stay no matter what they put out. It's just one of those things of like, I never see them hit the potential that they should have. And like you said, it is hard. It's hard to keep that focus, especially when you get that, that disappointment, not being able to catch the dragon, so to speak. But
yeah,
it's one of those things of you kind of just persevere for, and again, it's kind of like regurgitating what we've said, but we do this because we want to, because we enjoy the hobby, because we love this. And sometimes it's okay to take that step back and just be like, you know what? I need a little time away. And, hopefully, you get your reset and you come back to us, or you find something else to put your passion into.
For sure. And it's really the key word too there, again, is passion, and then I think there's a few things you have to figure out if you're going to like even be somewhat successful. Of course, most people know this, but it's like one, hard work. Nothing's ever really going to replace that. But also a lot of luck is involved too, so like you mentioned, mental state, needing to take a step back from time to time. It's kind of really important to know that even the way that YouTube is set up, even if you do, hard work and like pour your heart and soul into this stuff and are making really interesting content or mods or collabs with other creators, sometimes it doesn't seem to matter. Like you mentioned, some of these channels that do really good work, but just sort of plateau at like a few thousand subs. I usually pretty self-deprecating, and I always suffer from a bit of imposter syndrome too. So just tell me to shut up if you need me to. But like, if you want to, but like, I feel lucky. I think I recognize that I'm lucky and kind of blessed or whatever, right? But like, I just primarily have done reviews, and I think there was a time and place where that could float a channel, and that was all you needed, especially if you got your products earlier. If you live closer to like Amazon, your channel might be bigger, and that's geographic luck. But like, it just sometimes seems that it doesn't particularly matter what you do. If you get like one short that blows up and gets like 250,000 views, it's like, oh, you went from an obscure channel to just like boom rapidly. And not just with Nerf, but YouTube in general. But like, you should never get to the place where your mental health is dependent on, your channel's performance, of course, like I'm afraid to look, I don't do it anymore, of course, but to open up my phone to see the amount of app time that I have in the YouTube Studio app as a creator. It's like, oh my gosh, last week's video had so many likes and this much watch time, and this one has less, and what's going on? And, also, why are so many of my viewers from like Eastern Europe? This is strange, or whatever, it's just like, you can spend way too much mental energy on that stuff, and it's not
You'll
healthy.
get these weird spikes and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, like,
So
they
it's like,
did away with the last 10. Like, I'm sure everyone who's on YouTube Studio, it shows you how your last 10 videos rank against each other. And that would be so demoralizing when you upload a video. Like, yeah, this one's doing the worst out of all the last 10 videos you did.
Like, I had that for 2 hours and it debuted at number 9. Why?
I had a long form video like take off and get like 10,000 views. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm doing nothing. Like my subscription count skyrocketed, all those things, but like my view hours haven't improved, right? Those metrics that YouTube makes all their decisions on, they don't improve, because all it is people clicking on it once, watching the start, clicking off, right? That's all it is. And you have to approach YouTube. It can't be a job, right? You can't treat it that way. You can't approach it that way. Not in the modern setting. You're going to drive yourself crazy.
Oh, absolutely. Because I mean, like, you're talking about, like, you know, you have the one that hit 10,000 and all, and I have like one video that still surprisingly does decent views on it, and it was the most obscure thing I ever did. It was a review for the Nerf Atlas, and it is still to this day my best video. But it was like, it was a review of a rival shotgun no one liked.
It was not nice.
And it's like,
You share the same camp as Mr. Nathan. Mr. Nathan loves the Atlas.
and I mean, that was the thing. I did like it. I don't have it anymore, but I gave it a fairly favorable review. But it was just one of those things of like, it still gets views. It still does decently. Like, out of anything I work on, reviews usually always do the best. And I hate to say it, but it's one of those things of like, I still put work into it, but it is like one of the least work needed videos possible. It's like, with the way I approach them is I'll go over, you know, the externals, how it works. I throw it on the bench. I throw what's inside of it, and then I give you my final thoughts on it. And that's like the format of every review that I do, if I can at least open it up. If not, then I ignore that part. But that is my review format, hands down. It's just boom, 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 done. And those still do like the best out of everything. Like, once in a while, depending on what is being released, or, you know, what's kind of like the new hotness in the hobby, if I do a mod on something, then it will take off. Like when the long shot came out from Xshot, you know, my review did decent and the mod guy did decent. But then I did my Dead Man's Tale slingshot overhaul, which not only did I put a decent amount of money in, I put decent amount of time into it too. That was like a 4-day build. I don't even think that's like, I don't even think that got maybe like a tenth of what my subscriber count is in views. But it's just one of those things of like, I did it because I wanted to build that, not I want to make this because I want to get the views. If I get the views out of it at this point, I'm thrilled. If something does at least over 100 views, I'm actually happy. I think that's a success. But it's just how I go about looking at it now. And it's, I think, the reason why I haven't burnt out on it, because I see, you know, YouTubers like Coop, Brad, just be like, you know what? I've done everything I could. I'm done. It's not fun for me anymore, and walk away. And it's like one of those things of like, I look at it, I'm like, I'm still having fun, but I don't want it to become burdensome. So that's why I've kind of taken this very laid back approach to it. Like, if a video does good, awesome. If not, think of something else.
And a good point there too is, because like people, if you're a content creator, you'll get the occasional question. It's like, oh, what tips do you have like for an up and coming, you know, Nerf YouTuber, or just a YouTuber in general? But like, you know, we're Nerfs, that's what they're asking about. But people, it's like, oh, what should I do? Do I need special cameras? Do I need lights, mics? I'm like, you know, to some degree, yeah, sure. But like, the number one thing that you should do is to set your expectations. You know, why are you doing this? Is it for fun? Is it for a job? Is it to get free stuff? Hopefully not, because you're going to end up with a lot of gel ball blasters that are less than thrilling. Speaking of which, well, you were talking about the YouTube Studio, like top list or whatever. For some reason, like my top video is still that splatter ball blaster, and also the Xshot Crusher from 2 and 3 years ago. Those have not budged. But like legitimately setting expectations, like you said, if you Griever, you just said like, oh, if I get 100, I consider that a success. And you know, that's what it is. Because like, if you want to make something and you're having fun and you don't expect like a check at the end of the day, because you shouldn't. Because even my AdSense for this channel in the last, I think pre-COVID and pre-TikTok, it was pretty decent. It wasn't like a job by any means. You know, I could work more, earn more working at like Wendy's or something, even part-time. But like recently, in the last 12 months or so, it's been an average of like maybe $100 a month, which is down quite a bit from what it was before, to the point where it's like, oh, you don't even get paid out unless you can cross like the $100 threshold monthly. So it's like, are you expecting to make this a job? You should, unless you're like coop sized, you know.
Google has held $85 of ad revenue that I've had for like 7 years. Because I didn't hit that threshold yet.
Yeah, and you know, so
right.
I was just saying, like, building off of what you were saying, just having those expectations of like, yeah, I'll make a video when I feel like it, if I have a good idea, if it's going to be fun, if I think other people will find it interesting, and most of all, if you can have, you know, passion, because it'll come through the screen if you do. You know, if you're excited about this new build you're working on, your fans will get excited too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So on the note of excited, Brad, obviously you've taken a step back from the content creation, but you appeared on both BotsNBlasters last week, and you were in Foam News Collective last week.
Mm-hmm.
Are you staying on with FNC? Was that a one-time thing? What's going on there?
Well, yeah, it was kind of funny, kind of ironic perhaps, because I'm like, I'm done with YouTube. I wasn't done with Nerf, but I was done with Nerf YouTube. But I think it would be funny if I started to get called out for that, like you just bring up now, because it's like, yeah, he was on Get Off My Lawn, FNC, BotsNBlasters, this stream tonight. I think I'm doing a Joy of Socks video tomorrow for Containment Crew, where we're giving away one of the American Foam Fireflies for Monkey Mods that they've sponsored, so that's cool. And then everyone's really going to call me a liar when I do the review for Not Nuff's nailer here with paper skeletons, because he called me out on this, rightfully so. I said, oh, I can't officially be done until I make that nailer review, because he sent it to me and I do like it. So it seems like I'm somewhat active, but I do intend to stay involved in the Nerf community, but just not make reviews, basically. So will I post videos to my own channel? Probably not. But, you know, if FNC, they said I was welcome to guest, you know, and I said, hey, anytime you'll have me, that'd be cool. And then I saw their video this morning where Jolt King said he was stepping away from at least FNC. You know, I'm not sure the extent of that, but like, it was really interesting. I don't have any plans, and they haven't asked me to like step into that, but I wouldn't say no. It's just for me, like, there's a lot of life stuff going on right now. It's crazy this time of year for me always anyway, just from like my actual day job, which is pretty intense, but it's kind of fun interacting this way, you know, live, like doing some of those video game streams that I was doing on every Tuesday nights. Those are going to pick up again probably after the holidays, but doing the live interacting stuff is fantastic, or at least collaborating. That I'm into. But again, talking about the newest Roblox thing, I just don't care about that.
Live streaming is also a lot less stress, because you don't have to worry about the editing process, which is like a whole big part of it. And by just removing that one step, it becomes, at least in my opinion, it becomes way easier to make content. Like there was a brief period of time where I considered doing my reviews as live streams and doing it that way. But after talking to a few people and getting feedback, I decided to stick with the current format that I have, because they were saying that as far as people enjoying the content, they would enjoy it more as just a standard video as opposed to a live stream. But like, it was that reasoning of eliminating that work part, one of the aspects of work behind making videos, that I considered going that route with it. And again, here's the thing. Sometimes you got to prioritize what you prefer, especially if you're just doing this as a hobby. you got to prioritize what you prefer over what your audience prefers, kind of deal. Not saying that, you know, you have to just say, like, I don't care what you like, this is what I'm doing. Sometimes you got to do that, but you do have to prioritize again. And I would specifically mention that specifically within the hobby sphere of, I'm doing this YouTube channel as a hobby, not as some kind of job or anything like that, which I feel like kind of all of us are in that situation, to where this is just a hobby for us. This is not something that we're actively pursuing as far as career wise. At least that's my assumption. Feel free to correct me.
Okay, so we're gonna pick up again here in a second, Boom, but we have to, in 10 minutes, we're gonna do the Talonaxe Armory grab bag drawing. So this is your last chance to get a ticket. Go out there, make me feel good about myself and that you want my silly things. I'd greatly appreciate it. And secondly, let's get out there. Let's buy these generalized raffle tickets. Let's put in for these auctions. It's for the kids. Toys for Tots. Everybody loves it. And let's continue. Boom.
Back with what I was saying.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately, I lose my. Talking about doing this as a hobby. And that's the thing. You do have to prioritize yourself in that situation. Like it sounds selfish when you say it like that, but like it's not your job. You're doing this for fun, I would assume, and for the enjoyment of the hobby. So you do kind of have to prioritize keeping it fun, or else it's that. I mean, I'm assuming that's why all of us do this, is because we have fun creating content. I mean, am I right?
Yeah, I do it for the fun. And the other reason I do it, the reason I buy all of I refer to it as the Chinesium garbage, the random Amazon bargain blasters and the like, is specifically to generate content that informs the consumer without causing them to buy expensive things, right? It's part of, doing all those shorts with random Amazon, Z Kong blaster gun toy for kids, 5 shots revolver, machine gun. Like, the reason for doing those is to help people, right? And to find the ones that are garbage and the ones that aren't. And that I actually derive a lot of pleasure from. I really enjoy the ones where I get to be like, this is garbage, don't buy it, it's a terrible purchase. Versus, when we found the first one of these bloopers that worked, and we realized we can do something with this, we can swap the spring, and all of a sudden, hey, this thing's a great option for a Proud Papa style fire anything blaster that you can buy for $40 or less, because there's one that I think is like 25, and you can put a different shell in it. It'll fire anything, and a spring for it is buy 5 for like $6, and you can make how many of them, and that makes me feel good, right? That gives me the necessary dopamine rush to want to keep doing this.
Yeah, and I like what you're saying there too, because like if you're looking at some of the Amazon things, you said the Chinesium things. One of the more fun videos that I remember doing a while ago was, I think it was the Worker Hurricane clone. I think it was on Amazon. The thing.
I have one of those.
Yeah, and it's really more interesting that way, because it's like, once you step outside of the mainstream, Hasbro stuff, set it to the side, Dart Zone stuff, set it to the side, whatever. But like, if you can get into the more weird, more like eclectic stuff that is out there from some of these sellers with unpronounceable names, it's like, this probably isn't going to be good, but at least it's interesting and there's potential, and they're generally more simplistic too. So like, speaking on like mod capabilities and stuff too, like you were just saying, it's it's almost kind of like going on an adventure. Like I have no idea what I'm going to get from these guys.
Yeah.
Could be total garbage. It could be something special, but you don't know until you check. But like, again, back to the avoiding burnout thing. If we stick with just doing one thing over and over and over again, it's pretty dull. Like I know Hasbro is going to be 70 feet per second. It's going to run on 4 AA's most likely. It's going to blah, 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 blah. You know, they're very formulaic videos. And you don't even need to take them out of the box to do a review on them, basically. It'll cover like 95% of your video. Just, you know, copy and paste the stats from your previous video. So, you know, that's a lot of what I had been doing. And I do regret that, you know, too, if I could start over again. But I never really had a plan either, because and that's kind of like me in my own personal life too. I'm just like a pinball machine. It's like, I'm over here, bing, 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 right? It's kind of interesting. But like if I could go back to in time and like tell my younger self what to do, what not to do, that would be another thing too. It's like mix it up a little bit. Don't just do what you know will get views, which is Hasbro stuff. The boring stuff gets the most views, it seems like. So just mix it up, and that's a better recipe for success as well.
Yeah, sorry. But I was going to say, to kind of piggyback off of that, that is honestly the best way to try and avoid stuff is don't get too formulaic. Like I know I earlier had said that like my reviews hit A, B, C, and D, but even though that's how I do my reviews, it's just the easiest way I know how to format what like talking points I want to get to. Because if it's something I'm really enjoying, I'm going to ramble like an idiot for like 30 minutes on it. Or if it's, you know, a piece of junk, I'm going to look at it and just go, yeah, it sucks. And, you know, that's it, end the video. But it's also one of those things of why I've become a lot more selective over what I review now. Like I don't have the budget to go out and buy something new like every month or every week to do a review video on. It's if I come across something and it's like genuinely interesting, or if it seems like the hobbyist put enough hype behind it, like the Xshot long shot, for example, like that was something everyone was talking about. I happened to come across it like a week before it was released. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to review this, of course. But like a lot of the stuff that Nerf puts out, I can't even tell you the last time I actually reviewed a Hasbro product on the channel. I think it may have been the Trailhawk. And before that, I don't even remember.
Okay, so in the interest of moving things along and getting the next team in here, Boomstick, it's your turn, buddy. You gotta plug your socials and say goodnight, Gracie.
For now. I'll be back.
We all will.
I always come back. Anyways, Boomstick Mods, obviously I am Boomstick Mods everywhere. You'll see that. YouTube, technically TikTok, mostly YouTube and Instagram. Those are the two main platforms. I'm also on Facebook as well. All Boomstick Mods, and I have a Patreon, Boomstick Mods. I have a Buy Me a Coffee, Boomstick Mod. So if you want to support my channel while I continue to try and get monetized, and I say try to get monetized, and that I'm making content, and if I get monetized, that'd be great. But in the meantime, that's where I am. And hey, don't forget about all those raffle tickets. Grab them. As I said before, that Mountain Pew Baja Blaster patch as the last one available that will ever be available.
I am deeply grump about that, for the record. I am considering buying many, many raffle tickets just to get that patch. But on the note of many, many raffle tickets, we are, what is the number here? $24 from 1,100. And at 1100, I will reveal who gets the exclusive swag bag with the number 1000 subscriber patch. And again, that is one of one. There will only ever be one of them. We burned the design when we made it. That's a lie. We just keep updating it with a new number. But the goal is to give those out at events and stuff. And, I'll find someone at each event. And congratulations, you're subscriber 2000. I'm not subscribed to your channel. Well, you better be.
Like I am now.
So, Neil, we'll see you next time, buddy. And now we're going to go ahead and intro somebody else who does content creation. Because I don't know if you guys are aware, but when we're done here, they're going to talk about the very thing we're talking about burning ourselves out with, which is shorts. And here comes RyFi, Ryan from the RyFi Channel, to tell us about it. We're having some issues on his end. It looks like I'm going to do my spontaneous continuing to talk thing then. So yeah,
Thankfully, it wasn't just me.
yeah, content creation is a cantankerous monster, and we've been talking about kind of the downside of it for the last hour. But the guys who are coming on to replace us, they're going to give you the what's worked for them moving forward in the hobby. I'm going to keep an eye on it my own self. And I know Griever is going to watch it, so we're going to go ahead and let him sign off. Speak your socials, all that good stuff. And you can go back to watching this stream to see if they can give us some tips we want to use.
Okay, so you can catch me at Nerfing Lionheart Customs on YouTube. Me and Arlene have been working on our Welcome to the Hobby series. Next episode comes out next week, and the rest will come after the new year. Sorry, it's just the way my mind's going to be working. On Facebook, I am Griever2112, the Nerfing Lionheart. I'm on Instagram, and that's all my brain can handle.
Yeah, fair enough, man. I've been there.
Not at all.
Later.
See you at 4 with Clownie.
Anyone who's after a ticket for that drawing, it is at 1100. It's actually at 1150. I'm hearing from the mysterious man behind the curtain. So go ahead and finish out your purchase so that they can draw that ticket, and we can have a winner for the exclusive Talonaxe Armory swag bag.
All right. Yep.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Excellent. So yeah, Flux, I'm going to let you go second. I think most of the people are going to know who you are. So we're going to let you go second. Ryan, I didn't know who you were before you popped up on the list. Tell us what you do, man. And we're still having sound issues on that end, it looks like.
I think he's got to unmute.
Yeah, Flux, you're up, bro.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
All right. So what am I introducing channel and stuff?
Yeah, who you are, what you do.
Hello. So today's topic is probably more about behind the scenes. So I'm Luke. Nice to meet all of you. I do the DrFlux character on YouTube and other platforms. Today, I really just want to kind of talk to you guys about short form and content creation when it comes to that style. So, actually, I wanted to ask Ryan some questions because I'll give a little background. So, RyFi basically and I have been off and on talking for quite a while, and he's like really good at TikTok. I don't know if you guys know. He's got just a massive TikTok.
Oh, you.
No, it's yeah. So I actually like watched him for quite a while and was trying to like formulate how I was going to kind of adopt that short form on what I do over on YouTube, and then also start a TikTok and all that stuff. And so I've been kind of bouncing ideas off him for quite a while. And Yeah, I mean, and even to this day, like what is your following now? It's like 600 something thousand.
Yeah, it's pretty stagnant right now. It's 680 right now we're at. I think.
680. So yeah, still amazing. And I wanted to kind of talk about how, because I'm doing the stuff with the multi-platform, going from Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and I wanted to kind of just and talk to all of you if you've all been experimenting with these other platforms, just kind of success stories. And because the name of the game, and this is just content creation in general, is it is a constant trial and error. You got to try one thing, and one thing might work really, really well 1 month, and then 2 months from now, it does not work at all. So it's a very dynamic, and you have to like adapt and collaborate. And yeah, so that's kind of what I wanted to talk about today and see what you guys had to say about that. That's pretty much what I got.
So yeah, that's what you guys are going to talk about in the next hour. Obviously, for the last hour, we've been talking about burnout and the negative half of what you're trying to aggressively do.
Yeah, and I can touch base on burnout because it is a huge thing. If you guys want, if you want to give your elevator pitch on it real quick, because we only got a few minutes before we hand it off to you guys, and I flee from having done this for 3 hours. Yeah. Well, I'll talk about how we deal with burnout here, because I've a 3-man team here, so a couple unknown people that don't want to be known, like they're just not camera people, and then obviously DrFlux, and then you guys all probably know Coney Dog has been helping out a lot. So we were more of the face, people in front of the camera stuff, but there are people in the background that kind of help us with everything. But as far as burnout, it's all about that work-life balance, and you got to force yourself to do certain things at certain times. For me, I have family, kids. I actually work a day job, so this whole Flux Labs thing is a side thing. And yeah, it's really easy to go work 20 or 40 hours of pay period, 40 hours a week at your day job, and then burn yourself out with another 30-40 hours at your side thing. And then it's all about that balance. And I just find myself scheduling. So like now, like say like tomorrow is my family day. Like that's the day I set aside for my wife and kids, and we go do stuff. And I try to make sure that Sundays are times with my family, and like that's just my biggest advice is like make sure to you have to give yourself time. You got to give yourself planning, and you can't just. The most stressful thing I did in content creation is like, oh, I need to get this video out. I need to do this. And I just work till 1 a.m. and then I got to go to work at, 6 a.m. or something. It's like, that's not healthy. You can't keep doing that and you will burn out. So it's all about that balance, but that's what I got.
And I like to remind myself, like, YouTube's going to be there tomorrow. It's going to be there next week. It's going to be there in like a year from now. So, my drop in the ocean that is YouTube isn't necessarily all that pressing.
Yeah.
So I'm able to kind of remind myself like there's no rush. There's no medal for being first on YouTube, because even people who are, somebody else will put out a video next week that's better and does better. So it's all about trying to find that equilibrium.
That reminds me, the one thing for burnout for me was the first game, and Brad knows all about this, how it's that drive, gotta be first, and for being first is very powerful. Like the SEO that is with the being first, just like Out of Darts doing the Strife X, they're the first, and you can see it gets 100,000 views. That's a real thing. And I made a decision a year and a half ago that I don't care about being first. And so what's happened is it really has opened up the creativity. Like people are going to watch you if you're interesting and you offer something that no one else has. And just by being first, if that's your game, if your game is be first, then you're not gonna get fulfillment. You're gonna actually tear your hair out and be burned out, and it's horrible, because it's almost like the lottery. Like you won, I got the thing. You do the video and you feel great, but it's like a high. You become a junkie essentially. I don't know how else to put it, but you become a junkie. You're addicted to that. I'm first. Look at my numbers. Look at it. It's like it's artificial in my opinion. It's not real. And so I encourage people to take a step back, offer your own creative thing. Like for me, it's obviously I like to break stuff open and mod it and add stuff and make it a new thing. just and then I started having more like feeling of rewarding. Like it's more rewarding, basically.
That's 100% correct too. You said, addicting, and it really is a drug, but it's and much like those, it'll lead you to make some poor decisions too in your content creation, because it's a rush, it's a thrill. I'm guilty of that. I'm sure we all have been from time to time, especially early on too. But it doesn't take much to get that rush, and then by the time that you get it, it gets like the reward is much less. Like you get that tolerance over time because it's like, oh, I got 30,000 views in my first day, but it's just like, okay, cool. It forced me to put out a video that I didn't spend enough time on. So it's like I overlooked that one fatal flaw of that one blaster in my video. I have to go back and delete it now because I realized I look stupid because I just totally messed it up, because it's like I was just chasing that first. I'm like, oh, if I can get this out before Wallcom, it doesn't mean anything. It really doesn't. So you're absolutely right.
Well, this is something that I mention like every once in a while. It's like I used to work in the video game industry. I was on the the treadmill for getting video game reviews out first, and I was by no means part of like any sort of Polygon or IGN or any of those big dogs. So yeah, if you got first, there's plenty of clout there. But I was much younger then, a lot less of this right here. But I don't think that's sustainable. And that was just blogging. That was before videos. Like I can't imagine like doing the whole production of the video on top of the thing. So yeah, early on, I kind of made the decision to like not be first on that stuff. But at the same time, shorts are really great at getting those quick little bits of info out without having to worry about like, okay, I have to have, beginning, middle, and end, editing process, sound effects, all that kind of stuff. Shorts kind of changed that game for me.
Yeah. I like what you do, sorry.
As riveting as this conversation is, and as much as I'd like to stick around, I've been at this for 3 hours. I need to eat something. I need to go do something else. So I'm going to announce the winner of the Talonaxe Armory grab bag, which is Caden Curry. You have won the Talonaxe Armory grab bag. So I'm going to reach out to you via email and, get me a mailing address, all that good stuff, and I'll get it out to you, quick, fast, and in a hurry. I am going to step away, and I think you guys already have someone else to take my space. So you guys have a great time, and I'll be watching.
You too. Appreciate it.
You as well. Thanks for carrying us until this point here. That is quite the tour to do 3 hours. So thank you.
I had good help.
And I do want to say that I did take a nice screenshot of the four of us here, because we got four handsome dudes with beards and glasses hanging out talking about kids' toys, and that makes a fantastic evening. So thanks for hosting Talonaxe. This has been really cool.
Well, if I don't get a Christmas card with that picture on the front, then I mean,
absolutely.
All right, so I think we're all on our own, guys.
I'm going to take a really quick moment here to do a little bit of temporary hosting just for a moment. We do have a person. I'm sorry about that. I am a little, okay, here we go. I'm sorry. We've got a little bit of a schedule here. For this next segment for the evening, we will be handing our hosting duties over here to somebody that you may all know. He is known as potentially Bert, the man with the hat. He is Beret. He will be joining us in just 1 second here this evening. And with that, I will also be signing myself out. It has been fun. I had a great time hanging out with you, Ryan, and DrFlux here, even it was briefly tonight.
Sorry, don't sign off. Don't sign off.
At Jared's epic blaster battle. Let's go ahead and get Beret in here.
Hello, I am Brett. Sometimes I wear a beret. Obviously, oops, the Santa hat. I am definitely in my usual filming location. So, yeah. I also just got done with an hour and a half of dart sweeping. Yeah.
Ooh.
I have thought.
Any hyper rounds in there?
I don't think we're talking. The little tiny 50 cal foam balls.
Ooh,
Ah,
No actual hyper.
wow.
Yeah, I'm a little tired, but I am here before I drive away for the night.
You just did a game, right? Or you just go out
That-
and dart sweep?
Yeah, I mean, dart sweeping is best done with 3 to 5 people after most others have left.
Oh,
I kid. It was a little better than that. This is a common struggle we all have. I know.
it's like, is this a new event? Like they go out and they just spread the darts out and, all right,
Yeah,
Brett,
you don't
go
actually play
sweep them.
whatever happened to those darts that had like the iron filament in there that you were supposed to like just magnet up? Anybody remember those?
I don't.
Better ask the RPG company who made them.
Oh, is that it?
I think that's what they were called. RPG darts.
I can't
The
remember.
Huh.
acronym eludes me, other than the obvious.
Yeah.
That was a while ago. Now that I think about it,
Wow.
someone
Did it-
someone
did-
just asked about that too. Who was
Did
who
it
was
actually
sweeping.
work?
No. Yes. Kind of.
I'm
I
sure
feel
it was
like
tricky.
you're-
Like strike
Yeah,
the balance between like putting iron in foam and having it be
Yeah.
like magnetic.
Brian, did you get those? Did you ever get a sample pack of those? The
Uh-uh.
only reason that I saw them was because Captain Xavier was sent some, and by happenstance, I was able to see them in person. But yeah, and then they kind of just disappeared. So I guess they never came to fruition. Or Nerf will release them in the next few years. It was also brought up they were using the AccuStrike tips in their initial
Oh,
design.
okay. Oh,
So
do you think they
sometimes
got
things-
like a cease and desist?
I have no idea,
Yeah.
and I'm serious about that. So I can only speculate, but that does seem like a bold idea when you borrow an existing. I'm pretty sure the AccuStrike head is patented, right?
Yeah. Oh, totally.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think that was like when they first came out. That was one of the things that everyone found. It was like, oh, look at this. So yeah, just one of the few ammo types lost to time that maybe could have made our lives better, or it'll come back next year. Hey, no. I am not. I also, sorry, I'm realizing I know where the camera is. It's right there, but I'm looking at the screen. I apologize. Phone is wait, here's the segue. Phone is such a weird thing to use to make videos. Who would
Isn't
ever
it
do
though?
that? So strange.
I would
Ew,
never
Oh.
recommend it.
gross. So what do you guys do for a living?
That brings up a good point about phones. How do you guys make short form? Do you use the phone and edit within the app, or do you record with other stuff and edit on a computer and then upload? I'll tell you what I do after you.
Yeah, I mean, this is it right now. Like, I don't even know what
100%.
I'm doing looking at a computer. Like, I'm just like used to looking at this thing. It's my phone, right? It's CapCut. I've switched from InShot to CapCut now.
Okay, I use CapCut, yeah,
and
but on a
then-
computer, not on my phone.
Oh,
But that's
Because
it.
I feel like TikTok values that a lot more than YouTube. Like YouTube seems like it. I don't know, because I've done a few with my phone, like start to finish on my phone on TikTok, and the videos do better. They do a lot better. So
For
I don't
sure.
know.
Like I switched over from using like I had a fancy like Sony camera, and about a year ago I switched over to primarily phone, creating content on that. And with the short forms, like I tried to do a few like full length videos cut down to shorts with my like DSLR, and it was less intuitive. It was not particularly received super well. So like if you can manage to make content for that medium, and not all of it works, right? But like if you can do that, it's actually pretty helpful and a bit more naturalistic, I think, for those platforms. So I do understand what you're saying there. And before we keep this conversation going, guys, I did want to talk a little bit about, again, what we're doing here today. This is a charity live stream. I love hanging out and talking and stuff. And I actually will be on for the rest of this hour until 9, so it's pretty sweet to extend that time a little bit. But let's talk about the donation goals, right? So we should maybe as a group here come up with some sort of challenge to hit over the next hour while we're here together. So I think maybe kind of an average I think we're doing 5K for the whole stream. That's our goal. Doesn't mean we need to stop there, but we're currently at $1,150. That's pretty sweet because this has only been going for about 4 or 5 hours now, so we're doing pretty well. I think we'll definitely hit that goal. Hopefully we can, smash it and go past it. But maybe for our segment, we can aim for something around like maybe 500 guys. So if you're not familiar with the website, it is linked in the description box below for the raffle, for all the donations, and the charity information is there as well. So those of you guys who are watching at home, definitely check that out if you haven't already. But we're doing pretty well. So maybe we can get close to 500 by the end of the hour. But enough promotional material. Let's get back into that. So short form content creation, primarily on the phone, is what I believe we were talking about.
Yeah, and just a little clarification. That's using the in-app utilities to create the the TikTok or the short or whatever. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
So it feels like the algorithm prefers that. That's all. I don't know if Ryan had anything to say on that.
Yeah, I waffle back and forth between like what is kind of like a current superstition about the algorithm, because it is such a black box. It is such like a mysterious thing, and it's constantly a moving target with a million different inputs, right? From people doing everything from foam dart blasters for one, to books, to like swimming, to sports, to it's untold, right, on TikTok. And so like it's kind of like a hard thing for me to like be like, okay, what is like a superstition? What is like actual truth? And honestly, for the 2,000 videos that I've made, I still don't know. Still don't know. And that's kind of part of the mystery. That's like I don't know if I'll ever solve that.
Yeah.
But what I like to do is just try things. And like you're right. Like maybe editing in the app is the magic bullet, right? Like it's something that snap. That's how I started TikTok, right? It was all done in the app, all under 15 seconds. But then it kind of grew and ballooned over time. But that's always the constant thing that I'm like flipping between my mind of like, okay, what is like actual data and what is just kind of like superstition or like stories that people tell that seem to correlate, but maybe don't. I don't know.
I can say from the YouTube platform, and I've seen, because I watch a lot of like, how to grow your channel and this and that, editing and stuff. The YouTube platform really feels like what I've heard over and over is replace the algorithm with the word viewer. Like that's really, it's not the algorithm punishing you. It's more the viewer doesn't really care about what you are showing. Like, unfortunately, that's more what it is. That's what they're saying. So I don't know how TikTok, I assume it's similar to that. It's more about the viewer, and if it's just not something they want to watch, they're not going to watch it.
It's kind of a good point too, because a lot of people use, and I'm guilty of it too, but like use the word algorithm like it's the boogeyman, some external thing that it's like, oh, I'd be successful if it wasn't for the algorithm, because I'm amazing, of course, you know what I mean? So I think a lot of people have that mindset, and I've definitely fallen victim to that, ironically and unironically, but it really is a good point. I never heard it quite put that way before, Luke, but it's a good point, because it's like, well, the algorithm doesn't like this. I'm like, maybe the viewer doesn't, so it's good to keep a mindset there, because like there are tips and tricks, but like, do people want to watch it? That's the only thing that really matters.
It feels so. I used to mess around with stock market a little bit before YouTube, and I like numbers. I like number games. I was looking.
You manipulated the stock market?
Yeah. I looked at day trading. I don't know if you guys know about day trading. I feel like YouTube videos and all that we're doing, content in general, is kind of like stocks. Like they go up and down. Like things become popular, things become not popular. Stuff trends. I mean, it feels like when you create, because a video, to me, I like it because it's like it's a time investment. It's like I built this video, I made it. It's kind of like a stock, sometimes. And I'm sure you guys have had videos that you made and forgotten about, and then you go in one day and it's like, oh wow, this thing just got 50,000 or whatever. Like it's blowing up for some reason. And it's months old, and it kind of feels, that's why it feels like stocks to me at times.
Yeah, it is wild like how that all works, because like the only rule of thumb that I kind of have for myself is like, if I think it's funny, the video is gonna flop, And if I spend the least amount of time on it, it's gonna go bananas. So like I
there's
don't know.
Definitely that is a real thing, I swear.
So like there's like a slot machine aspect, right? And so Brad, what you were saying earlier about, like the algorithm and stuff like that, sometimes it's just the right place at the right time. I've noticed in particular, I was a creator that kind of came up as kind of the world was shutting down, right? I was one of those creators who kind of came in at COVID. Everybody was just looking for something, right? And now that I've noticed is, kind of the world's opened up, everybody's moving around, like my video views have just really stagnated, and I've tried some different things and whatnot, but maybe it's just where we're at right now. People moving about.
Yeah, we kind of rode a wave, of people being trapped inside, and it's like, yeah. I think that was the thing, like with Nerf stuff, like and any other collectibles too. I think, the views on YouTube went up, and then so did all the prices on eBay for the same things,
Yeah.
And I think
except Nerf stuff. Let's just be honest.
Right.
We're not in it for the high prized collectibles. This isn't the Wondar He-Man in bag situation.
That's true.
Some people
we got
are
a
in it for
few.
the expensive stuff.
There's a few items. There's like, like a whiteout long shot new in box, or I don't know.
That's
There's
true.
some things that are.
What's a whiteout long shot?
Crimsons.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
That gear up Brad's got stashed on his bookcase.
Yeah.
No, I committed a potentially a sin, but that one's nice and mayflied there. So, I was never one to take rare blaster shells as like a religion. I made a Straven with the first Raven that I picked up, and half the people, maybe like 75% of the comments were just like, "How dare you, sir? Like that is a classic. You should keep it in a case." I'm just like, that's no fun. That's why I don't have any action figures that are worth selling or anything. I'm like, I play with the stuff. I'll take it apart and tear it apart and like tinker before I'll make a wall hanger out of it. Not that it doesn't make a good one still, but I did keep a few things. Like I said, with closing the channel down, I did auction off a lot of my stuff, and I've probably got about 6 or 7 blasters to my name these days. So the ones that I did keep are pretty cool. That one, and then obviously the Hurricane behind me, if I can remember how cameras work in mirror mode. But those ones are sticking around.
I have a question for Brett.
Oh, okay.
How's the content grind?
How's the content grind? What you got
for short form? What have you been messing around with it?
You're really calling me out on it's.
I don't know. Were you doing some or?
I am. This is a funny thing because I see you, Mr. DrFlux, and you, Mr. RyFi Channel. You guys, I would argue right now that is your primary kind of medium, right? The short form,
100%.
short form videos, and then maybe some longer form like horizontals also will find their way in there too, right? But on average, I'm leaning more towards the short form.
Yeah, we're eight pieces of 8 videos a week, and then 1 is a long form, and then 7 shorts.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, yeah. So, and I'm not that. I'm definitely more on the side of like maybe invert that and then divide by 8. But the, and I like to do more if possible too. But we all know, things can become challenging, and sometimes videos just suck or they take a while, and you got to redo that. But I know I've when shorts were first taking off, and I told someone about this recently too, about how the weird days of YouTube Shorts trying to compete with TikTok was a funny time for any of us who had anything vertical there. And some of them were like, hey, also ads are playing on these immediately. It's not what you currently have. So suddenly you've got your shortest video ever that's like one of your top money makers, and you're like, what just happened? I thank you for funding like the rest of this year for me, like with Nerf stuff. That's awesome.
You talking about the tank?
I'm talking about the tank. I'm talking about the Nerf.
The Nerf nuke. Yeah.
Yeah. So things that you just like. I enjoyed making something with a new style, and in its weird time that definitely can't be replicated again. It found success in a really weird way, and so I liked doing that for a while too. But more recently, I've kind of found like as I've tried to still make videos because I enjoy it, I've tried to make more shorts to kind of fill in gaps, because while I love making longer form videos where I sit down, record something, and then take a bit more of an editing process to put them out, there are some shorts that you can just do really quickly that I find amusing. That, I mean, they also contribute to, I hate to say it out loud, but, you know, they help the channel grow, and then they can also be something that the audience enjoys. And the platform, you know, how your phone interacts with shorts. If you go to YouTube and you look at it, sorry, I keep using YouTube because I really don't spend that much time on TikTok. But
yeah, I mean, we're talking about short form.
Yeah, when you open up YouTube, you know, you've got the shorts button now. Sometimes it automatically goes to that, which I'm not sure how I feel about that. You go to like YouTube on desktop, and it's like sometimes they're in their own little section.
Yeah.
So like no longer do I feel that if I make a short, I'm like potentially just dumping something different to people who are subscribed to me. It really is, and I'm assuming you feel this way too, Flux. It's like you're kind of putting it into a completely different pool, a different algorithm for people to see. Like your subscribers should see it, but they move it around so much, it's hard to know how well they do see them. I know I see comments from subscribers still, but
I was gonna say I know there's people that watch the short form that don't know anything about the long form videos that we do weekly.
Right.
But then of course for the fans that watch the full length videos, typically they watch some shorts too. But the crossover is not it's like one-sided, it feels like.
Yeah. So it's like you're kind of addressing two different audiences. And I've found that recently there have been some stuff that I did, like I said, you know, it's like maybe in addition to kind of like fill gaps between what would have been just kind of a completely empty period, but also like recently I had made a video about the like world's smallest Nerf blasters, which were hilarious, and spoiler alert, I may have used one today in a game, or all three. You'll find out soon. and that was fun.
Mod him.
No, I'm afraid. But like in addition to that, I was like, oh, and then there's more stuff that can be like added on in an addendum with a short. Like I don't have to make another whole video about this. I can kind of expand on it, or like, you know, because the YouTube Shorts allows you to modify the existing video into a short too, which sometimes works. Sometimes it sucks because you have like it takes like, you know,
we could talk about that too. That's an entire topic.
Like, all right, here's me right now. If I'm right in the middle, okay, perfect. But if I'm like too close, it's gonna get like here's my nose and my eye, and you're like, you
have to redo your content strategy if you're going to do that.
If you're really going to approach that,
yeah.
So there's that option, but then also what I found recently, and I guess this is kind of like TikTok, but I also heard someone say it feels like old YouTube style. You can reply to a comment with a short. I found that to be really fun because in some cases, you know, someone asks like, so like again, for example, World's Smallest Nerf Blasters video, someone, you know, asks like, okay, well, what's the FPS? Because I didn't chronograph in my video. All right, well, I could respond to you in a comment, or I could
it's like a patch.
I could really quickly get my chronograph out and then fire it, and there you go. There's your addendum, like question answered, and it shows like the comment on the screen, just kind of like TikTok again as well. You can move it around. It's definitely. Is
that within? That's within the app.
Only phone, yeah. So if you
I'll
have
do
on
it.
your
Yeah,
phone,
I didn't know that.
You can click on like a comment, and in the like reply options, it should show the little short symbol.
Oh, that's
in one side, and so you can have the comment on screen. So it's like, okay, this is what I'm addressing, and here's my quick little video about it.
Yeah.
Is that in the Creator Studio or the YouTube app?
It's in the YouTube app on your phone. I don't think I've seen it on like an actual desktop. So it really does seem to lend itself to like, hey, you guys should be back to the first conversation.
Yeah.
YouTube wants you to use your phone for some of these cases. I don't know if that's been like a preferential, this will boost your video. You know, YouTube loves when you use this one easy trick to get your videos out there. But
I feel
it's like
thumbs are the same. Like you can only select a thumb in the app.
Exactly. That too. You can select the thumbnail when you do these replies. I don't know. There's something fun about like that kind of personalized response where, again, it's like I could type this out, or I could very logically make this quick little addendum that, ironically, some have gotten like more views than other videos just because magic. I don't exactly know how they work.
Well,
But yeah,
I feel like this comes back to what the actual, like what they're trying to do here is engage. You're trying to have the content creator interact with the viewers and make them feel a part of this. It's a journey, really. This whole thing's a journey. And so that it's a tool for that. I don't know. I think it's great. So I'll experiment with it.
I'd recommend checking it out.
Yeah, just the ability to boost the interactivity of your channel at all, it will pay off so much. And it also is like, sometimes the fan will come up, or the viewer, I shouldn't say fan, the viewer will come up with a question or something that will lead to, more ideas that I would never have thought of, So it's like, oh, what's the FPS that was this? Can you put this kind of spring in it? Whatever. It's like, okay, this one video that I made then could like branch off into like even just a few other videos, which are basically all like free ideas. It's like, oh, yeah, I could do something with that real quick. So you get the bonus of extra content, interactivity, and I imagine generally those response videos wouldn't be too taxing to make that sort of thing. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, especially because it's only like your phone using it. Yeah, you have to kind of keep it simple because I don't think Shorts is as robust as like the TikTok editing studio.
For sure.
But no, I think that's a good stuff we're talking about, right? Because like this is something that like when I approach my content that I just try to do is instead of just making content, like building a community with that, right? Yep. So when people come to you, they have questions, they're like, think about it. Like when you're looking for like a new restaurant in town, like you're going to be looking for the people who've had experience with it. You're going to be looking for people who are like restaurant reviewers. Like they're looking to us,
right,
to like have that like extra knowledge, and they have like the ability to ask those questions. So like it's like that next piece of like being a content creator. It's like being a community creator as well.
The other thing too is you imagine, because I was a viewer not too long ago, I would just consume, watch content, and the idea of me asking a content creator a question and having them reply with a video, that's amazing. And I'm probably going to go right back to that channel and go, engage with them again. Like, I don't know. I think it's a really powerful and cool thing.
Oh, that's a really good question. So Flux.
K26.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to get, unfortunately.
What's that?
I mean, I just link them to Xavier at that point. So.
Yeah, they asked if they could take a K26.
Oh, so, take a K26, yeah.
So Flux, you were mentioning like, oh gosh, it just escaped me. Lost it. It's into the ether of the internet already.
All right.
Flux makes a lot of videos.
Well, thanks to Coney Dog. He's been a huge help. Because there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff you can't really see.
Oh, I remember my question. Okay, so everybody here, as you create stuff, Flux mentioned consumption. He was a consumer right before he started creating. How's your consumption of social media overall right now?
It's forced. I force myself to. Yeah, because you can't grow. You have to grow. You have to adapt. If you don't consume it and learn from it, then you'll just fade away. So I force myself to watch it. And yeah, I try to look at trending stuff and think, you just have to, it's constant research. But as far as like before, when I would just like, I just want to watch what I want to watch, I sit back and just watch some whatever. I call it like brain dead stuff. I'm just watching a thing. That I don't do that as much anymore, I will say, but I'm still watching a lot of content.
In terms of like when I first started, I would watch a ton of Nerf YouTube, like, like what's Coop doing? What's, what are you guys doing? I was watching you guys, everybody. It's like, oh, they did that. I like this. And because you can kind of, if you're coming up with a newer channel, the pit you can fall in is trying to like copy, and that's not great. But like there is a line between being influenced by something and doing research to kind of stay current, like what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's a valid point. Towards the end, for me, I watched less and less and less Nerf content to the point where I'll get notifications, but if it's like a straight review, I don't think I've watched one of those in like the last 7 or 8 months, honestly. If it's a more critical video, if it's something more entertainment focused, I'll always watch that sort of thing, because you can be critical and pointed and also entertaining at the same time, which I think is much more valuable content. So that sort of thing I would watch, but I made the joke in the last hour. It's like, well, it's the new like Minecraft, Fortnite, Hasbro crossover, blah blah blah, 70 FPS thing. It's like I don't care. So, my standard Nerf content consumption just dramatically like nosedive there towards the end.
I can say.
All right, let's do a quick check back here with the donation before we go to the next story here. I believe we are currently around $11.50 in terms of donations. $1,156. We did try to bring up a little bit of a stream goal for the hour. We are about 28 minutes into this hour here, and we do need to make up a little bit of ground. Remember, we are doing this charity drive here. It's not just a fun chat to hang out with some friends, although that is absolutely what is going on. I believe in the comment section for the stream, Al the Geek said, y'all should be taking notes because it's like a master class going on right now. Solid Nerf advice, content creation advice from these three. Not from me. These guys are, definitely the experts on this short form stuff. So if you guys want to check out that link in the comment section below to check out some of the raffle items, to see what's going on down there, to some really cool prizes too. I think there was that golden Dart Zone Mark IV that's signed by a bunch of people. That's pretty sweet. So definitely get in there, check that out, and do some good this holiday season. And enough of me selling. Let's go back. So we were talking about content consumption, social media consumption. Beret, did you have a story about that?
Yeah, I've always wanted to keep my kind of fingers on the pulse of what other people are doing too, because like sometimes things come out and you have no idea until you see a video about it. And sometimes that's enough to tell you that I don't want to buy that either. I always remembered there'd be certain reviewers who, and this is like not just one person, but some people would be like, I don't want to hear anyone else's advice before I make my review because phooey on them, I need to get my ground up experience. And I was always like, I don't know if I agree with that, because I kind of like to hear what other people think, because then I can dive in and experience it myself if I go out and buy it and kind of confirm if that's the case. Or you start to look for other things that you might not have looked for before. So you kind of, I don't know, I'm on the fence about it, because sometimes it's nice to like discover it for yourself, but other times you wouldn't have noticed something and then you're like, oh wow, this thing is so great, and then someone's like, have you noticed that feature? And you're like, what are you talking about? I just made my video, I didn't find that feature. And you go back, you're like, oh no, I'm a liar, I hate this now. And maybe that's an extreme, like example with no example, but it's just like I've always kind of appreciated when other people are making stuff and when they're kind of diving in with their own experience, that you can then kind of gather that yourself if you're watching it and be like, oh, okay, I am now a more educated reviewer, I'm an impossible purchaser for this product, and that is, I think, an overall positive. So that's one reason I try to watch stuff, and also then just be like, okay, I don't want to review all this stuff because I don't want to just be a review channel, but good to know. Cool, that exists.
Okay, I have a question for everybody. But before I get to that, and before you all laugh at me, because like this is kind of, it's gonna sound insane what I'm about to say. I want everybody on the stream right now who's watching, whether you've donated or not, I want you to go share this with 3 other people right now. That way we get more people watching this, we get more people in the stream here, and we get more people supporting Toys for Tots. So with that said, who is
the man behind the curtain is going to jump in real quick. So I think we need a goal, right? We're at 1,156. What are you guys willing to do if we can get to 20 or 1,250 in the next 15 minutes?
All right, I'm looking around. I've got some blasters around here. Anything that I could part with.
I have M&Ms.
There's a lot around here.
I've already been eating them. Oh no.
All right, I've got it.
Current dinner.
Here we go. I've got some of the Deadpool Chronos. If we hit the goal, I'm gonna ship these out to somebody here.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ew.
So if we hit the goal, these Chronos, both of them, right? It's the right and left one. So I've got the bad guys one here, and then I also have the Blam Blam no fair, right? On this
I'm
side.
gonna make a raffle right now, $5 a ticket, and we will do the drawing when you're done. If we can raise $100.
We got to do it. And now everybody's got to start sharing this to 3 people so you can win some Deadpool Chronos.
All right, $100 for those things. That is not a high limit. We should be able to get those, packed up and shipped out to one lucky winner here pretty quickly, because that's a pretty slick prize. I remember back in the day going to GameStop after GameStop looking for that thing, and
yeah,
man,
I never get them. I got the other one with the little chimichanga in there.
Oh yeah, that was cool too.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah. But we're currently 1156 total, but another $100 before we do that giveaway. So definitely check out that link in the comment section.
Get those raffle tickets. Get the donations in. All right. So back to the zaniness that is who posts their short form videos to Facebook.
Yeah, I wanted to work into the reels. Dun dun dun. So, reels.
We've been covering TikTok, we've been covering Facebook.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 biggest players in the game, hands down.
Yeah. I have not had good success for both Facebook and Instagram as far as the reels. Like I can't figure it out. I'm still doing it, but I can't figure it out.
Do people react positively to them? Like, I know comments are their own can of worms, and
yeah,
I mean, may not even be good on either platform, like TikTok or YouTube. But like, what's that like? Because I don't.
So things on Instagram are going terribly for me. Absolutely terribly. I cannot get a handle on the Instagram.
Can we just call it meta? Can we call it meta? Like it's just all.
No, it's different. It is so
different.
Like it is so different. The Facebook audience.
Yeah.
It is the wildest mix of some of like the worst like early TikTok comments I've ever seen.
Yeah, they're
on my
bad.
channel.
The worst comments I've ever seen are probably on Facebook. Pretty bad.
Like some like the worst. They're like, "Oh, what is this grown man doing?" And it like, but the same time, right? The shadow that grows, the light kind of matches it as well. So people get in the comment section and they're like, "Dude, just let the guy enjoy his collection." I'm like, "Yeah."
No, the white knighting. Yeah.
Yeah, and so like it's just like cool, and it builds engagement. And let me tell you, the fastest place I'm growing, if anybody who's watching this is looking to get into content creation and starting with short form video, Facebook is the fastest place I'm growing right now.
Oh yeah?
Hands down.
For just just the reels?
I use the Meta what is it? The Meta Business Suite app.
Business Suite, yeah. Okay.
Cross post to IG and Facebook at the same time.
That's what we're doing. Yeah.
Facebook is going crazy.
All right. We'll have to sidebar.
I mean, is there anything that comes from it? No, because like they stopped all like the bonus programs.
They do. Well,
you get a little bit of like the ad revenue. I don't know how it's calculated at all, but it's
weird.
It's on par with roughly what I'm making on TikTok. TikTok.
Okay.
TikTok. Yeah.
Interesting. That's not nothing then, right? I mean, that's worth mentioning. Yeah.
Well,
interesting.
Depends on the RPMs of the day, but that's I think that's a whole other hour.
Do you know anything about the what's the other Instagram Threads? Do you know anything about that? I don't even know. I know we have a Threads account, but I haven't really done much on it.
Made an account, posted to it once, and then deleted it after a while of inactivity.
It kind of persists. So again, like that's something I do very, very little on, and like it just kind of grows. Not very well, but the numbers are going kind of the right direction in terms of getting like feedback as to like if something's working or not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really good at that microblogging stuff, but it doesn't hurt to have because it's all on the back of Instagram anyway. So
yeah, I will say the bots hit harder on Instagram. Like we get flagged with a lot of content that is gun or whatever because it's AI driven or whatnot. So I get posts and reels and stuff on Instagram flagged occasionally. And then I submit it for a review and they usually clear and it's like whatever, but I do get that a lot more. This last month hasn't been too bad, but a couple months ago it was real bad. It was a lot.
definitely seen that from people just like posting pictures or
Yeah,
like,
just the
yeah.
profile, the
not like
silhouette
content
kind of.
creators. Yeah, just like
Yeah.
everyday people who are like, why'd this get taken down?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't know.
I'm sure cosplayers are getting hit with it. It's just, people that do even games, video games have graphics that could be, I don't know.
I have one. Do any of you guys use Snap and upload stuff, or like and looking into what they're doing there? AKA
No.
Snapchat, in case you haven't heard the name change.
I know.
Is it even a name change? I don't know. I just deleted Snapchat off my phone, so that's why it's on my mind after many years and having like, I don't know, 10 actual like friends who I would send pictures of my dog to. I'm like, wait, I don't need to do this. But I saw people talking about it more recently because apparently some people had like jumped ship from various platforms to Snap, and they were like paying some crazy numbers for people to post just like, I mean, their life. That's the best way I can describe it.
Is this short form or is it just pictures?
Both, actually. I think it's like you can have like people's like the stories on like the Discover page and sometimes like short clips of what they're doing. Maybe it's a picture of like something that they just took a picture of with like a comment on it. It's like it's very seemingly low, all things considered, low effort, but it's just so much of it because they're just trying to keep you on there so that you eventually like click through and then add. I'm assuming that's why.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's people outside of the foam Dardo sphere that I kind of regularly keep in touch with just to see what trends are hitting other areas, other industries, other niches. And there's one guy who went all in on Snapchat.
Mm-hmm.
And like he was able to like hire employees.
Oh wow!
This was like a year ago already, so I don't know if the program's changed because I know Snapchat like kind of ran into some stock market issues.
Yeah,
paying out a lot of creators, but you bring up a good point. Like if you're able to kind of like get in on the ground floor of one of those like nascent short form platforms, there's often a lot of rewards to reap.
Yep. I think that, and that's the biggest, just like I was talking to you, Ryan, about that program that TikTok offered. When we entered it, I don't know if you got to reap some of those benefits, but when I first entered that program, I forgot what it's called. They do so many names for these things. But we got a huge boost. It's like, oh, this is amazing. But then I realized, no, it's because you're the first one in there.
Yeah.
And it's tapered down to pretty much nothing again. But and just like what Brad experienced when shorts became a thing, like it was huge boosts, But I'll probably jump in there and take a look at Snap and
it's weird. You'll feel old. That's all.
I felt
like you're old. It's just, you will feel old, and that's the thing that drove me away from it.
I felt old when I first jumped into TikTok. It's like, what's going on in here? But this is, I just want to solidify this because this is very important for content creation in general, is this ever adapting. Like you have to constantly find what the next thing is. Like if you're not willing to do that, it's going to be exhausting because like there's a lot of research involved. There's a lot of like, for all we know, YouTube or TikTok or whatever could not even be really a thing in a few years. Like we don't know. For all we know, like we're going from horizontal to vertical or whatever. What if in 3 years it's square? Like square is the now because of the new mobile devices that everyone has. They're squares now. Like I should have
hung on to my Nokia N-Gage.
Yeah. But this is the name of the game. Like it's constantly adapting, constantly learning, evolving, and just like content creation in general, where you have to keep trying new things and keep growing, keep evolving. I like it, me personally, but it's worth saying,
Well, I'm getting some messages on my phone right now. People are asking where the live stream is, and I think it's time for us to kind of tell people that it's good to share. Good to share where this live stream is, because the more people that know about this, the more people that can help with the charity we're funding and all the good things that we're trying to do this holiday season for a lot of people. So, if you got your phone right by you right now, definitely tell people where the stream is. And also remember, I've got some Nerf blasters here that we're going to raffle off if we hit our goal. So here I'm punching it in right now. And if you're going to play along with us here on the stream, you should be telling people where to find the stream as well. There we go. I just shared the stream with some other people. And if we hit our goal, right, these Deadpool blasters go to a lucky raffle winner. One question for everybody. When do you know it's time to expand? Because when I started short form video, it was me in the corner of a bedroom. And now I'm looking at 3 different studio lights, probably an OSHA violation phone book of cords, and all other kinds of stuff. So when do you guys know, like, hey, things are kind of ticking up? I feel like I can take on a little more equipment, a little more responsibility.
Look,
that's a bad question for me.
I feel like
as you sit there in your studio.
Yeah, I'm not. This is not. I don't recommend people do what I do. I'm out of my mind. Like, yeah, my house filled up to the point where it was about to burst, and I was like, okay, well, let me go get a big storage unit or whatever. And I was like, well, how much are storage units? Well, I guess I could just get a studio. It's pretty much the same price or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, it's, yeah. As long as you're having fun and as long as, you know, you're keeping that work life family balance, everything's, you know, fine, and you're not, you know, being excessive or whatnot, like, everyone's going to be different, you know. I had to do this so because, you know, like I said, my house is overflowing with this stuff. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, there is a
Brett?
point.
Oh yeah, Brett actually got, well, you downsized tremendously over the past year?
I mean, it's a weird
Now he
cycle.
lives in a car.
Now I was gonna make that.
Sorry.
Brutal. But I still have Nerf. It's in the back seat.
It's in the back. It's in the trunk.
Sometimes you just can't get rid of all of it. Yeah, and I would.
That's why you got the tiny blasters. You got the little tiny ones now.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to fit those in many places. They'll never check. But I agree with you kind of reach this point where you realize you got to make a decision, and if you just kind of keep at that pace of like acquiring blasters and just acquiring to acquire, then you're like, okay, well, I need to make a decision. For me, at one point when I had too much stuff, but I'd moved into a new apartment, I didn't have enough space in the apartment just because of the location, and I did get a storage unit, but there was some other stuff in there too. So it was like, this is my hobby stuff is going to go in here for sure, but it was a mix of other things. But it's like at that point, it was also kind of an indicator of like, all right, so what am I doing? Like, what is the goal of what I am making, like content wise, my involvement with this hobby, what's important for me to have kind of on hand, because I knew a lot of people who had the same stuff, and you're like, wait, well, I just want to play with it most of the time. And it's like, I mean, they're not like gatekeeping me from it. It's like, all right, Brett, you again? $5 today, buddy, but next time it's going up to 10 if you really want to borrow this one. And honestly, if that was what had to happen, that might even be a better investment, because literally having blasters piled up in a closet so that you can't have anything like access to anything else, and it's overrunning your life, it's not worth it. And so for me, the kind of like realization of that, which has happened many times, you know, it's day 10 for an example, that you kind of be like, all right, it's time to scale back. And then you kind of have a bit more of an open space. But at that point, I'd also realized like I do want to make videos. And so while I kind of kept my collection in check, and every now and then I would scale down, give things away, sell them for a reasonable price because I just want other people to experience these, and I've had my fill. I have also gotten like, a couple like lights that I'd use for videos, the mics to use in videos too, and then PC to actually make editing instead of on a laptop with iMovie a bit more accessible. So it's like they kind of went past each other a little bit, but there's always been like blasters at some level. It's just kind of like keeping your finger on the pulse of like, yeah, is this too much for what I'm doing? And that's going to depend for everyone, right? It's going to differ for everyone who's on this call, everyone watching. You know, your preferred collection could be hundreds. Your preferred collection could be
Thousands.
5,000. Yeah, that's yeah, it could be. If you've got the space, you want to display them nicely. Flux, you have some things very nicely displayed behind you too. Same with Ryan. Like, I have some ability to do that, but I've also kind of picked and choose. I still don't have like my ideal setup, so to speak. So yeah, that's kind of how I approach it. It's tricky. It's an ever challenging challenge. Yeah, I don't know what'll be the future of that. Maybe if I get a house one day, that'll help.
It's just more space to put blasters. It quickly expands. It's kind of like the blob. It just expands to the space that the volume is contained in.
Yeah, it's the hardest thing.
I guess like a
proper
studio
number.
is tricky.
I was gonna say the proper number of blasters is like n+1, where n is the number that you already have. So
How do you feel, Brad, about, because I know you just moved off a lot of stuff. Is it kind of, do you feel like weights lifted off, like, oh, look, I can look at all this room I have?
For activities.
For sure. Like, even in terms of, like, you know, forget the no longer generally making Nerf content stuff. That's a weight in and of itself. But legitimately moving all of that stock and just blasters and collection. I never had like a ton, but I guess it's always relative. So like,
Yeah.
probably spent the last 2 weeks packing and shipping. I never want to see. I'm still finding packing peanuts in places that I never expected around my house, just because I had to box up so many things.
You didn't use foam darts?
I had a lot of Xshot darts left over from just
Oh
those
my God,
samples
they
and
sent
stuff.
so many
that worked on
darts.
small stuff.
They deliver.
It was the old ones. The new ones are okay. The old ones are packing material. But legitimately, like, the amount of space that I now have in my converted garage, which was my studio, just has opened up. It's a giant empty room now, which shortly will be, converted into a new studio for the new channel that is not foam focused at all. But it's just nice to see the room empty again and to see it as a blank canvas of possibilities of, like, oh, what could I do here? Could I put like a set here behind me in this corner? Could I use the other wall and just paint it green for like green screen or something, and just rotate the camera to each side of the room for something different? It's just nice to feel like I'm in that place of being able to start something new and exciting again. So yeah, I think that's the line to the original question was, when do you know it's time to, change up or whatever? It's just like, has my life gotten out of control? Is this impacting my day-to-day living? Perhaps, at least in terms of storage, and sleep habits, definitely. But storage, cutting the clutter down, being more minimalistic has been quite nice too. So for sure. Alrighty.
Well, you did give me a good idea. So whoever wins these Deadpool blasters here, because we're going to hit the goal, I'm going to throw in a bunch of darts for packing peanut purposes.
And you can use them in the Deadpool blasters, definitely, 100%.
Definitely.
Well, I mean, you could try, right?
Yeah. Every Nerf like warehouse or games, I'm sure they have seen people who try.
I'll throw in some Xshot Chaos rounds because they're red. I think that would look nice with these. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, speaking of which, let's go ahead and get those donations in for that raffle. They are over on the link in the description box below for Cause Pilot. Hit that raffle page, go all the way to the bottom. We do need to get that total donation number up over 1,250. We had a few $5 donations come in. The ticket price is $5 to get entered into that giveaway for those awesome collectible rifle blasters from RyFi Channel. So let's go ahead and keep those coming in. It's not too much, and it's for a great cause.
It looks like it's so close too, based on the little donation chart too. We're close. All right, so people who are watching right now, one question I get asked a lot, and this is a question that I think is perennial. What is the best thing to do to get started with short form videos, like today, or let's just say January 1, 2024?
Is that anyone?
Point and click.
Ah,
I
if
I mean,
let's-
yeah, scale back.
I would say, let's say if I don't have any channel right now, got nothing. From what I can see and all the research I've done, I would probably start a strategy where you're just like, hey, I'm a guy that this is what I like to do. And you just start to build the story of your journey to accomplish something, you know, like I want to create, you know, I don't know, if it's Nerf, it'd be like, I want to have a complete Nerf collection. And so you just would document this story daily about, you know, oh, I'm going to try to go to this Goodwill or this thrift store. I met up with this guy, you know, because in the beginning of what I was doing, I actually went to I drove over to Seattle. I met with people to try to find a Mastodon. I went on Facebook Marketplace, it was a journey. And I think if I were to document that and show my journey to acquire a collection in little short forms throughout, you know, 2-3 months, I think it would have grown a lot of traction. That's how content feels right now. People want to watch that story and really get to know you as a creator. I don't know if I do the normal, hey, I'm a character on YouTube. I play, I'm a doctor. And I don't know, I'd probably use a different strategy because it seems like people are really drawn to real people right now. They're kind of, because you got Hollywood, you got games, you got all this fake everywhere. People want genuine, real people to follow. That's what I would say.
To just make a human connection with a content creator is kind of nice because, you know, as an avid podcast person, I start to develop these parasocial relationships with the content creators, which is, you know, it's just one-sided, but it kind of just listening to those podcasts, watching these YouTube channels, it's like, that guy seems cool. And, you know, I'm not going to be a creep and try to hang out with them in real life or anything like that. But it's comforting. And it's legitimately comforting to kind of I like following these people because you get to know them. So it's not just about pushing blasters or pushing short form content, but like you said, it is relational. It is a journey and trying to share that
story driven.
You're trying to sell yourself, you know, your character or who you are, you know, day to day. It doesn't matter which, as long as you can make that connection, because they're really at the end of the day gonna stay watching because they like you and then what you have to offer as opposed to the products. Because the people that are just there for reviews definitely come and go. They don't necessarily care. But if you can hook them with a bit of personality, with some humor, with some, you know, storytelling, you can really kind of, you know, get them in. So that's definitely a good tip. And also the donations are continuing to come in. We are, again, really close. Just had a few while I was talking and let me see, it just refreshed again. Let me do a little bit of math. 1176. We are getting closer and closer to that goal. So let's keep that in mind here as we almost close out the hour.
Yeah. What do we got? 5 minutes?
5 minutes. We can do it.
Yeah, bust out mom's credit card, guys. Okay, don't do that. I'm sorry.
Brad's
American Foam views do not represent the World Foam Alliance or any of the subsidiaries or any of the other streamers on this channel right now.
I mean, you know, we got somebody with a Santa hat. You're going to get a lump of coal saying stuff like that.
I will drive to your house.
Luckily, I'm in Ohio, so it might take. I got time to hide.
Yeah, you got time.
I do have a quick question for Ryan, because we talked before. I haven't touched base with you recently about your journey on YouTube. How is that going? Because
it's interesting, right? Because I guess for me, I kind of saw an opportunity to tackle reviews in a way that I'm not quite sure how they're going to end up right now, because so many people are, taking their curtain call. You know, Brad, you're one of them. We've had a few other high profile people just kind of take their bow with reviews. And I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around, okay, I've done this for other products in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way that I can kind of make them interesting? And I'm still kind of feeling that out. Talking more maybe about the feel of it, the experience of it. Does it work in my collection versus, it hits 200 FPS.
Yeah,
I can mod this, with XYZ part, which you guys all do a fantastic job filling that hole already. So I'm trying to take a take a try at it and see
Yeah.
how that's doing, and then also just kind of expanding. You know, as you see here, I've started collecting GI Joes because the early GI Joe Classified series had Nerf blasters as their weapon accessories.
I was just gonna say I really like that crossover, and the way you presented the short or the TikTok or whatnot was really cool.
And so like then it just became a problem. and I want to also share that because like I'm starting to kind of pick up, you know, like action figure jargon and all that kind of stuff of like, you know, well, what makes a good action figure? What makes it you know, feel good, and like what resonates with me, because like I'm already gonna go back and like reshoot a video because like I realized like I was just kind of emulating like what a lot of other people do, which is maybe fine, but being able to recognize that and then kind of going back to the drawing board of like, well, what do I like about it? What don't I like about it? That might not necessarily match up with how many darts the thing holds, or, you know, how many points of articulation a action figure has, or, you know, the FPS behind things. That's just kind of how I'm trying to approach it.
That's a really good, for a closing remark to all of this. I think we can kind of button it up with, you need to develop your own personality and be your own person. Like, it's fine to mimic and, you know, watch other stuff and get influenced by others, but in the end, you are unique and you can offer your own unique view on something and make something amazing. So, and I see you doing it, like you do it really well. That's all I got.
Make sure you're passionate about it too.
Oh yeah.
The other angle I was thinking, like, you know, I've had people ask me, like, oh, I want to make a channel, but I'm not really sure what to make it about. Do you have any suggestions?
Something,
like,
yeah.
I mean,
something you're passionate about?
Yeah, do you mean Nerf, or do you mean just like in general? Because like I started making videos because I like Nerf, whether it be the short form, long form, vertical, horizontal. It's like I waited years before jumping on that. I found why I was passionate, and then I took it in a new angle. If you're like, I want to make stuff because I want free stuff, well, good news. Just kidding, bad news for you. Yeah, it's like you gotta have that passion in there. And kind of like, and then from that, maybe you can find what will work well. But if you don't have that passion initially, it's going to be rough, and you might not find yourself sticking around with it for too long. That was a good idea. Yeah. Oh well.
Which I think kind of loops back to the very beginning of the hour of like burnout. Like if you're not doing something that you absolutely love, that you absolutely want to tell the world about, or have esoteric knowledge that you just or it's coming out of your brain and that you need to share it with like 10 other people, you're going to burn out. You're going to burn out quick, and it's going to be a fast flame.
I'm feeling personally attacked here right now. I don't know what's going on. I think I got to leave. No,
I think it's clear that you loved the blasters and stuff. I mean, it came across.
Oh yeah, that's the best part, really. And as we close here at the 9 o'clock hour, I do want to transition myself out and get our new host in here in a second. But the love for the hobby is still strong. I love, you know, that of playing. I love meeting people and going to events and stuff like that in my area. But you know, have fun, be passionate, be genuine, and you know, if you just put a little bit of effort in, you know, as long as you have those original things, then you know you should do pretty well for yourself. So that's really the one, you know, big tip that I would give, and that we've all given here over the course of the hour. So just have fun and be genuine. Tell a good story, and people will follow you. So with that, I do want to thank all the viewers that have watched me over the last 2 hours, and everyone here for the last hour or so, for all the donations that came in. You guys are killing it out there. It's going really well. I think in terms of the total live stream, we're about almost 25% out of our original goal of $5,000 for Toys for Tots. So thank you guys so much. We still got a long way to go, so don't tune out just yet. But as far as I go, I want to say, again, thanks for letting me hang out with you guys. It's been real like it always is, and I think we'll be transitioning over to our next host here in just a second, which is Sillybutts. Great, fantastic community designer, as well as just a great human being. So you guys will be in great hands. So thank you once again. If you don't already know where to find me, it's Maritime Foam on YouTube. New channel announcements are coming soon, probably after the holiday season dies down a little bit. But yeah, so check me out there, and I can't wait to hang out with you guys again. And with that, I will see you guys next time.
Thanks for hosting.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
So, seems like you guys had a pretty nice segment. Anything that you guys want to cap off with?
No.
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 I mean, I think one thing is like if people want to get started, you don't need much. Most people have a phone already. Find an open, sunny window, and just let your thoughts out to the world.
Yeah. I got a whole studio here, and I still just go back to my phone.
I mean, like that's the trick, right? Like you just have a nice little bit of sunlight and just share what you like.
The personality and the creativity that matters more than the pixels per inch on the video and how much money you spent on your camera.
Don't stop after a dozen videos. Go to 100. Then you start to learn.
Yeah, you start to learn after. That's a lot. And there are fast learners. There's people that they don't take as many times to learn something, but most people you're gonna have to do it 100 times, a couple hundred times.
That can be frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah, it is not easy. That's a big thing too. It is not easy to grow this stuff.
Yeah, there'll be periods of time where you're going backwards and you're like, am I doing the right thing? And you have to determine like, do I just sail forward into the uncharted seas or do I, change course?
Yeah. And that's why
you're Mr. Beast.
Yeah, next scene.
Yeah. In this video,
not quite.
I've got 1 billion Nerf blasters.
Oh.
But
all right.
Yeah, that passion is the fuel for all that. As I have to say, keep it going.
All right, I think that we're going to finish off that topic. I'm going to go from top right down around. So, DrFlux, where can people find you? Throw out all your self promos and stuff.
Just go to Google and type DrFlux.
That works.
That's it.
All right, and then how about Ryan? Where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me at RyFi Channel, RYFI Channel, on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook.
All right. And then how about you, Mr. Santa Hat Man?
Find me at beret.narf usually. But you know what? Given everything we've talked about, I'll let the algorithm help you find me.
Find me.
So
no way.
Yeah.
The
YouTube,
algorithm.
Instagram, that's where I like to be typically.
All right. Well, I think that's everything done for content creation. Yeah. Nice to have you guys all joining us and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Nice
you.
talk.
So, during this next hour of the live stream, everybody, we are going to be doing some live blaster design. And joining me for that, we have two very special guests. The first person who I'm going to introduce is Boomstick Mods, who actually, no. Are they there? Oh, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
There's the Boomstick Mods. How are the welts? All right. How are the welts, Mr. Boomstick?
They're still there. If you're in the Discord, I believe just a guy posted a picture. But yeah, I still got them. I've got welts. I went to the bathroom. I took my shirt off just to see what it looked like. I look like I have chicken pox right now.
Nice. That's a sign of a healthy dart appetite.
That's
all right.
right.
And the second person that we have joining us is very special. This is Chris. And Chris, do you want to introduce yourself to the people? Because you're not generally you're not a Nerf tuber. You're not a community designer. I don't think that a lot of people are going to know who you are. But
I have a YouTube, but I just comment and argue. I don't post videos.
As is how YouTube is supposed to be used. Yep.
I've spent a lot of time the last, 10-ish so years working in the blaster industry. So I've done blasters for Hasbro, a couple really old ones, but a couple relatively recent ones. And then most recently, I've been working with GameFace.
Mhm.
So I can, if you wanted, if the subject of the next hour is behind the curtain, I can talk about some things.
Mhm. So Chris is a genuine 100% official engineer for Dart Blasters at the big companies, as people in the community call them. You know, you got your Hasbro and Game Face is relative newcomer, but you did stuff there as well. But yeah, you've been in the industry for quite a while now, at least for most of the modern era, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, old school blastersmith insider.
Yeah, so basically like Sense and
Working
Strike came
stiff.
out at Hasbro. You've been there for more or less.
Yeah, I can talk about that, but I've only really worked full time since about 2015. But had flirtations before that. Put it that way.
Yeah. So that is going to be our crew during the live blaster design segment, and during this entire 1 hour 1 hour segment of the live stream. Apologies. We're just going to be talking about blaster design, what goes into making a Nerf blaster from scratch. Chris is going to have some very interesting insights into how it's done on the more professional side, and I'm going to talk about how it generally goes during, on the community side of me being a designer who designs stuff for the community, in the community, and then Boomstick can weigh in on what it's like to use, I guess, both of our designs, both the professional side and the community side. Yes, the guy also here. But I think that you'll have some good insights onto beta testing and whatnot, because you do that quite a bit.
I tried to be very involved in the beta testing scene. I think you burned me out a little bit on beta testing just because I could not keep up with you.
Yep. That happens a lot. So, during the segment, however, this is of course still the charity live stream, and we need to set a charity goal. What is the charity-ometer at currently? How much
1181.
1181.
Should we just try to hit the 5,000 in this hour, or what?
Oh, definitely.
Are there any corporate viewers on here? I know I saw Hasbro recently donated 400,000 to Toys for Tots. So could they make it 400?
Yeah, they
and 5,000.
Yeah, they'll cover it. All right. So I'm thinking during this segment, since this is going to be a more laid back, kind of chill discussion, let's start doing some little nuggets of donation goals. So let's set the next goal for like 1250. Nice round number. So if we can get
should we talk about some of the things that are up for raffle?
Yes, we should. Yeah. So Mr. Blasterface here, Chris, has some very interesting things up for raffle. If you have them at your desk.
2 try-ons. One is one of the raffles is for just the red one, and the other raffle is for the blue plus ammo plus darts. And whoever wins them, I'm happy to sign with a note, to so and so, if that increases the value at all.
Signed by the designer or one of the designers. Yeah. So that is one of them. And then, of course, we have lots of things in the auction. I haven't been keeping up with the auctions since my last segment, but it seems like some things are starting to get rolling. Got a few bids on the paint jobs and Crusher minigun. Got some more bids on like the Stripes and Mark IIIs. Looking pretty good so far. Keep in mind that all of this money is going to charity. We're not keeping any of it, so more money equals more better for other people. Win-win. And you get some nice stuff as well.
And I will
say,
Blue
Nexus Pros.
Currently, there are bids for at least one bid for everything, so that is wonderful to hear. But here's the thing: there's currently only one bid on several things, and some of these are incredibly valuable things, like the modular master key from Al the Geek and the gold Mark IV. Like both of those, only a single bid, and those are incredibly invaluable items that I think are definitely worth the price. And of course, as we've said multiple times, the custom paint job from AndyWerk. Again, only a single bid. Invaluable. Absolutely invaluable. Like just the picture alone just shows you the amount of work that they put into their paint jobs. Like that is some gorgeous painting.
It is very, very nice, and it could be yours. So
it could be.
It could be. So this money is all going to charity, as we said, and yeah, we're gonna work towards that goal of $12.50 starting during this segment. That's only another what is that? A little less than $50 more until we're to that segment, and then we'll go from there. But going into the meat of this live stream segment, we're going to be talking blaster design. We're going to be talking starting from concept, or let's go with a mechanical concept, then moving on to artistic concept, and then we can talk about prototyping and design in general from there, and then probably beta testing and release, depending on how much time we have left. So let's get started. And during this, I'm going to be screen sharing some live 3D modeling as well.
And we've got some serious lag, so we have to stop the stream and then immediately restart it. So just check back at the channel. Teams people, don't